Hey everyone, welcome back to the Keep Watching podcast, where we decide what to watch so you don't have to. I'm James,
And I'm Sarah.
and today we're going to be talking about Heart Signal 4, Episode 4, and
Oh, yeah.
probably 5.
Yeah.
Once again, we're recording Episode 4 the day before Episode 5 has come out, so I kind of like this pattern. Sarah, do you like this? Like we're talking about Episode 4 before we've actually watched Episode 5.
Yeah. You can keep one episode in my brain at a time without, losing too much.
Also, we're not like commenting about Episode 4 after seeing stuff in Episode 5.
Exactly.
So,
Fresh takes.
yeah. I think we'll probably try to keep this pattern going forward when we're doing these two episodes. All right.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. Do you want to talk about some commenters from listeners from the
Yeah.
episodes 2 and 3? Okay.
Yes, please.
We got a few comments, but I'm going to mention the two that have to do with Jumi, because apparently people really like Jumi.
Well, yeah, she's a cool lawyer. Of course they like her. She drums.
She drums. Oh yeah. None of the listeners commented about specifically that she was a lawyer or that she drums. Was the
They
reason
didn't
liked
have
her.
to, because we all know that she's a cool lawyer who
Okay.
drums.
Well, I was definitely giving up the vibes that I did not really like Jumi, right? I think
Yeah,
I did
yeah.
that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna share some other people's comments on Jumi.
Mhm.
All right, Sunny on YouTube says, I am a fan of Jumi. I don't know why, but I just want to see her smile all the time. Okay. I mean,
Nice.
I'm down
I
with
love
that.
it. Yeah.
I'm down with that.
Mm-hmm. Great.
And then Moo the Lion on YouTube
Ooh.
has a much longer quote. I'm going to read. Jumi is my favorite girl. I love that she is so popular in Korea right now and trending and gaining a lot of fans. Her videos in Korea, the clips, are always getting tons of views and fans asking for more screen time for her. And I agree I need more of her. I only watch because of her. I love her smile, and it's so pretty and cute, and she's so nice. Jiwon and Jumi is the popular ship in Korea. All right.
Okay. Good to know.
Moo the Lion is our only Korean insider so far, so I'll take their word for it.
Hmm. And I'm gonna just assume that all of that Korean love for her is because she's a cool lawyer who drums.
Okay. Spoilers now, and I'm not trying to start anything, Sarah. I'm just
Okay.
expressing my own opinion here.
Uh-huh.
After watching episode 4, my feelings have not changed on Jumi.
Well, she didn't get
Still-
to drum in this episode, so maybe
I
if we
don't
get
know
to
if she's
that
ever gonna
point-
drum. We didn't even really hear her drum in the last episode, did we?
No, not. I mean, there were some shots of
Did
her
we
at
hear
a
it?
drum
Those
set.
shots, yeah, but did you hear it? I don't know.
No.
Whatever. That's besides the point. That's besides whether she drums or not is not affecting my opinion.
Okay. I think, maybe another, episode or two and you might be on the Jumi train, I think.
Okay. Should I try to get you off the Jumi train? Should I try to get everybody off the Jumi train?
Why? It's fun.
Okay.
Come and join us.
Should I just lay back? Stop.
Enjoy the ride, yeah.
Stop. Well, I mean, is there anything to enjoy is the question.
Yeah, she's got a cute smile and she's so cute and we love
They
her.
all have
Come on.
cute smiles. Come on.
That's
Get out of
true.
here with that. No. I'm glad people are enjoying Jumi on the show. Somebody's got to. I didn't realize. I didn't realize it was so many people. But
Yep.
all right, should I stop? If I have anything in my notes negative about Jumi, should I just not say it?
No, I think we all want your honest opinion. So
Okay.
that way it is that much sweeter when you turn around and, grow to enjoy her later.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, maybe I'll try to hold back a little bit, but yeah, I bet I have something in here at some point.
You ready to get into it?
Yeah.
I am ready.
Where did we leave off, Sarah? At the end
Okay.
of episode 3.
The end of episode 3, we have a new guy in the house,
Hushin.
Ushin, and he is a fancy artist / model / tall man. And
Yeah. We're going to find out his height this episode. Let's go, Sarah.
I know. As soon as that happened, I was like, James is pumped right now.
I was so pumped when that happened, and I was disappointed also by.
There was no follow up.
There was no follow
of
up of
height for other people.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, G-Man, how tall are you? Why not? Why didn't we get that? Why do we
Because
only
it
care
is-
about this guy's height? I care about everybody's height.
Well, because he's very tall, and that's
He's
the
6'2",
remarkable
whatever, bro.
thing. Okay.
That's not like freakishly tall. It's just, I don't know. Maybe that's like very uncommon.
He is taller than everyone else in the house, so there's that.
Okay. Well, that's true. Do you think whoever's the tallest in the house will always be like, "Oh, you're so tall"?
Unless everybody in the house is unusually short. Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. Other things that happened though is there was a lot of Mingyu and Jimin action.
Yes. Some unofficial date action.
Yeah, that's what I was excited about. But at the end of the day, Jimin still texts G1.
Yes.
She's only texted G1.
Was obsessed.
And I believe the other big thing was Ji Young switched to texting Mingyu.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting.
Mingyu got 2 texts,
Mingyu,
but not from Jimin, who is who he actually wants a text from.
Oh, you think that's what he wanted?
Of course, that's what he wanted. He's
his
time with her.
If you just went on a date with her, yeah, you're probably expecting it at least. Mingyu's doing some things on this TV show.
Yeah. Right. I don't think they're going to pan out the way he wants them to, but, we'll see.
Oh, really? Okay. Well,
yeah.
Don't know where that analysis is going to come from, but can't wait. All right. All right, episode 4. You ready?
Let's do it.
Yeah. The other thing that they hinted at was the guys buying gifts anonymously thing, and then the women get to select, right? They kind of played this out. They showed us that Jumi already was going to have 2 dates, but then they didn't show actually the picking of the gifts.
Yes, and that's where we start off here.
Yeah. This happened in Heart Signal 2. I'm guessing it had to have at least happened in Heart Signal 3 and maybe even Heart Signal 1. Like, because they don't, the host and the show do like nothing to explain this season. Like, it's just like, oh, this is just how the TV show works. Yeah. Everybody's supposed to just know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Jumi wins rock, paper, scissors and gets to pick 2 gifts. So she's going to go on 2 dates. You want to describe these gifts, Sarah?
Okay, so gift number 1 is a music box with like 2 people who look like they're on a coffee date, and then there are a bunch of photos of like the bits of the gift. So like the music box is in like this little Polaroid picture, and then there's like also a sample of desserts or something that go along with it, and so there's like cute little pictures of the guy picking out the gift in with the gift. And I don't know who you thought this was, but I immediately thought this kind of reminded me of the little date that Ji-young and Gyorei went on last, when they were in the little coffee shop, So I was like, I bet that was him picking it to be like, remember when we got coffee.
I did not even bother trying to guess who the gifts were from. No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I was not inspired to. I was just like,
okay.
I'll just like get me there. I did write what they were guessing, but
okay.
Yeah, these pastries are like there's some like French mini cakes, but they're like rectangle shaped.
Yeah, I think so.
Jumi's gonna know the actual name of them.
Yes,
like the French name for them.
I've forgotten what it was and didn't
in my
write
notes.
It down. So
it's in my notes. I'll say it when we get to it. I don't know where it is right now.
There.
So you thought this was
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, spoilers right now. You got it right. Good job.
I did. Yeah.
Right.
The next gift is like 2 to I don't know how many, because there was a real close up picture of it. Like disposable cameras, and then a bunch of, is it macaroons or macarons? I forget. One of them's coconut and one of them's little sandwiches. It's the little sandwich cookies.
Oh yeah. Yes. Macaroons.
There we go. Sure.
Wait, both those things are different? They're not just different pronunciations?
Yeah, they're different. One of them's a coconut situation.
All right, hold on. I'll figure this out. I have it spelled out. I have the subtitles, what they said it was. Here we go. It says macaroons.
Okay. Macaroons.
All right. If the subtitle was correct.
And yeah, if those are the little sandwich kind. Regardless. Disposable cameras. Small cute cookies.
All right.
And that was that gift.
All right, who was that from before you knew?
Before I knew, I don't know that I had a vibe about this one.
I think they
guess.
I think Ji-yeon guesses this correct.
Yeah. And the reason is, it's a little sad. She thinks it's from G1 because it looks like a gift that a guy who didn't have a lot of time to pick out a gift
Yeah,
bought,
that's good
which is
analysis.
accurate.
That's some good analysis. He did get like a fancy box to put it all in though, like see
Mhm.
through some sort of bird cage looking.
Yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
with a bow on it. Yeah. All right. Good job, Gian.
And then there was a perfume and a rose, which seemed fairly straightforward.
Okay.
I don't think I had any strong vibes about who any of these were from except for the first one.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And then the last one is like this diffuser with like some smelly oil or whatever that you put in the diffuser to diffuse the smell into the room.
Okay. Yeah. So just like a air freshener kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
Like you
but it
just
looked
something you leave.
really cool.
Yeah, it looked fancy. Okay. Nice. For picking though, they just kind of agree. It's like half based on seniority and then like half based on the fact that Jimin has two or Jumi has two picks. So
Yeah, Jumi was like, I have two picks, so you, Jiyoung, go ahead and pick one first.
yeah.
And she picks the diffuser and says that she thinks it's from Hushin.
Oh, she said that now she thinks it's from Hushin.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I had this theory that Jian actually correctly guessed who all the gifts were from and wanted to pick this because the diffuser is going to end up being Mingyu.
Right.
And she had first pick, and I thought she wanted to date Mingyu, but I guess that's a little interesting. I didn't actually consider that she actually intentionally was trying to get Hushin.
Unless I got it wrong and it was somebody else who said it was Hushin. But I think she thought it was from Hushin.
Yeah, the girls are gonna like act like they all kind of agreed on whose gift was whose, but I feel like they didn't fully talk it through before they picked, and it was like
it's just somebody would say something and then everyone else would kind of agree with it. Really,
yeah, because all right, we'll break down who they end up picking and who we think they wanted to pick, and I feel like based on what they're gonna say later, I feel like either they talked about it more later and then agreed who they thought it was from, but they had already picked so that people couldn't switch. But it feels like people would have picked a different gift if they had like spent more time thinking about it or something, or I don't know. It's a little weird how the girls are gonna say what they thought versus what they actually picked. It doesn't necessarily seem to line up, and I don't know if that's because we're getting fooled by the edit or if they just are maybe exaggerating how close they were to being right or whether or not they got it right. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, Jiyeon picks the diffuser, which is going to end up being Mingyu.
Yes. And then Jumi picks next, and she picks the music box, and she says she thinks it's from Gyeore.
Yes.
Which lines up with, like, she has texted him in the past. It makes sense that that's a date she wants to go on.
Yes. But here's the thing. Did she want to go on a date with Mingyu? But did she also think that Mingyu was the oil diffuser and was like, well, I don't think Mingyu is on the table. I'll take Gyeore.
Solid maybe. I think, well, she had been texting Gyeore first, right? And then switched to Mingyu. And then yesterday was when she saw that he and Jimin went out on like their own unofficial date. So maybe she's cooled on him a little bit or is feeling weird about him right now. And maybe that's why possible. She went back to Gyeore.
Okay. That's possible. Maybe she wanted Gyeore from the beginning. Maybe that's also why she gave up first pick, because she was like, no one's taking the music box. I'll just get first pick anyway. Okay.
But then there are two gifts left, and like Jimin says she thinks she knows who they're both from, and like she has this little moment of like, oh, I don't know who to pick. And then like we cut back to when she was in the car with Mingyu. He like takes this card out of his jacket pocket and like waves it in front of her face to be like, oh, do you like this smell? And then puts it away. And so she's like, oh, that must have been the perfume. And he was trying to tell me, hey, pick the perfume when you pick gifts.
Yeah. I think the confusion might be that I'm actually not remembering if this was said or not, but I feel like Jimin was the one that thought Hushin was the oil diffuser. And then after she thought that, she just like eliminated, because the oil diffuser and perfume are both scent related gifts.
Yes. But I think like it might be more common to have a card of perfume sample rather than like the oil sample.
Oh, you think what Mingyu like waved in front of her nose was an actual perfume sample.
Well, it was an actual oil smell sample, but
Oh,
like I think you commonly
I see
get
what you're
those if
saying.
you're like trying out different perfumes and you don't want to like spray yourself with a bunch of like they spray it on a card instead.
Okay.
And
I guess
so
I
I
guess
think
my
it's just the context is there, I think more concretely with perfume in the card than maybe like oil diffuser and a card
mm,
of smell.
I guess my thought is just that maybe Jimin was the one who pushed the oil diffuser is from Hushin,
Mm-hmm.
but actually like Ji Young and Jumi both thought the oil diffuser was from Mingyu.
Ah.
Potentially, you know. Because it
Uh-huh.
seems like Ji Young, having just texted Mingyu last night, would be trying to pick
Well,
Mingyu as the gift,
yeah,
right?
you would think. I
That
don't
is
know what
definitely
any
what
of
I
these
would be
folks are
thinking.
doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
And
don't
then
know.
Jumi, who I also thought was trying to pick Mingyu, seemed like she felt like Mingyu was off the table when she picked. I don't
Mm.
know. That's the vibe I got. But maybe
Okay,
I'm wrong.
okay.
Maybe I'm off base there. I don't know.
I was just really surprised that given that Jimin thinks that the perfume is from Mingyu and that the extra gift is from Jiwon, that she didn't go for Jiwon, given
Yes.
how hard she's been coming after him, at least in text, this whole time.
Yes. That is the very spicy angle here.
Well, I think it might just be like she felt pressure to like he gave her a hint to direct her to his gift, and then that might have made her feel
Oh.
pressured to pick it.
Oh, wow.
I don't
Okay.
know. I
Hmm.
don't know.
That doesn't seem. I mean, she didn't feel
That doesn't
pressured.
seem like
She
her,
didn't.
yeah.
She didn't feel pressured enough to text him after they had a date. So I don't know about
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Oh yeah, because even I think right after Jimin picked it, then Jiyoung goes, "I think that's from Hushin,"
Really?
and then Jimin's like has like a bit of a reaction, like, "Oh, okay." Like now you say that. Uh, which it ends up being Hushin is the perfume.
Yes.
So I don't know. I feel like she definitely was trying to get Mingyu based on the last two ones, and we just think that she thought the other one was G1, right? I think that
Yeah.
was the consensus.
But I think they all kind of say once the final one is left, like, oh yeah, that's probably from G1.
There's also a bit of an element here that like shouldn't matter, but it seemed like it kind of mattered to Jumi at least a little bit. Is like you might actually just pick the gift that you want. You know, that might be
I
like a
mean,
tiebreaker.
that's a strategy, sure, you know?
Yeah, that kind of seemed like what Jumi was saying a little bit. It was like I just like that gift, so I picked it. Um, okay, and then Jumi gets her second pick last, which is fair.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Which is the cameras and macaroons.
Yes.
And like we said, this is actually gonna be G1, which means Jimin had a chance to pick G1 and didn't take
And
it,
didn't, yeah.
which is very interesting. And then I said, yeah, after they all pick, Jian says she thinks the camera's from G1. And then Jimin has a oh wait, this is where Jimin had a bit of reaction after the fact. And was like, oh, you did? Why didn't you say so? Like I don't know. I don't know. Maybe
Okay.
it was just edit, maybe it was camera tricks or something, but
Well, then maybe she thought her choice was down to Mingyu and not Jiwon. And then that would make sense why she would pick Mingyu.
yeah, that would make sense. That probably makes sense. I think the women weren't on the same page and then got on the same page after the fact is what I'm putting together.
Okay.
Yeah. So at least Mingyu is her backup. She's at least interested, you know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that also mean though that she's not that into the other guys potentially?
Well, she does have the big age gap to deal with them.
Yeah. But Mingyu and Hushin are the same age, correct?
Oh, that's right. I think she's just like super intimidated by Hushin because he's tall and cool and new and you know.
Well, accidents happen and you pick Hushin sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. As they were doing this, Sarah, though, and then when they started going on these dates, like the guys basically like plan these dates out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I was thinking like, oh, if I was on the show and like the girls bought the gifts,
Yeah.
and then I picked them, and then like the girls had to like plan a date,
Yeah,
like I would be a nightmare to plan a date for.
What do you mean?
Like, so we can get into this when like Jian and Mingyu like go on a date, but like Mingyu's date theoretically had to like consider all like Ji-yeon's like allergies.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
but he
Mhm.
doesn't know who he's going on a date with until the date they show up,
Yeah, that's true.
right? So for
Mhm.
me, it's like, but if it was me, it'd be like I'd be like the one vegan person who doesn't drink coffee and doesn't drink alcohol. So like, what are we doing at that point?
I mean, do you drink tea?
I would, yeah.
See, you could. There you go. So your coffee date is taken care of. You just have
But
tea.
they have to like plan the date. But all the girls would have to plan the date as if they might get me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't
Yeah.
feel bad if like, oh, I'm going on a date with somebody and they have to plan it and they like know it's me, but they actually don't
Yeah.
know it's me, but they have to at least plan that it might be me. So I'm theoretically like affecting all the dates by
mean,
just existing.
that's a fun power move. I'm kind of into it.
But they're all like choices. It's not like an allergy. It's just like,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, if we go to a wine place, I'm not going to drink anything.
They have
You
other
know?
stuff there, you know.
Yeah, I'd get like food or something.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm not saying it wouldn't. It'd be fine. I once we got there, I'd make it work. But in my head, I'd be like, these people have to really think about what they're doing because of me, potentially.
I just kind of imagine that, like, in the same way the guys theoretically are picking out a gift for a specific girl, maybe, that they're probably planning a date for a specific girl. And if it's not that girl, whatever, this is the date they go on.
Oh yeah, I think that is going to happen on a couple of these. It all works out though.
Mhm.
This is a fun exercise. This would be a fun part of the show for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Not yeah. The rest of this episode is just
Dates
all
on
these
dates on dates.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. And they don't like cut back and forth between them.
Oh, yeah, it's
I
nice. They're just
appreciated
in
that.
a
I
solid
liked
chunk.
that.
One date at a
Yeah.
time. I love it.
First up, Jimin and Hushin.
Yes.
Let's go.
The moment that, like, these people meet for surprise dates where they picked a thing always is interesting to me, where what the person who picked a thing chooses to say. Because usually they'll be like, oh, I knew it was you, or oh, I am so surprised it was you, which is
Yeah.
pretty telling because, like, in theory, that means, oh, I was not trying to date you, or oh, yes, I was
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to date you. Like, it's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And she's just like, oh man, my prediction was wrong. I mean, that's got to make you feel some kind of way.
I mean, some of these guys are going to try to get to the bottom of like, oh, where in the draft did you pick your gift? Because that matters.
Mhm, yeah.
But Jimin and Hushin are going to awkwardly meet on a like a walkway / bridge
Yes.
situation. Jimin is going to be very shocked
Yeah.
to see Hushin, not hiding her her disbelief at all.
And she has no one to hide behind now, because when he first showed him into the house, she was
Oh.
hiding behind Ji Young literally the whole time.
Yeah. She tells him the perfume was a very sensible gift.
Yes, what everyone loves to hear about their gift.
The word sensible is going to be used quite a lot in the subtitles, at least
Yeah.
in this episode. Does this mean that she thinks Mingyu is sensible? Because she thought it was
Probably.
from Mingyu. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I think specifically Mingyu is going to be called sensible many times in this episode.
I mean, if there's anybody on this cast you're gonna call sensible, I mean, it feels like Mingyu, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's his whole deal.
This episode's also could continue the theme of like the girls wearing outfits that maybe aren't the best for the weather conditions, and then they get commented on.
Yep. They're all a little cold.
Jimin is like, it's cold. And then Hushin says, well, you're wearing a skirt. She's like, I wore it to look pretty. And he's like, you're very pretty. Really? Yes. I don't think I had the right tone, but I took the funniest tone for that. I think their tone might have been more awkward than that, actually.
Yeah, I do feel like
Good start, though.
Jimin on this date is a stark difference from Jimin on, like, Mingyu dates.
I agree.
Because, like, she's more subdued. I feel like she's very intimidated by Hushin and is not quite her full bubbly self.
Yes. I definitely like Jimin more on the Mingyu dates, but what I'm not sure of is like, okay, how does she act when she is actually really into the guy, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell a little bit.
This might be the super into the guy vibe,
Yeah,
you know?
it could be. I prefer when Jimin is being more playful, you know?
Yeah,
But
definitely.
you don't know for sure what that means. But yeah, they're gonna go eat at a restaurant to start. I'll say Hushin is surprisingly, we haven't met him very much, but he's
Hmm.
surprisingly very shy.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
on the quieter side of things.
He
Yeah.
didn't, but even in the short time we met him at that night, like he didn't seem overly shy that night. I think I even said something like, it feels like he's making eye contact as much as like Jumi tries to make eye contact.
Yeah.
But in this date, he is not making eye contact. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, surprisingly shy.
There's a shot where they're both like nervously tapping the table while they look at the menu. And
Yeah.
they make a little note of it, like, oh, they're mirroring each other, like it's a heart signal. And I'm just like, these are two very nervous people
Well,
right now.
yeah. Did the host actually say mirroring for this part?
I don't think they said it, but there was, I think, some wording that went up that didn't get into the subtitles, and I just assumed that that's what they were.
Okay. For some reason, they didn't point out the mirroring here, but then they were all about the mirroring on the Mingyu and Ji Young date. They were like pointing it out a
Yeah.
lot. So I thought it was interesting. I bet the host said mirroring, but for some reason it like just didn't make the edit.
Yeah.
For some reason. Hushin is actually gonna forget what Ji Min's age is. And he's gonna be like, you said you're 26, right? And then because he's wrong, she's actually 24. She's a little bit like, she starts like playing the game again of guess my age. Like,
Yeah.
oh, what age do you think I am? And I like Hushin's line here. He just says, "Please understand, I'm just really nervous."
Nice and direct. I like it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to play a game. I just totally fucking forgot. Met a million of you people yesterday. Like, give me a break.
We find out Hushin has been doing art since he was a wee little baby.
Yes.
Right out of the womb, he was doing art.
Yep. First thing.
Impressive.
Ooh, she asked to call him Oppa, and he asked to speak casually. So we're in a comfy zone already. That's good.
I like this.
Ooh, they get like a soup, and he's like serving it to her, like he's pushing in a bowl, and she's just like, "Oh my god, your hands are so big." And then she asks how tall he is, and this is when we find out he's 6'2".
Yeah, let's go. And then he doesn't ask her how tall she is. Darn it.
Because it doesn't matter to him. Everyone is small before him, so whatever.
That's true. I mean, like, I don't actually notice people's heights, but when I'm watching on TV, I just want to know. I want to know their height. But in real life, I wouldn't actually ask people their height.
Yeah.
I might ask somebody their height if they ask me.
Yeah, that's fair
in a
game.
dating scenario. Oppa, your hands are so big.
This time he did not follow up with yeah, my feet are really big too. Like he did.
She already knew that. She just like took his foot out from under the table. Check out my feet. They're gonna eat bread.
Yes.
They make a point to get bread, which is also her dog's name.
Which I love. That's a great name for a dog.
Yeah, but she explains more that like it's not because she likes bread. It's just when she saw her dog, she was like, "That
looks like bread."
I don't know, looks like bread or just looked like their name would like sound
Eat
like
bread?
bong,
Yeah,
or like maybe
okay.
the Korean word just is more associative to how the dog learned than the fact that it actually means bread. I don't know. That was funny.
Yeah.
But then this got even weirder because she's like, "Oh, do you like dogs?" And he's like, "Yeah, I like animals," or what? I don't know. They go back and forth talking about animals, but then Hushin's just like, "Do you like snails?"
And she's like, "Nah, gross. Why would I
She's
like snails?"
She like thinks about it and she's like, "I don't think I really like them."
But apparently he has a pet snail, like one solitary pet snail.
Yeah. I think she actually says, "I don't think I really like them," after he says he has a pet snail. Like she didn't wait. She didn't change her answer.
I respect that.
Yeah, I like the honesty here.
But then, like, things get real weird because she's like, "Oh, your snail must be lonely."
Oh yeah.
I think then she says that he doesn't seem like the type to get lonely, and he's just like, "I'm the epitome of loneliness." And I'm just like, what is up with all these emo boys on these shows? Like between him and Tae on the other one being like, "I've never been happy." Like, where are they getting these people?
It didn't seem like he was sad that he's the epitome of loneliness. Although, like, I guess you wouldn't be using the word loneliness unless you were meaning it negatively. Like Mingyu was like, I got sick once and I had to stay inside and it was awesome.
It's true.
So I guess Hushin must be thinking about it negatively if he's using that word, although it's like a
It
translation.
might be a
So who knows?
translation thing, so
Yeah.
it might have
Okay.
been more like solitude or something,
Yeah.
which has a different
Jimin laughs when he
connotation.
said this, so I think it was supposed to be funny, and it was.
I hope
I
so.
laughed too.
Yeah, yeah.
Jimin's gonna do the Jimin thing where she just starts taking pictures of of people, like not selfies, just like of the person she's with.
Yeah, and he's just like, "Oh, I need to stay away from you if that's your vibe. I don't look good in pictures." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"You're a literal model. How can you be upset about how you look in photos?"
Well, he might be a runway model.
Yeah, but they
They
still take
also take
pictures of
pictures.
those people.
Or maybe he doesn't like the pictures that people take when he's on the runway. But he's still crushing it for the live
It just
people.
goes to show you that even like really hot people like sometimes feel bad about themselves.
Oh yeah, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna get deeper into that here. Yeah, Hushin does not seem into the pictures. He says, I always come out weird. And that's how I feel. I feel this guy. I agree. You know, never look as good as you think you do in the picture.
But
That's
you've
what I
also never been paid for people to take pictures of you.
think. Not yet.
He theoretically has. Okay, fair enough. Not yet.
Jimin says, well, your face is handsome. And Hushin, I don't know if she said this in a fancy way or not, but somehow that inspires Hushin to say, you're really good with words. Which I thought was funny because I don't even know if he realizes how many languages this girl knows.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you're really
That
good
has
with
not
words.
come up yet. Yeah.
It's like, oh, you don't even know how good she is with words. Jeez. And then he like gets up to pay, I think. And
hmm
Jimin's like, Oppa, I think brighter clothes suit you. And he's just like, no, darker clothes suit me. And then
She's
she's
like,
like,
nope.
no. And then he just is like, I'll listen to you. Do you think we're going to get a segment where he listens to her and wears brighter clothes? I mean, he was wearing like a white shirt instead of a black shirt. Is that what it was?
Yeah. I mean,
It wasn't like he was wearing bright, like rainbow colors or anything like that.
yeah. I just would have assumed that he would be someone whose wardrobe is not full of bright clothes if he thought that he did not look good in them, but he has these clothes, so maybe.
Yeah. I mean, in my opinion, these clothes aren't particularly bright, but
I mean,
like if
white
you usually
is...
wear like a black shirt and instead you
Mhm.
wear like black pants and a white shirt, it's not that much different.
I guess.
I don't know. We'll see if this comes to fruition. And they're gonna like go through a walk through Hushin's old neighborhood.
Yeah, he points
it's
out
like-
like a house where he used to live and
Yeah.
just have a
This
little
is-
mini tour.
That's the good like vibe I think all the guys kind of go for, where they're like going on to locations that have like memories so that they have
yeah.
something to talk about basically. I think it's a
Yeah.
good strategy.
Yeah, definitely.
And then where do they go next?
They end up in a bookstore, and I wrote in all caps, Jimin always goes on the best dates. I love every single date Jimin has been on. Bookstores. Bookstores are great.
Yeah, but it's like a comic book store / like illustration bookstore. It's not like words only books. It's all.
I think they might have
artsy.
some. I think it's like a full range. Like I think,
Ooh.
but they focus on the more artistic books because of
Okay.
who he is.
There was a lot of artistic books,
Yes,
and like
there are a lot of books.
you know,
Love books.
manga like books,
Mm-hmm.
kind of comic books.
Yeah.
At one point, he's gonna ask her like, "Do you like Marvel?" So I don't know if they also had Marvel stuff there. When he asked about Marvel, she was just like, "I watched Spider-Man once," which I took to be she's not that into Marvel.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Although Spider-Man is the best, so maybe
Okay.
she didn't specify whether she liked the Spider-Man though. She just said, "I watched
That's
it."
true. And there's so many Spider-Men to pick from. Like who even knows if she watched a good one?
Oh, I mean, they're all good. Some of them are a little outdated at this point, but they all were good in their time, in my opinion.
I don't know about that third one from the first trilogy,
Oh.
but okay.
It was different, but still funny, in like a this is kind of goofy way.
It is the only Spider-Man with a jazz dance sequence or whatever. So yeah, okay.
It's a silly time. Yeah, Hushin is into like the art books of like famous painters.
Mm-hmm. And he's all like, maybe one day there will be a book of my work up here.
Oh yeah, and the one thing Jimin seemed to show interest in was like a manga looking book series.
Oh yeah, there's a really famous TV series based off of that.
Oh,
And there's actually a couple. Like it's been redone in different languages, and they've made a couple of them, and it's very
Mm.
popular. So it's like that's one of those things that like most people I feel like in Korea have heard of at least.
Oh, okay. So it's pretty mainstream, like it
Yeah.
not that impressive that she would be into that, you
I
know.
mean, it depends on what you find impressive, I guess, but it's
Okay.
a pretty well-known like romancy story. So
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
that's the kind of vibe.
She does say this is fun at some point in this, but do you think how much fun do you think Jimin was having at the
I
bookstore?
can't be objective about a bookstore date
Okay.
because I think that would be the funnest. But
Yeah. We're gonna get into like Jimin is gonna say like she's having her most fun when she's just like forming relationships with people.
Mhm.
So in that sense, I think she's having a good time. Like she's getting to know.
Yeah, this is a great place to get to know him, considering the
Hushin,
types of
yeah.
books they look at, and
Yeah.
can share interests and stuff.
But you know, is this something she would ever do by herself? I don't think so. That's the
Maybe not.
that's at least the vibe I got. This wasn't
Okay.
necessarily would not be her first pick of activities. Hushin gets to show off his art knowledge a little though,
hmm
talking about he'll look at one piece of art and he'll know like the history of the decisions the painter made
Yeah,
while
yeah.
making it. Yeah, but then they sit down to take a break, and Jimin starts pulling out the fun questions. He
Yeah.
says, "When are you most joyful?" Just in general.
He's just like, I've never even thought of something like that. What
Yeah,
are you
I
talking
never thought
about?
about it, and then he never gives his answer. I was like, "Oh,
Never gives an answer.
that's no fun." Does this feel like I don't think this actually came up in the scene, but this feels like something she would have asked Mingyu on their date.
Yeah. It feels like a good like question she has in her stable when she's getting to know somebody,
Yeah. I think Mingyu would have had an answer to this.
Yeah, he would have been like, when I'm sick home alone on my
Yeah, was that what
birthday."
is this the question that inspired him to tell that story?
Maybe.
Well, I'm most joyful when I'm sick and then no one can make me come outside. And Jimin answers the question by saying, forming relationships with people makes her the most
Yes.
happy.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be eating delicious food, but she's matured and
Yes.
has a better answer now. Okay. And then it's time to get dinner.
Yes.
Yo.
And they go to like this really cool hip bar or whatever, and it's actually like the cameras are all outside, kind of zoomed in on them at like the window of the place because it's like really busy.
Yeah.
And it's really loud in there, so sometimes when they're trying to talk they have to like whisper in each other's ears. That's cute.
Yeah.
But eventually they go upstairs for actual dinner, and it's quiet and normal up there.
Yeah. Before they get there though, there's this weird back and forth about like what kind of food they want to eat. Were you following this? I couldn't tell if this was like a thing or there was just like basic conversation.
Oh yeah, she was like trying to figure out where they were gonna go for dinner, and she's like, I think she wanted Korean food, and he's like, but I already picked a place, so too bad.
Yeah. And it's Western food.
Yeah.
Okay. But they kept talking about it like I couldn't tell if like she was trying to convince him to like switch the restaurant. I don't know what was going on.
I think she was maybe trying to do that, but also trying to like this is her more playful side coming out. Like if he's not gonna tell her where they're going, then she's gonna be like, oh well, we should go somewhere else, and
okay.
She was playing in that space a little bit, I think.
Okay. While they're in the crowded area though, where it's loud, she says, "Oppa, do you fall in love at first sight?" And then Hushin says, "Everyone falls in love at first sight," which is a weird answer to that question to me. I'm gonna speak on behalf of everyone right now.
Yeah.
Literally everyone falls in love at first sight. And then Jimin just says, "I think I fall in love as I get to know someone as time passes."
I think he's just stated that like he thinks everybody like looks are really important to everybody, like it's the first step to fall.
Oh, that's how you interpret that? You
that's
think
how
it's a looks thing. I was thinking maybe he was like, yeah, I believe in love at first sight, but he was trying to make it be like not a big deal. It's like everybody does that though. It's like, I'm not weird because I believe that. I don't know. I did not immediately associate that with looks thing.
Oh, well, I mean, what else do you got to go on based on love at first sight? It's literally like that person is attractive. I love them.
I guess so. Yeah. What else could you be going off of? I guess that's a fair assessment. Also the way she says like, I think I fall in love as I get to know someone as time passes, as if to say like she has fallen in love before. over a long period of time, right? Like that's the only way she would know that, right?
Yeah, theoretically. I
Or
mean,
just
she
like
could
a
just be.
hypothetically, I haven't fallen in love yet, but that's how I think I'll do it.
It could be either. You
Okay.
know. Yeah.
All right. And then I think she has to whisper that part in his ear because it's just too loud. It wasn't like a
Yeah. Was not a
yeah.
good place for talking.
When she did it, it looked like she's like telling him a secret, like
Hmm.
kind of situation. But I think she was just repeating what she said.
Yeah.
Okay. And then eventually they get to go up to a quiet table, and they get the pasta that looks like wheels, so not Korean food.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then Jimin is just like, we should try making this, like the fancy pasta that looks like
Yeah,
wheels.
yeah.
But did she mean like, hey, Hushin, you and I should try making this? Or did she mean like, hey, we should try making this at the house?
I think she meant you and I should try making this at the house.
Oh, okay. I watched it a couple times and I couldn't really tell if it was like you and me personally, like she's trying to set up another date, or is it just like, hey, this would be a fun thing to do with everybody at the house? Okay.
Mm.
Hushin does not seem that excited about making wheel pasta though.
Maybe he doesn't realize that he has to cook in the house and that's a rule. Maybe he hasn't seen the rule.
Oh,
yet.
maybe. Or maybe he thinks she's saying like, yeah, everybody at the house should try it. He's not taking
maybe.
it as like a you and me thing.
Although he does take some time to come up with what I think is like a punny name for the pasta or something, I think.
Yeah. They have a weird back and forth. And it gets into talking about cows, so I didn't write it down.
Fair. I just also didn't write it down, but he put some effort into a food pun, I guess, is the
Okay.
point.
And then weirdly, despite having the shortest hair in the house, Sarah,
Mm-hmm.
Hushin says this is the longest his hair has ever been.
So I guess normally he shaves it all off or has
or it's like a buzz
real
cut or something.
buzz cut.
It's pretty
Yeah.
short. Yeah.
It's pretty short, yeah.
His hair right now is like what my hair is probably when I get a haircut.
Mm.
Uh
But she likes his short hair.
yeah. Well,
So
she says,
yeah.
I like it when men cut their hair short. I think it seems more manly.
yes. And then she's like asks him if he likes short hair and says something about like, oh well, I guess if like she looks like IU, it probably doesn't matter how short her hair is. And he's like, yeah, I don't even care if she's bald.
Oh, it was like for a specific person though, like a
yeah.
K-pop
Well,
person?
she brings up IU, who is a singer.
Oh,
I think he's speaking more broadly, but she's just like, yeah, IU, who's hot.
Yeah. Because when she asked him, do you like women with short hair? I was like, you might as well just be saying, do you like Jihyun? Because she's the only one with short hair in the house. And then I didn't really pick up this IU talk. And then at some point he says, I don't care even if they're bald.
Yeah.
And he says there in the translation. So yeah, I think you're right. It's not specifically talking about this one person.
Yeah.
It's he's saying it broadly. Okay. And then but then this inspires him to ask her, do you think you're pretty?
And she says she only thought about it a couple of times. And he's like, you're a liar who lies. I forget exactly what he says, but he's just
he just said
I don't
liar,
believe
but...
you.
Yeah. Not that she's thought a few times in her life that she was pretty, is how she says it. And then he says liar, yeah. Which it would be at least my mental reaction. I don't know if I would have said that out loud.
Yeah.
Then,
but also it's a very weird question to ask someone, like, do you think you're pretty? Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, how low exactly is your self-esteem?
But I think Hushin was just setting himself up again because he wanted to say, you are pretty again, which is what he says.
Well, he could have been like, you're pretty. I wouldn't care if you were bald. Bam. There you go. Don't have to, like, trigger any insecurities about how she feels about herself.
I mean, he kind of said that by saying universally he didn't care.
I guess.
But yeah, he starts this date by saying, you're pretty. And he ends the date by saying, you're pretty.
At least the part we see, anyway.
Yeah. And yeah, that's all we see.
Yeah.
They both seem to have fun, right?
Yeah, seems like a good time.
All right. And this time around, though, at the end of each date, I wrote down to ask you, are you buying them as a couple?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I want to say no. But it's only based on my judgment that, like, I think the more natural Jimin is the playful kind.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how she would want to be. But I don't know if that's for sure.
Yeah.
So I thought she seemed more playful with Mingyu.
And I also think, like, some of the times where, like, she's like, what makes you most happy? And he's like, oh, it's just like, forming relationships. And the part where she's like, do you fall in love at first sight? And he's like, everybody does. And she's like, no, I actually need
Except
to
for me.
know somebody. Like, yeah, like I feel like there's a disconnect sort of in their dating vibe there.
Yeah, I agree. It's like they really just didn't line up several times, it seemed.
Yeah.
Um
And she doesn't like snails, so,
yeah,
there's
that's
no
true.
future there.
Is not liking snails a deal breaker for this guy?
I don't know. We'll have to find out.
If he had to choose his snail over a girl,
I
who's he picking?
want him to move his snail into the house. I just need to see how everyone reacts to the snail. now.
In the signal house. Okay.
Yeah. Just be like,
Yeah.
here is my luggage, here is my snail. Ooh, that would have
Yeah.
been great if it had arrived early and they're like, what the fuck is this snail all about?
Did you get to the point in Heart Signal 2 where somebody just brought their dog?
No.
They had a dog the rest of the season. It
Huh.
was a little small poofy dog.
Mhm.
But yeah. So it's not out of the question. It could happen.
Hey, maybe we'll see Bread.
Or we see
Bread
Bong.
the dog.
Bong, yeah. Still a solid date though.
Yeah.
And then the second part of this question is, would this date get a second date if this was like the real world and not a TV show?
I think probably not.
Probably not.
Because
Okay.
yeah, they don't like connect on those levels already, I think.
Okay. I said probably yes.
Okay.
Just because they just had fun. Like I don't know
Okay.
if. Do you think Hushin would be good with a second date? I think.
I think he would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think it comes down to whether Jimin would want it or not. And because she just likes having fun and getting to know people, I
That's
feel like
fair.
if she didn't have any other guys lined up, why wouldn't you?
Okay, yeah. That's
Yeah.
fair.
But she's on a dating show and there are other options. So I would suspect that she would be more interested in other people
Mhm.
on the show.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we'll see. All right. Good first date. Let's go.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Next is Jumi and Jiwon.
Yumi and Jiwon. Part 2.
It is already dark when they meet up.
Oh, yeah.
He is apparently coming straight to this date from work because we know he's been on call overnight and at the hospital for like 36 hours or something. And
Yeah.
he comes straight for this date.
Yeah, I was trying to map out the real time.
Yeah, I think we have
Of
these dates
this-
over 2 days based on
Yeah.
things people say at the end.
This date we think is Wednesday. So he's like,
Yeah.
he's had his overnight shift that ended at like 6. And I think we find
Mhm.
out their date started at like 8.
Yeah.
Okay. But then I think like 2 of the dates are happening today on Wednesday and 2 of the dates are on Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay. We're on the same page. We figured this out. We get clues later when all the dates are over as to like
Yeah,
when these
yeah.
dates might be. Yeah.
Because it gets oddly competitive about who was out the latest or who spent the longest time on a date for no real reason.
Hey, gotta be competitive about something. They're literally competitively dating, so
That's true.
there has to be some
Fair enough.
form of measurement. They're gonna high five when they get there.
Mm-hmm.
But Jumi, I would not have noticed this if the host didn't say anything. But Jumi, like, actually, like, when she goes in for the high five, she kind of like clasps her fingers,
Uh-huh.
you know? But
Yeah.
but I feel like Jiwon probably just wasn't prepared for this and didn't
Mhm.
like close his hand.
A
So it was
little
was a little
awkward,
weird.
but
yeah.
yeah.
But the hosts were like, "Oh,
Ooh,
Jumi."
they clasped
Jumi was
hands.
really into it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because she was going for the clasp hands. Fortunately, Ji-won was able to sleep at the hospital because there weren't many patients towards the end of his shift. So
Yes.
he's gotten some rest. And yeah, I don't think he even went back to the house. It was just like work. Maybe he went home and then
Yeah.
to his house and then came right to this.
Mm-hmm.
And they are meeting at the restaurant where they're going to eat, which is
Yes.
like, it's a pretty cool atmosphere, I think. It's like high up in a building and they're like right next
Yeah,
to
and
the window.
Big windows where you have an overlook of like the city. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And Jiwon does not know about Hushin at all. At
Oh,
this
that's
point.
right. He still hasn't met him. The guy who is technically now his roommate.
Yeah. Jumi is like, "Oh, do you think the new person is like a man or a woman?" And Jiwon thinks it's a man, but tells her like not to tell him. Like,
Yeah.
for some reason he doesn't want to know. Yeah, I feel like I would want to know. Why
I
not?
think he just doesn't want to talk about another guy on their date.
That's true.
He's just
Well,
like,
more
who gives a
information.
fuck about the new guy? Pay
I
attention
mean,
to
yeah, maybe he's
me."
worried he's gonna get freaked out by it. But
Oh,
I mean,
maybe.
if you don't really care, if it's not gonna like change how you're gonna act on the date, I feel like more information is just more information. Might as well.
No. On the date, you focus on your date. Don't think about other
I guess
people,
maybe it's
you
more of
know?
like showing her that he doesn't care about other people right now.
Yeah.
I guess that's fair. Okay, good move. I guess he calls her Nuna.
Yes.
We don't get a lot of Nuna action on these shows that often.
That's true. And she like calls it out. She's like, "Oh, it's so weird that you call me Nuna." I guess she's
Yeah.
not like used to it.
I think this is something that one of the listeners expressed to us, which is like something I theorized where
Women don't like to be reminded that they're the older person in the
it's
relationship.
like not only is it like women are usually looking to date older guys, but even when they do date younger guys, they like don't like when that younger guy points out that they're older.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the Nuna thing is cute.
Yeah, I
like
think it's
it.
cute too. To me, it's just like it feels the same as Oppa, where the Oppa is cute. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same to me, but yeah, different cultures.
Yeah. So when she's like, "Oh, it's weird that you call me that," he's like, "Oh, well, should I just drop the honorifics because I don't really like him anyway?" She's like, "No, wait, try it, I guess." And then he says one thing, and she's like, "No, I can't handle it. Stop."
I thought he didn't even. Did he even say anything? I thought he like didn't even say
I thought
anything.
he got like the smallest bit of words out, and she's just like, "No, I can stop it. Nope,
Yeah.
nope. Honorifics, please." Which I don't know what that. Maybe it's just.
But what
I
I'm
don't know.
confused is but like saying Nuna is using the honorifics, correct?
Yeah.
So like she like doesn't want Nuna, but she does still want honorifics.
Well, there's like Nuna's like a closer honorific.
Like,
Like theoretically, you could use like it could be Jumishi. Like that's an ending that goes on the end.
Yeah, but then you have to
which
say
is
her
an
name.
honorifics.
You
Yeah.
have to say her name though. Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's what the hosts were suggesting, just saying her name. But okay, I was a little confused about that.
But yeah, there are like other ways to be respectful and not remind her that she's older.
I think this means something though, because I took this as like, oh, even though she told Jiwon on their previous date, like, I'm open to dating younger people now, like, but she wasn't before. I
yeah.
really get the vibe that she
Maybe
would
she's
much
not.
rather date an older guy from this, because like when she was talking to Mingyu and Mingyu was using the honorifics, she was the one like insisting that they do not use them.
Yeah.
So it's not that she's uncomfortable with using casual speech. It's just she's uncomfortable when the guy is younger than her. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that might be it.
Yeah. There's something inconsistent with how Jumi is treating the guys.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's age and not anything else to do with Jiwon that she's saying that.
I would agree.
Also, I wrote this down. This is probably my negative Jumi radar
Okay.
right here.
Uh-huh.
But it seemed like Jumi was a bit annoyed that she had to wait at the restaurant for a little while. But then she says to Jiwon, like, but once I found out it was you, I wasn't upset because I realized how busy you are, basically, is what she said. But I think she would have been annoyed if it like wasn't Jiwon.
I think that's fair, So you want somebody to show up when they say they're going to show up or are supposed to show up.
I mean, I guess. I don't know the guy could be waiting on like the cameraman to get ready. There's like a lot of factors that aren't in this scenario that like aren't just on the guy.
Yeah. That's true. Even still, she's willing to give him some extra leeway because he's got that busy job and has zero time.
I guess she must.
Normal person.
I think Jumi though in general is just like she talks about how she's always thinking about work, and she's like a little bit antsy of a person. It seems like I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like if you go on this show and you're gonna go have a fun time dating people, like you shouldn't really be stressing out about like whether people are on time for a TV show, but. Like, I don't know. That's how I feel.
Okay. I guess it's true that like filming a show is probably a lot of hurry up and wait.
It's way different
to get
than
things ready.
IRL dating, yeah. Oh well, this is what set up the talking about the honorifics. I think this is kind of also interesting because Jumi says, "Have you gone on blind dates?"
Oh yeah, and he's like, "At my age, of course I've gone on blind dates."
And she's like, "I guess you are 28." And then Jiwon immediately says, "I'm not a baby." I'm not a wee little baby.
I mean, he is the youngest guy on the cast right now, so
Yeah. I feel like I don't know. I guess I don't know exactly how he said that, like what tone, but it feels like
hmm
something you say when like you feel like Jumi is treating you
yeah, yeah.
like you're
You're
like
younger,
you're
yeah.
really young, and
hmm
he's like, I'm not actually that young, you know. So I don't know. I get the sense that maybe like Jiwon took her for her word on the last date, but then on this date, like maybe he's seeing like, oh, she's not actually as open
Mm,
to this as I thought she was, kind of thing.
yeah. And they do kind of like end up talking about work in a way where, well, she's not a doctor, she's a cool lawyer. Um, that's like a similarly intense job where like the first couple years are just like all you do is work and it's kind of hellish and you just have to get through that time and then it gets better theoretically.
Hmm.
And so like she's already gone through that and he's like just at the beginning of he's like 10 years and then I'm free and I'm like that is too long to be miserable, but okay.
We said the internship was only 1 year, but then
Yeah, he's got like 10 years of work until,
yeah,
he has some
there's
freedom,
other
I guess.
challenges. Yeah,
So she's like encouraging him, like, yeah, you can do it. You're at the beginning of all the crap, but sure. And it feels very much like,
like a mentor
yeah,
kind of vibe.
exactly.
Yeah,
Which is not necessarily what you want on your date, but
yeah,
I think that like adds into the whole because not only is she older, but that has led to her being further along in these kinds of experiences, in her life.
yeah. That's also the sense I got. I feel bad for Mumu the lion and the rest of Korea
Why?
because they were really shipping the Jiwon and Jumi.
Oh,
Relationship.
okay. Yeah, that's right. Well,
There's still
maybe
time, I guess.
there's still time.
We're not seeing it, but I'm biased. But even Sarah is agreeing with me, which I feel like means
Well,
something.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
But I think like maybe this part of the date is particularly this way. Some later parts of the date feel a little bit more relaxed and fun, and maybe that changes her mind. I don't know
A little bit.
exactly.
All right, let's get to it then. They go for a walk,
hmm
and I just wrote they take pictures, and they are cute together. Nothing big on this walk. What do you have?
Well, yeah, it's like a cool overlook area where you can see the river and a lot of like the night view, and there's a cool like traditional looking Korean. I want to call it a pavilion. I don't know what a proper word for it would be, but
Yeah,
yeah, they look real cute. They're taking pictures of each other. It's a nice time.
yeah, they're definitely cute together. Both seem to be having a good time.
Yeah.
But then they're gonna go to a wine bar.
Yes.
Yeah. This is probably where I was like, oh man, they would have to this is awkward for me.
I think that's like how
can
most of
get
these
food.
dates end in a way where
Yeah,
it
they
is
all kinda end
drinking
that way.
oriented.
Even the one other person who doesn't drink had to go
Yeah.
to a wine bar.
Hey, if she could make it,
It
work,
works.
you could make it work.
Yeah, I can make it work. I feel for the people that had to plan around me, or if they even bothered to.
Yeah, I think they wouldn't bother to.
Just they wouldn't bother to. Oh, did I feel a certain way about that?
Well, if the person who was hoping you'd pick them didn't bother to, then you
Yeah.
should feel a certain way about
Yeah, what if we get back and everybody says what they did on the date, and like the date was like very obviously had nothing to do
It's
with
like
the
we
things
went
I
to this
wasn't into.
vegan restaurant.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
went like on this outdoor activity. Yeah. Then you'd be like, oh, it's me
that-
you're into. I
Yeah,
see.
there you go. Yeah, so they go to the wine bar. Jiwon wants to know, when was the moment your perception of me changed? Is this a question that's being sparked from his feeling that maybe, because he doesn't specify like what kind of change.
hmm
Like I don't know if he's meaning like a negative change or a positive change or what he's going for, but it seems like maybe he's feeling something, and that's why he's asking this question.
Yeah. I would agree. And she says twice, and the first time is when he revealed his age, which seems
Yep.
accurate.
Yep.
But then the second time is when they were just taking pictures of each other. And so maybe like it's flipped back around now, She's like, oh,
that's
he's
how you took
younger,
that.
But
She does not explain it, so I was like, I don't know what that means.
yeah.
But then Jiwon's reaction when she finishes saying the things is like,
hmm
okay, like not a really like big reaction at all.
Yeah.
And that felt to me like, oh, those didn't feel like good answers. That's kind of
Mm.
how I took it. And then I also felt like Jumi usually makes a lot of eye contact, but when she was explaining the two things that made her change perception of him, I feel like she really was not looking at him when she said that. And
Yeah.
I don't know
Okay.
necessarily that means anything, but she seemed a
Yeah.
little off when she was saying that.
Mm-hmm.
as if like maybe she didn't want to say anything like
Mm,
that would
yeah.
make him like her too much or give the wrong impression, or I don't know. That's about it though, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sarah, are you buying them as a couple?
Probably not.
Probably not. Yep. I agree. I'm
I
sorry. I'm
mean,
sorry, all of Korea.
it depends on what she meant by this time at the pavilion, like taking pictures changed her opinion of him. Maybe it swung back around and we didn't have enough time to see that like in their interactions.
Yeah.
But based on the first part of the date, it feels like she's not so comfortable with his age.
Yeah. And we really don't know. Okay, so we can just spoil the texting at the end of this episode right now.
Uh-huh.
Because every single person is just going to text the person they went on a date with.
Yes, but
Which-
Jumi goes on 2 dates, so
So like
That's
you're
more
saying, there is
interesting.
that hope there for these two because they did text each other, but in the same way that like you just kind of it could just be like they just text each other because they went on a date.
yeah.
And that's, I don't think like they really spent much time with anybody over the last 2 days besides the people they went on dates with. So
Yeah,
if
that's
you get a
fair.
text that night, it's not, I don't know. I don't think these texts necessarily mean a bunch.
Well, she
Although
doesn't even
Jumi-
text him. She texts
Oh
Young.
yeah, she doesn't text him. Oh, I'm very sorry, all of Korea. It's over.
Hey, she has flipped around on who she's texted multiple times. She's
I was-
not a Jimin with a sole focus on one guy, you know? So
That's true.
there's potential.
Yeah.
But right now,
But if she
probably
ever not text, well, the thing is, Jumi actually had to choose who to text because she's going on 2 dates.
Right.
And what's the timeline here, though? I think she is dating Gyaore second, so it would be more recent.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's a
So,
little bit
you know,
advantage for Gyaore.
Maybe it's hard to tell based on,
Okay.
her pick.
There's hope here. I'm not seeing it, but I guess there's hope. If this was a second date IRL, though, or would this get a second date IRL if this was the first date?
Ooh, but it is a second date. But they did have so much fun on their first date, I felt like.
Even at the other first date, though, if you want to say the other date was the first date, would they get a second date IRL?
I think from the first date, the other date, I think yes. Like it seemed like they had a really good time. This time, maybe not.
Yeah. I think after this date, I would say no. Maybe Jumi would still be like, oh, this is the first time I'm dating a younger guy. Let's give it another chance.
Mm-hmm.
Go on the second date. But I don't know. I think this would be the end of the line for Jumi.
I think it also depends on like different people's objectives when they're dating. Because like
Oh, for
sometimes
sure. Yeah.
people are dating like, just have some fun. And some people are like, no, serious time. Got to find somebody. Let's go. And if she's in that mode, then definitely not. But if she's more like, let's just see what happens, then maybe.
Jumi seems like somebody to me that would probably end things faster and just get back to thinking about work. Whereas like Jimin and I think might just have fun and go on another date.
Yeah.
More likely. Okay. Still a fun and cute date to watch though.
Definitely.
Everybody's good on these dates so far.
Yeah, I agree.
Who's on this third date of the episode?
It is Ji-young and Mingyu. And I wrote they are both
Mm.
adorable little beans. Just adorable.
Little what?
Little beans. They're
Little
just adorable
beans.
little beans. I don't know. They just look
I don't
so
know.
cute.
Mingyu's pretty tall.
He's still a little bean. I don't know. He's got an adorable face. He looks younger than he is. They both look young and cute.
I am excited for this one.
Yes.
They both seem very happy to see each other when Mingyu turns the corner. on the
Steve
street.
seems really shocked that it's him, though.
I guess so, yeah. I yeah, you did kind of point out that maybe she thought it was Hushin. I don't know.
But
I
well, he
almost
even
would have to go
confirms with
rewatch
her.
it.
He's like, "Oh, so you picked the gift not knowing it was me?" And she's like, "Yeah, you're right."
Okay. All right.
Because I think also he's trying to figure out why she's not Jimin. Like he was like, "I gave that girl a hint. Why didn't she pick my
Yeah.
gift?"
Well, I mean, if Mingyu knew that somebody else got a scent related thing, he'd be like, "Oh, okay. At least my thing worked." But
yeah,
he
yeah.
thought like, "Oh, this would be the only scent related gift, so I should be
Yeah.
good." Yeah, that's interesting to me that you're pointing this out now. Yeah, how does Jiyeon text Mingyu but now she wants to go on a date with Hushin? Like, what happened? Or she was just like too embarrassed to text Hushin without really getting to know him or something?
Yeah, like she might
Maybe.
like think of the first night when like Jimin just texted some emojis, like because nobody knew what to say, right? Like
Yeah.
when they met this guy for like 20 minutes where they just sat there and stared at him and wouldn't tell him their names, like it's kind of hard to come up with a text for that guy. So
Okay.
yeah.
But Jiyeon is also going to say, like, the way Mingyu acted when Hushin came to the house was, like, the first time she saw Mingyu as like a funny guy or something, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And like, maybe that's what got her to text him that night. Like,
Oh, yeah, maybe.
but then something happened in her mind where she was like, you know what? I want to go today with Hushin. But I don't, yeah, okay.
I don't know.
That's interesting. All right. She's going to call him Oppa.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Ooh, they're going downstairs and she's in heels and going a little slow, and he does the cool
Yes.
tall guy move where he like slows his
Oh.
pace so that way it matches hers.
Absolutely clutches up right here. She's going like extra slow though, because it's like stairs and high heels.
Yeah.
We also get a little bit of what the women chose to wear in the weather. Mingyu,
Yeah.
it's less of a conversation, and Mingyu just says, "You must be cold. You're dressed up pretty today." Just says it in one statement.
Yep. Straight to the point.
Doesn't wait for her to the back and forth. And then when they're walking, she's gonna like hold his sleeve.
Yes.
Now, is this for balance, or maybe Mingyu started walking too fast, or
I assumed it was for balance because I think she does say like she doesn't wear heels often, or these heels were particularly giving her trouble or something.
okay.
But it might also just be an excuse to touch his arm.
It could be that too. Yeah, you never know. The hosts on these shows are like all about elbow touches. I think this has come up on like multiple of these Korean dating shows.
Yeah.
But I couldn't tell if this was a more of like I'm in heels and need balance kind of situation or not.
Yeah, that's how I took it.
But she wasn't uncomfortable with grabbing his arm. So that's good.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then they're going to go to a restaurant where Mingyu knows the owner.
Yeah, like he's a regular. He's always at this
Yeah, at
place.
first I thought it was like his friend, but it's like, no, he just goes to this restaurant so often that they know him. And it's like this little small, it almost looks like somebody's house where they like kind of converted part of the first floor to a very small 2 tables or 1 table restaurant, because they're actually going to be like 2 dogs in this, this restaurant.
And it's like off the beaten path, like she's been in this area before and she's never seen this place, so like it's
okay,
like a little hidden secret.
Yeah. When I found out the 2 dogs were going to be at this restaurant, though, I was thinking, oh, did he maybe plan this date for Jimin?
I mean, 100% he planned this date for Jimin. That's who we wanted to go the whole time.
Dude, this guy's trying to hack the TV show and just barely missed because of Hushin's gift messed him up. Come on.
Yep. Oh, maybe they're gonna have beef, you know? He's just always gonna be like, that Hushin guy, and Hushin's just gonna be completely oblivious to it.
Nah. He literally like noticed Jimin being into G1, was like, this is a positive thing. This is only good for me. Mingyu says he's nervous. I thought I'd feel comfortable since I come here often, but he's still nervous. And Mingyu does remember that she doesn't eat spicy food.
Yes.
I think this is actually where I started thinking about it, because it seems like with her allergy and she doesn't like spicy food and she doesn't really drink, like Ji-yeon is like the closest representation of difficulty to plan a date.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I got worried, like, oh, does he not remember that she
can't have gluten?
doesn't have flour? It's not gluten. It's like, well, I guess maybe those things go hand in hand, but because they're gonna order some food.
But then like food's gonna come out immediately, and she's like, what is this?
What
we
just
didn't order
happened?
this. And he's like, oh, I kind of called earlier and ordered some things.
Yeah. So then I got really worried that he didn't remember that she's allergic to flour.
Well, also, not only that, he theoretically at the time he didn't know who he was meeting
when he ordered ahead.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He should have ordered ahead under the possibility that it could be Ji-yeon.
Oh no, he's definitely.
You don't think he did?
Super focused on Jimin.
Do you think? Because the food that they showed, it all did seem like it wouldn't have flour. Like they had like eggplant, and then they had some sort of like spinach pasta instead of wheat pasta.
Well, that they might have made like an amendment, like when they got there, you know. Like I mean, the restaurant still would have had to have been able to accommodate it, but like,
oh yeah, I guess the restaurant didn't
mean
plan
something
it
he ordered
in
ahead
advance.
again. Yeah,
I guess you could just get there and be like, hey, all that stuff I ordered, like, can you do it without flour? I don't know. We didn't get to see how this went down, but I was worried.
I was more focused on the fact that he's like asking her how they went about picking the gifts because like
Oh
clearly
yeah.
he's trying to figure out why
This guy
Jimin
needs
didn't
the
pick his.
information. He wants all the secrets.
But the food arrives before she can answer and
Yeah.
totally like disrupts this question, and he doesn't ask it again, so he never gets to the bottom of this.
Does he not find out later? Yeah. I don't think it comes
Well,
up on the date.
theoretically, like when everybody meets up the next day and they're all in the kitchen together or whatever, theoretically he figures it out then.
I'm sure he
but-
gets it eventually, but he wanted it sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are gonna be mirroring each other in like a cuter way than I guess Jimin and Hushin were. Like Jimin and Hushin were like
Yeah.
tapping the table as if like
They were
kind of
really
looking like they
nervous.
were nervous or bored or couldn't figure out what to say. But these two are like looking at the menu and they're like touching their chin and mouth and like tapping with their fingers in the same way,
Mhm. Yeah, much
which
cuter.
is cuter to watch. And this is where the host really pointed out as if it's a big deal, which I don't know if this is a means something in terms of the edit of the show and where this is going or not. But
Oh, maybe.
and then the waitress comes over and she says something like, I think she says like, "Oh, you must know each other well," like the
Mhm.
waitress and Mingyu.
Yeah.
And then she says, the waitress says, "He's a customer I like, but we're not that close." Is this something she just said because like Mingyu was on a date and
I
she didn't
think
want like the
so.
wrong impression?
yeah, I think that's what it was.
Because I feel like that was like kind of the vibe that Jian was giving off. Because then when the waitress like takes their order and leaves, Jian like compliments the waitress and is like saying her hair was cute or something.
Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
was she like jealous in this moment? I couldn't tell what this was.
Maybe just fishing to see his response to like.
I guess. Doesn't it? What does he
I
say? He
don't
says
know.
something like, "Oh, I think she did something cute because she knew the cameras were going to be on." Or
Oh
something
yeah,
like that.
That's
Yeah.
what he said.
I couldn't tell what vibe Jian was giving off here.
Ooh, eventually, she does tell him though that he has pretty eyes. So
Ooh, yeah.
there's some complimenting there.
And the theme of this date overall is like basically Mingyu is showing her like these cool spots he likes to go to,
Mhm.
and it's more about like what Mingyu is into is like kind of the
Yeah.
theme. That's what a lot of the theme of these dates are.
Mhm.
I think the first thing they get is eggplant, and
Yes.
Jian's like response to eating it is like, "This is totally my style. It's tasty." Like I don't know if this is just something that Jian says or if it's actually like meaningful that she's saying this. Like, you know,
Yeah,
like saying something's totally my style is like not something I would say unless
I think she says
it
it
was really
a couple
meaningful.
other times. Like she said it before too about something. I forget
okay.
what it was. Like that's I think her way of expressing like, oh, I really like this. So
Okay.
I don't think it's insignificant. It's just her particular.
Okay. I'm trying to get to the
word
bottom
choice.
of like the genuineness of like how much they like each other's tastes, not just with food, but with
Mhm.
like the music they're gonna do.
Oh, yeah.
And they did seem to legitimately both like animes and animated
Mm-hmm.
movies and stuff.
Yeah.
That seemed like something they said to each other and they agreed on. But this other stuff is a little like she's just saying, "Oh yes, this is my style," it's or whatever, and then the hosts are being like, "Wow, they have so much in common," or whatever, something like that. So I can't tell if like they're actually agreeing that.
I think she's
Oh, they
being
are
genuine,
match-
you
if she-
know? Like
Like I don't think she. Yeah, I
I
don't,
don't think she's just
lying.
being agreeable. Like I think
I don't think
she
she's lying,
does.
but could she be exaggerating or a little bit? I don't know. Or are they just only
maybe.
showing every time she says that she likes likes
that might
yeah.
be it.
Okay. I don't know. I think this date is going to go really, really well, but that's the
Yeah.
one caveat of like, okay, maybe this isn't. And now that you mentioned the Hushin stuff, I'm a little worried now. That
I mean,
maybe-
my one caveat is really like he expected to go on this date with Jimin.
Oh, that too. But he also said he wanted to go on a date with Jian.
That is true.
And he texted Jian. Didn't these two text each other last?
No,
No.
I think she texted him, but I think he still texted Jimin.
But there was some. I think
Yes,
you're right. Yeah.
he texted Jimin. And
Oh, what it was
Jian
is he
texted
told
Mingyu.
his friend that he did want to go on a date with Jian. So I think this was definitely at least his backup
Yes.
girl. You know,
Yes.
would he have been disappointed if Jumi was his date?
Um,
Worst
don't know.
case scenario, but how disappointed would he be?
I think just a slightly more disappointed than he is to not be on a
okay.
date with Jimin. Because like
Okay.
he did spend some time like Like he stayed up late to help her wash all those dishes, he's at
Yeah.
least like trying to connect to everybody, like I
Yeah.
think he's
It's
smart
a
enough
pretty
to know he has
basic.
to put in some time with everybody,
It's
right?
a pretty basic good guy move, so I don't know if it necessarily means a lot, but I just remember when Jumi got home or came downstairs when Jimin and Mingyu like made dinner, and I feel like
Hmm.
Mingyu was picking up the awkwardness of the Jumi
Oh, that
vibes.
is true.
So I don't know if that's like their most
That
recent
might have
interaction. He
changed
might not be
things.
that
You're right. You're
excited.
right. Yeah.
Okay. Mingyu seems very embarrassed. Look at her, right? But she's looking at him a lot.
Yeah, I feel like that's just him though.
That's
Like
just him in general, yeah.
he's not a big eye
This
contact
this
guy,
will come up again. This will come up again later.
Yeah. Ooh, when they're in the car on the way to the next part of the date, she's like, "Oh, your gift, it smells really good." And he's just like, "Oh yeah, I wanted you to think of me anytime you smell it." And then he gets real embarrassed that he said that, but she didn't fully hear it and makes him repeat it. And he's just like,
she
"I want you to think of me when you smell it." And I'm
I
like,
think
that's so funny how embarrassed he got, but also that's a lie. You wanted Jimin to think of you when she smelled it.
I guess so. I mean, whoever gets it,
Yeah, but
it's not a
like
lie, but yeah, he's
I
not.
just feel like every part of this date he picked out specifically thinking about Jimin,
Okay. Yeah, I don't think she didn't hear him. I think she just wanted him to say it again.
Also probably true.
Mingyu, my dude, though. This is me right here. Once I find a place I like, I keep going back there.
Yeah.
He's been going to this like small little restaurant for like 7 to 8 years. He said,
Yes.
"This is totally my style."
Hmm.
And then he seems very pleased that Jian seems to like the restaurant.
Hmm.
Seemed like he was really nervous about that. And it was like a weight off his
Yeah.
shoulders that they liked his favorite restaurant, essentially.
Yeah.
And then when she says, "Your eyes are so pretty" to him,
Hmm.
the hosts are gonna like tease Mingyu a little bit about how like he doesn't say back like, "Oh, your eyes are pretty too" or something, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
he doesn't reciprocate it. And then also there's a moment where like because it was cold outside, at least that's what they're saying is like their hands were like both getting red. Or she
Oh
was saying
yeah.
like my hands are red, and the hosts are like, why doesn't Mingyu like grab her hands and inspect them? I don't know. They were really
Instead he's like, "Oh, my
they were
hands are also red."
yeah, they're really like harping on Mingyu not pulling any moves when he could
Yeah,
have, which I thought was funny.
that didn't seem like a Mingyu thing to do to
Yeah,
begin with. He behaved exactly as I thought he would in that moment.
and then the love scientist host or whatever he's supposed to be tries
Uh-huh.
to be like, oh, I don't think the redness was from the cold. It's like more of like your when you're
Nerves or
nervous and you're
something.
like in a fight or flight scenario, and so they're staying to fight, but they're having like a reaction on their skin because of it. They're gonna pull through on those nerves that they have on this day. And they like both were having it. I don't know. I was like, maybe she ate some flour. That was my thought.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was worried. I was like, are we going to the hospital in a second?
Oh.
Yeah, and then they get in the car and go to they're gonna go to a music bar. Date seems like it's going really well though.
Yeah. But this music bar is like weird and cool. I don't know.
Oh
I
yeah.
expect when you go to like a music bar, it's like, oh, live music. But no, it's just like it's a big library of music. And then you like write down what you want them to play on a piece
Yeah.
of paper. And then
On a
like
sticky
some
note.
guy goes and like finds the CD in the library of music and then like goes and plays the one song on a CD player.
Would you like a place like this? I actually like
I think it's silly
couldn't
and
tell.
fun. I mean,
Okay.
well, the problem is like I don't like popular music, so I feel like they probably wouldn't have anything that I liked,
Do you think this was popular music though? I think like it was like a lot of like jazz and not
Well, that's true.
pop music. Yeah.
Well, I couldn't tell because I don't know if you noticed, but they kept saying, "Oh, they wanted to play this song, but we played this song over top of it for copyright reasons."
Yeah.
So we didn't actually get to listen to anything that they listened to.
That's how I felt. Yeah. I didn't think we were actually listening to the songs, but I think they mentioned something about jazz at some point. So I think it was a lot of like instrumental music. Although some of them definitely had words too, because they were like getting
Yeah.
emotional. I don't know.
I feel like they probably had a big variety because they had a lot of music there,
Yeah. I would be nervous about this date because I think at some point Jiyeon's gonna have this feeling where like she gets embarrassed because she like doesn't really know the name of a song that she
Oh,
wants
yeah.
them to play. And that's how I would feel. I'd be like, I don't know the name of any song. I cannot request any song and I feel dumb. Like that's how I would
That
feel.
is a lot of pressure. It would
Yeah.
be helpful if there was like a list you could pick from or
I'd be
something
like,
instead.
Mingyu, please just request every song. I'm too nervous. But they both end up requesting songs. Mingyu says he's been going to this place to 3 to 4 years, which he's like,
Yes.
that's barely any time. And she's like, that's a long time
Not compared
compared
to
to
the other
compared to
places
the
he's a
other place.
regular at.
Yeah, this place is nothing compared to that restaurant. Yeah, the hosts keep on saying, and this is really hard for us to tell. Like you said, we're not actually hearing the music,
Hmm.
so it seems weird. But the hosts are really saying, and I guess I just have to take their word for it, that their taste in music is similar.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think Sang Min is saying this a lot, and since she's like an older music person, I
Yeah.
guess I'll just take his word for it.
Fair.
I'm just gonna trust Sang Min, the host.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna say these two are vibing. Let's go.
Yeah. And I think they like find some more stuff in common, like they've both been to New York or something, and it's I don't know, they're
Yeah.
just having a good time talking about stuff.
It seems like they're swapping stories a
Hmm.
good amount, and they're like the music is like sparking memories, and it's keeping the conversation going.
Yeah.
But then later in the car, I think on the way to the next place, on the way to the wine bar,
Hmm.
Mingyu's gonna say like, "Oh, he felt like he was talking about himself too much," or something like that.
Yeah, but she like says she liked it, she's like
Yeah,
learning about him and stuff, so
yeah.
seems fine.
Which again is like also what like probably anybody would say, which is why
I guess.
I'm just gonna assume it's good. I'm gonna stop being skeptical. I'm all in. This is my ship right here.
All right, all right.
And then at one point, again, we didn't. I don't know what the song is. I couldn't look it up, but it seems like either they requested or maybe there was some confusion about what song they requested, and then the wrong song got played, and it also might have been like a love song of some sort, like a romantic song, and then Mingyu is gonna say to her that you're starting to blush or something. Or was it because she was embarrassed about getting the wrong song played, or was it because of like what the song was about?
I thought that the hosts indicated that like they both picked a song at the same time, but maybe she didn't see his and he saw hers, but he picked a song from the same artist or album that she did. So
Mm.
she's like, "Oh, it's that artist, but it's not the same song." And either that was them having something else in common or they were attributing that to
Oh.
another sweet Mingyu move or something.
So she's
I got a
blushing
little
because
lost in there, but
yeah.
I don't know.
So you think she might be blushing just because they like picked the same artist from the same album?
Oh no, I think she's blushing because maybe it's it's a more romantic song,
Oh, okay.
but like he kind of theoretically took something she liked and pushed it in a more romantic zone or something.
Oh, I got you.
Maybe.
Okay, moves
I
were
don't
made. It's hard to tell. We didn't get to hear the songs, but
know.
seems like some moves may have been made. Okay.
Yeah, solid maybe.
At some point on the screen, they're going to throw up, for 32 seconds, Jiyoung's eyes linger on Mingyu. I think this is referencing the song, though, that's being played. Like, the
Oh,
song has
okay.
something to do with 32 seconds.
Okay.
It seems like a very random thing. I think they mentioned 32 seconds a lot. Yeah, because then when Jiyeon is blushing, she's just like, this is really making my heart flutter. And she says that out loud.
That's a good sign.
She's saying it about the song, but maybe she saying it out loud because she wants. I don't know. She could be hiding
Maybe.
behind this is about the song, but I don't think people say
Mm,
on these shows like this date is really making my heart flutter very often. They're usually not that bold.
that's true. But maybe it's like when you go on one of the adrenaline dates and it like tricks your brain to like falling in love when you go and you listen to a romantic song with someone. Maybe it's just like, oh, that makes your heart flutter, but you're now
Mm,
associating it with the person you're with. So, bam, shortcut.
there you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they get in the car and Mingyu thinks he was talking about himself too much.
Hmm.
And then she says, no, I liked it. But then Mingyu says to her, talk about yourself a lot when we get there. And then everybody's like, oh my God, they're going to another place. This date
Well,
never
yeah,
ends.
everybody goes to 3 places. It's a
This
very
date
easy
did
formula.
This date,
Longer.
at least to me, seemed like it did get more airtime.
Yeah.
Because I think the conversations were more interesting, is why this got
Yeah, I
more
think that's
airtime.
fair. Yeah.
All right, they're going to go to a wine bar, Sarah.
Yes. And she doesn't really drink wine anymore, but she kind of like gets one glass and hangs out with it. Also, apparently, she used to be studying to be oh, what's the fancy wine title? The people who are in
Oh,
charge of wine.
a wine. Well, she just had a wine certification, at least.
Yeah,
But
which I think
I don't know
is,
what the word is.
it has left my brain right now.
A,
But
a,
anyway,
wi-
she
a
used to.
winosaurus.
Yes, she was studying to be a winosaurus, and for whatever reason, just gave it up. She's no longer a wine person.
Gian is all over with these career moves.
hmm
She wanted to be a winosaurus. Then she was a flight attendant.
Yep.
Now she wants her create her own interior design brand. Oh my god, that was all over the board here.
Living an exciting life.
Yeah, so I think Mingyu did remember that she doesn't drink because when they're going to the wine place, he's like, "Are you going to drink if we go or something?" And she's like, "Oh, maybe I'll have one glass." So I think he asked because he knew.
Yeah.
But then I was also thinking, like, if he knew he was going on a date with Gian, would he have gone here? Probably not, right?
No.
But I'm guessing I don't know how much they can really audible these dates because it's like they have to tell production like where they need to be filming.
Yeah, and they have to like get agreement with the like place to film there and everything. So I'm sure they
Yeah.
can't call an audible on it
I don't.
unless they like swap places with somebody else's date, maybe.
Yeah, or they just like go for a walk. But even that,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think production is basically locked in and they have to go
Yeah,
to
yeah.
wherever they planned. So
I mean, they could just cut the date short, but like, who wants to do that? You know?
yeah, I think this is a big indication. If we had any doubt that he definitely wanted
Planned this for Jimin.
planned this for Jimin, yeah, essentially, or didn't plan it for Jiyeon.
Yeah, yeah.
Because basically she's just going to take like a sip of the wine and then that's
Mhm.
about all she does, I think.
Hey, it works. I feel like they have a really good time talking.
It's
and
good,
stuff,
yeah.
You know?
She gets food, so she knows.
Yeah.
She knows how to play these situations.
Exactly.
I get it.
This isn't the first
Jiyeon.
time she's been in this situation. Let's be honest.
Yeah. She says she hasn't drank in 2 to 3 years. So
Yeah.
that's quite a while. Usually the people are all about drinking on these shows, so this is fairly rare, I think.
Yeah,
Right?
that's fair. We did get some solid conversation where he says that he was jealous that she and
Oh, yeah.
Yore got to spend time together alone on the first night.
He says envious in the translation.
So, potato, sure. Close enough.
Envious versus jealous. Let's all learn something today. Envious means discontented, longing for someone else's advantages. Jealousy means unpleasant suspicion or apprehension of rivalship. Oh, Human is using the right word for himself here, that's for sure.
Okay,
Or
okay.
Mingyu, sorry. Yeah, he's like, I know what jealous means, and that is not what I was feeling.
All right, fair.
Yeah, my
He
my
was
default is to use
envious.
jealous. My default is to use jealous. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, definitely more of a Mingyu vibe to be like, I wish I had that person's advantages early on in the show, but I'm not mad about it, you know.
The important thing is then she says that she and Gore did not talk quite like she and Mingyu are talking now, which is, I mean, probably a low bar because Gore was just, I feel like he was very difficult to get some words out sometimes. Like when she asked him his ideal type and his brain shut down for a while.
Yeah, Mingyu is actually like being like he's asking her how she felt about Galray after dating him, basically.
Yeah.
Like really not really getting, he's getting the information.
He's
he
not
wants to
fucking
get.
around,
Yeah.
you know? Like
I'm all about this.
it's great.
And she says, I don't know how Oppa Galray feels, but we didn't get to talk a lot like we're doing now. It was too brief. So she is saying they didn't get to talk, but she's like still putting it out there like, well, the date wasn't as long, kind of.
Yeah.
Jian, I think, did say at some point, though, like, she's glad that they got to talk, and she's seeing Mingyu a lot differently now that it's like a one-on-one. So again,
exactly.
Mingyu's crushing the one-on-ones.
Yeah, absolutely. But she does reference that Gyore avoids eye contact even more than Mingyu. And this
Oh, yeah.
Mingyu comes in with another sweet move, and he's like, it's easier to look somebody in the eye when I don't like them. And he's like, I think I avoid eye contact to hide my feelings. So he's just like, I like you so much. How could I look at you?
It was a good explanation for him, but I also kind of interpret it as like, oh, he could be doing Gyaore a solid where he's like trying to explain how Gyaore was feeling. So since Gyaore was looking at her even less, that means that Gyaore likes her even more than Mingyu does.
That is less of a smooth move. I think he was talking for himself.
I think he was too, but I'm just saying Ji-yeon's interpretation could be that he
I
is
think she
telling
got
her
the
like,
right one.
"Oh, don't be so hard on Gyaore. He's just like me, where making eye contact means I actually like you, or when I'm not making eye contact, it means I like you." Doesn't he go as far to say is like, if I do make eye contact with you, it means I don't like you? Doesn't he say that?
I think he just says it's easier to make eye contact with people he doesn't like.
I thought he actually went like, yeah, I only make eye contact with people I don't like.
That's a weird life to live, but okay.
When Mingyu was asking her about Gyaore though, like he pushed even further and was like, "Did you want to talk more with Gyaore?" And she does say like, "Oh, I did want to talk more," as if I think that was his like counter to like, "Oh, the date was too brief." So,
yeah.
Well, we're about to get to something that a decision that Mingyu is about to make, but Ji-yeon's like kind of giving off vibes that, oh, she is still interested in Gyaore.
Yeah.
We know that like she kind of just wants to date everyone. It kind of seems.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying from Mingyu's perspective, he might be taking her words as like, oh, I'm still interested in Gyaore.
I guess, but it didn't feel like a super strong vibe that I was getting that she was like, oh yeah, definitely Gyaore. It felt like she was still like, I am enjoying this time better than that time, you know?
Yeah. But she's just like dangling that excuse of like, oh, the date wasn't long enough. And then he pushes further and she's like, I did want to talk to him more. She said did though instead of I do, but
yeah, so maybe it's different now.
But Mingyu puts it as a past tense question, so it's tough to know for sure. They actually, when they're talking about the eye contact thing, they actually flash back to the music place. And at the music place, Ji-yeon actually called him out for not making eye contact.
Yeah.
And he says to her, "It's hard to look at you because your eyes are so round."
Which is maybe a little weird to say.
Yeah. Sarah would have no idea. She doesn't even notice the round eyes.
I don't know.
I would notice them, but like I don't know why it would deter me from. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the best explanation he gave to why he wasn't making eye contact.
It got better later though.
I don't know how
explanation was better.
The second explanation was better, yeah, but like if you're Ji-yeon with that first explanation, I guess you would probably assume it's like, oh, he likes my eyes, right?
Yeah, I guess.
But it's a little bit weird where I like wouldn't be 100% sure.
Yeah. Definitely.
I mean, I think we know what Mingyu means, but if you're Ji-yeon, it's definitely weird.
Yeah, he's running a risk here, not his smoothest of moves.
Yeah. Before she got to see how Mingyu acted with Hushin, she says that she used to think he was quiet and cynical. But then he actually showed that he was like funny with Hushin when he arrived. Yeah. So somehow that got her to text him instead of sticking with Gyaore after their date.
Yeah.
Then she asks him, what kind of women do you like normally?
He says he likes a positive person and he wants to date someone that feels like a friend.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm exactly the same way.
Yes.
He says that like the exciting part of a relationship passes and you like need someone you're comfortable with. And I'm like, sensible people. Good job.
Yep. Yeah. I got so excited when she asked this question because I was like, this is exactly what she asked Gyaore pretty much. And Gyaore failed. Let's see how Mingyu does. And then he just says exactly what she feels. Crushed it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mingyu actually says to her, because she's like, yeah, I like to feel comfortable. And he's like, do you feel comfortable now? Not messing around.
He was on such a roll. And then I don't know where this big fumble comes from, but it's weird. Because he asked her what she thinks of the other women. And she
is he a little drunk at this point? What's going on?
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he let himself think for a moment about the date that Jimin might be on right now. I don't know. But she's like, yeah, Jimin's bubbly and Jumi is like meticulous and takes good care of people. And then he goes on this sort of little, not rant, but
that's what Jiyeon says about
yeah,
the
that's what
girls.
Jiyeon says.
Yeah.
Then he's like, I've never met anyone like Jimin. She's bubbly and it feels like she just hits you with her energy. And she even gets quiet people like me to laugh. And you just see Ji Young understand everything immediately. Like, and she's not happy about it.
Yeah. I think your explanation was funny, but maybe a little exaggerated.
I mean,
like I'm not. Now Jiyeon could definitely be taking it like the way you said it.
I mean, her face says she took it like the way I said it.
It starts out like, okay, when he just says, "I've never met anyone like Jimin," she kind of, I feel like she interprets it maybe the way that Mingyu meant it, as if like, I feel like Mingyu is saying this because, other than that, he could just be drunk. But assuming he's still thinking, I think he's saying this because he might have noticed that like Jiyeon gets along with Jimin really well, and like they're very friendly, so he's like almost saying like, I like your friend. But like he is saying it in like a weird context where it seems like a romantic.
But like the fact that he does actually like her in more of a romantic sense is the reason it like doesn't,
or at least he planned for this date to be that way. But
yeah,
who knows what he thinks after this date? Yeah, but specifically when he calls Jimin bubbly, he says like she is bubbly to both men and women, as if like, I don't know. There was something I was trying to get to, like, okay, what is Mingyu going for here? My best guess is that he was just like trying to be like, there's this person in common that we both like. Isn't she interesting? Or like something like that. I don't know. But it's totally fair for Jiyeon to take it the way you're saying.
Yeah, it could be like, oh man, that kooky girl we both know. But I feel like part of it is like, he's just like, she's so bubbly to everyone, I can't tell if she likes me or not. And I think he's like, maybe
it's like
trying
subtly
to get to
trying
that,
to find out. Yeah.
But he's a little drunk and didn't think it through. And she's like, why are you talking about this other bitch? You're on a date with me. What the fuck, dude?
Okay, the word she actually said is, I see. I see.
I knew what she meant.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't hate this. It's a little weird for a first date for sure.
It definitely ruins his impeccable, record so far. This is a fumble. This is not a good move.
I mean, what do I want to say? It's, as somebody who's like, I'm not a fan of like people that are like in a relationship and then it's like they act like, they only have eyes for each other. Oh yeah, I don't, you're the like I don't even look at other women because you're,
it's like, no,
the most
we
beautiful.
Can all agree other people are hot.
I like when like two people love each other and like they can still talk about, oh, I'm into these other people also, but
this is not the stage of a relationship.
Yeah, it is super weird to do it on the first date. I agree.
Especially when you're on a competition dating show.
Yeah. To me, it's like a negative thing to say first, but it actually is like a good, like, long-term play, which he might not get a chance to prove it on the show. But like, I feel like by like talking to somebody about like mentioning other people you're into, and then
being able to be open about that stuff.
Yeah, being able to be open about it, and then ultimately choosing, like if he ends up like choosing Ji Young eventually in the end, like it's gonna feel like theoretically Ji Young should feel like more special because like, oh, he's not just choosing me because I'm the one girl he likes in the house. It's like, oh, he likes me better than the other girls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess.
That he also like was interested in. So like it's good if he ends up picking Jiyeon, it'll feel more meaningful because of this conversation. But it's definitely a risky thing to do here. I also like the concept of like just being totally honest with people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is weird that he brought up this topic.
Yeah.
Which does feel like maybe he had some hidden angle, like you were saying, where he was like trying to find out information.
He's just like had a moment where he got a little sad that she didn't choose his, gift for this date. And he's just like, maybe she doesn't even like me. Yeah. She's bubbly to everybody. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, it wasn't a terrible enough comment to not get a text from
That's
Jiyeon.
true.
So
Well, the rest of the date was very good.
yeah,
So,
smashed it.
you know.
Yeah.
This takes he can't quite say he smashed the whole date because he had one error.
Okay. Still a little bit left here. Jiyeon asked him, "How was your first impression of me?" Because she kind of said her first impression of him, which was quiet and cynical.
And he turns things back around. He says she was bright and felt like spring, which is,
Yeah.
Nice.
Thankfully, the date didn't end right at the end of the talking about Jimin.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you first walked in, you seemed kind of different. That's the vibe we got. 'Cause Jumi and Jiyeon got up off the couch, and all the bros were like, "Bro, you see that girl?" So
Yeah, I didn't necessarily get the vibe that she was different. I got the vibe that everybody else got the vibe that she was
yeah,
different.
exactly. I feel like this was Mingyu's best attempt at describing what happened when she left the room. Yeah, you said you felt like spring, and I wanted to talk to you.
Yes, but he
So,
didn't have many opportunities, Again, he was envious of the time she spent with
which is
Yeori.
also reciprocating Jiyeon's not having time to talk to people. So,
Yeah.
Still vibing, I think. I don't think he totally blew it.
Yeah. And she says that today's the most fun she had since moving in.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he's like, that's also true for him. And then he says they should secretly watch a movie later together when everyone's asleep.
Yes.
That's a good move.
Please make this happen on this TV show. I'm so excited. This better happen.
I can't wait to see them like awkwardly try to sneak out of their rooms.
Yeah, or like Jumi's gonna be like, "Oh, I want to watch that too," and then it turns in this awkward situation.
Ooh, it might.
Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be good. You know what? I don't care, Sarah. I'm gonna give Mingyu he smashed it on this day. Yeah, if you get to go to say I've had the most fun today since I moved in, boom.
Yeah,
that's you.
did a pretty good job.
Unless she was having a really rough time up until now. I think she was all right, doing pretty solid up until now.
There.
New bar. Mingyu has set the bar. Here we go.
Oh, that's yes, definitely yes.
All right, Sarah. How about these two? Future
as
couple
long
potential.
Yeah, as long as Jimin's not around.
As long as Jimin's not around.
Yeah.
I have in my notes. I think you've talked me out of this a little bit, but I have in my notes. Lock it in. It's over.
Really?
These two are picking each other in the end.
I think they're good together. I like them, and I hope it works out.
I think my lock it in. It's over is partially to the fact that like these two are closer in age.
Yeah, that helps.
And like I totally get Mingyu's like fascination with Jimin. Like her playfulness is like a little bit different, like more intense than other people's, and that's fun. But ultimately,
yeah,
she's
but
like,
isn't that just like the this new interesting vibe? It doesn't last. You got to find somebody you're really comfortable with. Yeah,
that's kind of how I feel. But also just like this girl's like 24, which is 22, yeah. 23.
Her brain's not finished baking yet. She's gonna be a different person in a couple of years. Yeah,
ultimately, if like they're pretty close and he had to choose, I think, assuming he gets the opportunity to choose, like they both like him in the end. Like I'm not presuming that they have to pick him or anything, but I feel like Jiyeon is gonna be the choice. Is how I feel.
Yeah, I hope that's the way it goes. Yeah.
I'm definitely seeing this, and they vibe so much in terms of their tastes and similarities and stuff that it seems like it could be a legitimate long-term relationship.
Yeah, I agree. And you know how cynical I am about these shows.
If it's got Sarah's stamp of approval, that's saying something. Jeez.
Yes.
Awesome. We did it. It took us how many seasons of these Korean reality TV shows, but we got there. I mean,
technically, we haven't finished very many seasons. We're still working on some.
You've never said that before about anybody.
I guess that's true. I don't think I have.
I don't think you have. That's a big deal.
I mean, it's only episode 4. We'll see where it goes from here.
Okay, let's talk about the doctor host again here.
Okay.
We were kind of lost in this, like, what's going on with them not knowing the title of the song, and then there was some confusion.
Mm-hmm.
But at one point, she writes down the title of a song that she wanted to listen to, and she writes down, "The Hot Night Is Gone."
Yes. But the actual title's like "The Hot Summer Night Is Gone" or something?
Yeah.
Or Just the summer night? I don't remember.
The Love Doctor guy suspects that this was a subconscious, like not putting in the word summer, as if to say like
This is a hot night.
this night right now that's happening is hot.
I guess. Or she just forgot a word in the very long name of a song.
After the Love Doctor host says this, like the older female doctor actually likes. Was she actually blushing or was she like imitating? I felt like the old doctor host was actually like blushing from the like she
The
was like, "You're so
implication.
right," and then she got embarrassed for like she got embarrassed like on behalf of Ji. I don't know. It was a goofy host scene.
It
for
was
sure.
very, yes.
And yeah, second date IRL.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Despite the
mess up?
the fumble.
Well, I mean, again, as long as Jimin isn't around, because
Yeah,
he definitely gonna choose Jimin.
yeah. In real life, the fumble wouldn't have happened because they wouldn't have had like common people that they know, most likely.
Yeah.
And they
That's
definitely
true.
would not, most likely would not have had common people that they know that they also have dated.
Yeah, you're right.
Definitely second date IRL.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, that was a fun one. Now let's get to another one.
Our last date is Jumi and Gyore.
This one starts in the morning,
Yes.
and I
so
believe this is the morning
the second
after.
day of dates. Yes.
Yeah, so this would be like a Thursday. Also, even though we saw it first, it's gonna end up being that Jimin and Hushin also did their date on Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We both figured this out. Let's go.
Mhm. They did not make it that hard.
Jumi says she knew it was him, which I guess you confirm that she did say that when she picked it,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
And also, bold move, say up front, hey, I knew I picked you on purpose,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. That's a good move.
But then he says he did not expect her. So I don't know.
This also is definitely adding to like, oh, she's curious about the older guy
Yeah.
situation. Okay. They're going to go to a cafe. Now, I don't think this is his cafe.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, weird. Okay.
And I think it's specifically like an espresso bar or something because they have very fancy machines for it.
Yeah, they have like machines that are like roasting it. I guess it's like a bigger version of the small one that he brought. Like they're roasting the beans.
I
Wow.
have no idea.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
But he's interested in the machine because this is like, you know, his wheelhouse of stuff. It's coffee
Yeah.
things.
This place also has like records and like music to play, but they don't seem to play anything. Or at least
Yeah.
maybe they don't actually get to choose. It's more of like decorative records. or
Yeah,
something,
that's the vibe I got.
Yeah. This place is a very complicated ordering process.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
you it goes as far as to like there's like two different coffee making machines and you have to select which one you want.
Yeah.
And I think Jumi was like had no idea what the difference was, but then
Mm-hmm.
Gyaore's just like, this machine was one that I would sell to people. And she's like, okay, I will pick that one. And then the hosts are like, ooh, she picked the one that he likes. And I was like, yeah, that's what I would do because I would have no idea what the hell I was doing.
I would have asked him to explain the difference and, you know,
Ooh,
his opinion
okay.
on why one's better because then you're like engaging on his interest, you know?
Yeah.
But I mean, this works too.
But also, like, the ordering was a little stressful. So I feel like Jumi was just like, okay, I'm going to check that box and let's.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. I felt for Jumi right there. I felt like that's kind of how I would be.
See, I was just like, this is a bold move. They're going to drink like 2 cups of coffee. I don't think they were getting any food. And I'm like, I got a sensitive tummy. This would be a bad time. I would need to eat some food with all that coffee.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It is a lot
That's
of coffee.
a bad way to start a date. But, you know, I guess that's no problem for them.
They didn't get into like I don't know, maybe Jumi was being like more playful, but she was like, ooh, I kind of want to get 2. And then Gyaore was like, I wanted to get 2 also. Yes, let's do it.
Unsurprisingly pumped about coffee.
Super pumped about coffee. And this is probably the beginning of like Gyaore is like getting into Jumi here.
Yes.
Yeah. 2 cups of coffee. This is my kind of lady. That's Gyaore.
And she actually brought like the Polaroids from his gift with and was like, I want you to explain what you were thinking when you took them.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
he doesn't, but it was just like a nice little like, oh, I really, you know, liked your gift and I want to, engage on a deeper level on this. But he didn't have anything to say, so I don't know.
Yeah, or at least it wasn't interesting enough to make the
To
edit.
make the cut, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, what? I didn't fully understand these photos. Like, it was like photos he took during the gift selection process.
Yeah.
But it was like I thought about getting this gift, so I took a picture of it, but then I didn't get it.
I think they're like pictures of the actual gifts that he did get, though. Like,
Oh, just like where he bought it and the like.
yeah, like on the shelf and like a little artistic perspective of it or something.
Okay. Something I would never have thought to do, and still don't really get why he did it. But...
She seems real into it, though.
Yeah, or at least she was super curious why he did it and wanted to know. Yeah. He says to her, "Did you choose the gift because you thought it was me?"
And she was like, "Fuck yeah, I did. I knew exactly what I was doing."
Does she say that, though? I don't think she does. Because what she says, what I wrote down is, she says, "I won rock, paper, scissors."
No, because she's telling him, I had my pick of everything. I'm the winner. And this is what I chose.
But she didn't, though. Like, she says,
Yeah,
"I won rock, paper, scissors." She says, "I won rock, paper, scissors," as if to say, I got to pick first.
Yeah, that's what she's trying to convey to him.
Yeah, but she didn't actually pick first.
Okay, yes, she's lying a little bit, but the point is she's trying to say, fuck yeah, I picked this knowing it was you.
Yeah, she definitely is trying to make Yaorai think, like, yeah, I had first pick and I wanted to pick you and I was right. But she also didn't get to pick first, if we're just trying to get into Jumi's head here.
Uh-huh.
And the person we would have thought that she wanted to pick was the person that was picked first. So, I don't know.
Unclear.
There's a couple people where I'm confused. Like, I thought Jumi would have wanted to pick Yumin's gift. And I would have thought Ji-yeon would have wanted to pick Yumin's gift.
Mingyu. We've switched them again.
Mingyu, yeah. And then
but
they're both saying they
yeah.
wanted to pick somebody else. I don't know. I don't know if I'm buying it or not. And then she also follows it up by saying, I wanted the gift.
Yeah,
as if to say, you weren't so important. I just wanted the gift. But she said I was curious because it was from you.
Or maybe she's trying to be like, good job, you picked a gift I really wanted. Like.
Yeah, there is something to that too. Like, wow, like they could have picked anything and they picked something that I'm actually interested in. Now I want to go on a date with them. Like, that makes sense. I'm buying that. And then she asked him why he chose those pastries. She's really playing detective with every aspect of this date.
Uh-huh.
They're called financiers. All right, I'm going to pronunciation here. Hold on. Financiers.
Okay.
Which were those rectangular French cakes.
Cake things, yeah.
Yaorai going to have a really long hesitation to answering.
That's because
question.
he even goes like, do you really want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Because this man is about to say he got them for Ji-young.
That's what I
their
thought.
Coffee
Yeah.
date. Like, that's 100% the words that are trying to come out of his mouth until he finally is just like, doesn't answer the question and says like, I thought anyone would be fine. Also, I'm happy it was you. I'm like,
yeah,
that's a rave review for the person you're on a date for, I guess. Good, bad job.
But the other thing that confused me was like, I guess these cakes, if that's the case, what you're saying, like these cakes must not have flour in them, which also seems unlikely.
Oh.
What he should have said is like, oh, I put the cakes in thinking someone else would pick them, which I would have appreciated that answer, like just an honest answer, but he chose.
But also, it's an awkward shit to say.
In general, I guess my feelings on the honesty thing is like, I'm not really in on the like, not that it's not a big deal if what he did here. Mm-hmm. He maybe just shouldn't have hesitated, but like,
yeah, again, it's the amount of time he waited to say anything, which is what makes it worse.
I'm not in on this like concept of like, people don't actually call it this, but I call it this, where like you like are essentially like tricking somebody into falling in love with you by like hiding certain aspects of your feelings and then like not being like the true person you are early
and like pretending that this circumstance is like, oh, this like fairy tale romance, and of course it would like you told the story of this, it wasn't, oh, I was also interested in this other person. It was just like, oh no, it was you the whole time. Yeah, I get that that's kind of bullshitty. But also, like, I don't know that you got to go out of your way to tell somebody that you were trying to date somebody else while you're on the date with them.
Yeah, I think there's a way to say it where, like, you don't want to say it in, like, a hurtful way. That's, like, unnecessary.
He could have said, like, I picked these because they're flourless, and there was a chance that Ji-yeon could have picked it, and I was trying to be mindful of that.
I wanted to get something tasty, but I wanted all of you to be able to eat it. So I was thinking of Ji-yeon when I bought it.
but maybe not in a way that sounds super bad.
Also, we kind of got coffee, and the music box is kind of like two people drinking coffee, and all these other details that also may have pointed
Yeah,
to.
Mhm.
Okay. Also, this wasn't part of the gift, but he also, in preparation for the date, bought like a fancy looking like Polaroid camera.
Yeah, so they could take pictures together.
Yeah, so even more pictures for Jumi. Both dates, tons of pictures.
Yes.
He said he bought like, I guess like a roll of film for like 40 photos, and then Jumi's like, "What, we need more?"
And I think he's like, "Well, we can go get more. It's
I
fine.
guess we could buy
get
more.
how many you want."
40 photos. 40 plus photos on 2 dates in 2 days. That's a lot of photos.
Yeah, well, I don't know. She seemed to really like the Polaroids in this gift, so maybe she's just a picture person.
We are going to find out that she does seem to be a picture person later.
Yeah.
Gyaorai tells her that at the house, she feels like the elder sister who is taking care of everyone.
But outside the house, she seems just like a woman. Like she's just a
When
woman.
you're outside the house, you just appear like a woman. And I don't know. That was the translation we got.
Yeah.
If that is actually what he said, though, Sarah, how would you take that statement?
I mean, he's trying to say that, like, now that they're out on a date, he really, just sees her as a dateable person, but maybe not at home, which is also a weird thing to say.
Yeah, I like get what he's saying, but if I was Jumi here, it's hard to not take some aspect of that negatively, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Unless she like doesn't want to be viewed as a woman at the house, like that can't be her goal.
I don't think so.
It's supposed to be the same sentiment that like Jiyeon was saying, where like, I'm glad we got to talk one-on-one because you seem so different.
Yeah.
But that would have been like the cooler way of saying what he said.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
And the hosts really think Gyaorai is falling for Jumi here. I think the coffee thing. 2 cups of coffee. I think he was sold. They're going to go for a walk.
And they're like walking along this like old wall or something. And apparently like people say that couples who walk together next to this wall are going to break up or something.
Yeah, okay.
Which is a weird place to choose to walk on a date, but okay.
Yeah, so they're going to take some pictures, just like they did with Jiwon. And they do, the hosts say like, oh, they look so coupley with how they're taking pictures.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of him taking pictures of her, mostly.
Mostly, yes, that's true.
They take some selfies later, or just take pictures of the view or whatever. So this was an unnecessary part they put in the show, but I think. But he like tries to take her to a park, and they like get to a gate, and the gate is locked.
Yeah, I think they were gonna just like cut through the park to their actual location or something.
Something like that, yeah.
So then they had to walk the long way around, and he's just like apologizing for it. He's like, "If you get tired, I'll give you a piggyback ride." And she immediately is like, "Oh, well, I'm tired." But we never see that piggyback ride.
Yeah, maybe that was. Well, I think she was joking because she says it
Oh,
instantly. Yeah. I guess maybe that's why they showed it, because they got the good piggyback ride. I'm tired conversation.
Yeah.
But when it first happened, I was like, man, they're really not doing Gyaorai a solid here. Like they could have just took this part out, and they could have acted like all his plans went well. But I was like, is this going to be maybe this is like a longer theme on the show where like every time
Gyaorai up.
every time his plans fail, we're going to see it basically. Now with the soup and then this gate.
Yeah.
Maybe this is
There
the
we
end
go.
of it. I don't know. We'll see.
I hope for his sake it is.
Then they they go to like a rooftop of some sort. They say they're going to like a
Yeah.
theater. Is it some like rooftop theater? It's like there's nobody there. I'm kind of confused what this was.
It seems just like a rooftop, like little park or outdoor space or something. And maybe they do like projection movies sometimes, or maybe it's on top of a theater. I'm not
Maybe,
sure where the
yeah.
theater came into play.
It's not like it's a super tall building. Like you do get a view, but like there were other tall buildings around this building. So I don't know. I don't know why this was the spot they chose to go to.
I mean, it's cute and it's next to this old church that they took a lot of pictures of. But I do think like rooftop spaces are pretty common in Seoul, or at least in K-dramas. I don't know. I've seen a lot of rooftop locations, so
Okay.
I don't know what makes this one special, but I don't know.
They both seem to like it. Jumi likes the view.
They take a lot of pictures.
Oh, yeah. They take a selfie together. This was an interesting moment. They're like taking selfies, and at first, like Jumi's kind of like, they're getting close together, but Jumi's like not touching him,
Yeah.
like staying off a little bit. And then for like the last photo, she like leans on him a little bit to take the picture.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the picture's taken, she instantly like backs away and is like, asks like, "Oh, was that too close?" And almost seems like a little embarrassed.
Yeah, yeah. Again, she's like pushing a little outside of her boundaries and then like retracting right away and feeling
Yeah.
weird about it.
Weren't they like looking at the photos they just took?
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like we didn't really get to see exactly what looking at it, but it seemed like they got to the photo of her leaning on him for the selfie. And
Uh-huh.
Galway was like, "Oh, I like that one." And then she just kind of like closed her phone and put it away. Like she was embarrassed to look at that photo.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know. I just get this vibe from Jimmy that she's like maybe like a little more traditional
Mm.
than
Yeah, maybe.
most people we see on these shows. Like, again, like these shows are very PG with everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
But like she's like,
a little extra. Like
little
she's
extra
G. She's
G,
G.
yeah.
She's not PG, she's G.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of it. Like, have we ever seen another older woman like not want to talk casually with a younger guy? I feel like everybody talks casually. It's like the only example I can think of
Yeah, I can't think of any
people actually
specific.
like it comes up like, should we speak casually with each other? And one person is actually like, no, I don't think we should.
Yeah, I think that's a first
Okay.
for me.
Interesting. Okay. And then Juby's gonna bust out some of her own photos from her recent trips, like vacations she went on, I think. Is that
Yeah,
what this
it's
is?
like I think it's photos but also postcards.
Oh, okay.
And she like brought them as a gift for him because his Polaroids kind of made her think of them.
She thought someone who would gift the music box would like them.
Yeah. And he
Interesting.
really does and is
Yeah.
about to cry about it. Like,
Yeah, I guess she's right.
he's going through it.
Yeah. He like starts crying and then he really has to like take a moment
Mm-hmm.
to regather himself. What do you think he was thinking about here?
Oh my God, this is the perfect woman. Is all.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, I think this is a moment when he's just like, fuck yeah.
I think the host might say something like this, but it's like the last time they texted, he didn't get a text from Ji-yeon.
Mm-hmm.
So he could be feeling like a little rejected, or he's probably the most insecure he's been since he got here.
Maybe.
About his feeling, and then he like didn't really think he had a chance or would like the other girls, and then now that Jumi is like she's really into coffee and seems to be into sentimental things like he is.
Yeah.
He's like, oh my God, I can't, like, he's just, is it, I don't know. It has to be tears of joy to some degree, right? It's positive tears, right?
Yeah, I definitely think it's positive
Okay.
tears. I think it's like he like seeing somebody who like gets him in a way that he didn't anticipate, and like can potentially like see maybe a future with her. Like this is a person that like makes sense to him, like as a relationship, and
Okay.
I don't know like that he expected it to be like this, and it just overwhelms him a little bit.
This seems to be stronger than how he felt with Ji-yeon, right? Like,
yes,
he talked about like, oh, it seemed like fate with Ji-yeon, but he was like, that's a little silly, but I feel that way. But like, this bro is crying, and even Jumi is like, why would this make you cry? Like, she's confused a little bit.
Yeah.
He doesn't really explain it, so we're only guessing. But Jumi, he's like gathering himself, and Jumi's like, you're unusual. You're such a rare person. But in a way that like they seem to be vibing. I said it like, man, you're weird, but like that's not how she meant that.
She's like,
she's saying it as
unique.
a positive
You
thing.
don't
You're unique. Yeah,
people like this.
She likes it. Yeah, the two people I understand the least are getting along. That makes sense. I do I understand this at all? No, not really. But I'm happy to see them. They're vibing.
Yeah. I just wish he was more communicative. I feel like he's gonna be he might be feeling the big feelings, but I don't know that I see that he's gonna be very good at expressing them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we'll see, I guess.
But is Jumi somebody that needs somebody like that? Yeah. Or maybe Jumi, with her being more like him, he'll be able to open up more. I don't know.
Maybe. I just always feel like more communication is better. That's how you're gonna survive this ridiculous nonsense and have a decent relationship. Maybe.
I like these two more than Ji-won and Jumi. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they're vibing more. Like,
okay.
She's definitely not vaguely uncomfortable with him being younger than her, so that's a good sign.
I also assume these two are speaking casually. I don't know if I wrote that down, but I'm assuming.
Yeah, I did not notice.
All right, we're not sure about that. They're not done though. They're going to go eat dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yes.
wrote my notes, 2 dinners in one day. This is crazy. But no, this is the next day.
Yeah.
I thought for a second, I thought like, oh, maybe this kind of looks like it might be an early dinner. Maybe she like,
Yeah, like she went from this date to the other day we already saw.
yeah. But no, I'm pretty sure that's the next day. Yeah, Jumi kind of explains like she went on many trips last year because I don't know if she was getting overwhelmed with work, but she was feeling like she was too absorbed in her work and she was trying to, I don't know. I don't know.
Branch out a
She
little
doesn't get into
bit.
the specifics of it. It seems like she's absorbed in her work because she really likes it, but then she took these vacations as a
And
way
she did
to
like,
counter that, but I don't know.
but like she did leave the company she was with during that time. Like, because now she's free, like a freelance cool lawyer instead of a.
Oh, you think but I don't think she left and then went on vacation. It was like she was taking vacation time while she was still working.
Right, but I think like she might love her work, but I don't think she loved where she was working. You know,
he didn't like
because
where
that's
she
a
was
place she
working.
has since left. So maybe like that's why she was going on so many vacations to deal with potential
okay.
burnout or whatever their work nonsense was happening.
Yeah, the freelancer schedule would be more forgiving potentially. That's where she's at right now.
Yeah.
Or is she a freelancer because she just hasn't found a new firm to yet?
That might be part of it. Who
Okay,
knows?
I don't know.
But regardless,
The right time to be on the show if you're
yeah.
recently left your firm and you're a freelancer.
But he says he admires people who really put their all into their career.
Here we
so
go. Now
there you
this is the best thing Yao Rey has said all season. He said something relevant and nice and meaningful and indicating that he likes that person.
Yeah.
Good job, Yao Rey.
But then he also like later suddenly goes, "Wow, I'm having such a good time." Like he is
Like, out loud.
surprised how good the date is going.
This man can't control his mouth or his tears right now.
But seems like a good sign.
Yeah.
There you
go. And then Jumi hits him with this question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you more like your dad or your mom? What? I would have no idea what to say and or think about this question if somebody asked me.
Yeah, I feel like this is too much for a first date. I don't know.
It's like a weird question. I guess like it is a thing that some people think about and have asked me, but it's usually like I feel like a relative might ask me this question, like somebody who knows my parents might ask me this question.
Are you more like them or do you look more like them?
I took it as are you like them, not if you look like them.
Because look like them's easier and lighter. Like, because you never know, like, what's up with people's families. Like, as soon as you dip a toe into that, you might be heading into some complicated territory. And that's why I say it's too much for a first date.
Oh, that's why you say it's too much for a first date. Yeah. I think she meant it like personality-wise, kind of.
Yeah.
Not necessarily getting into like, are your parents terrible people and are you like them? Like, that's not the question.
Well, that might not be the question, but if you thought your parents were terrible people and then you have to compare yourself to one of them, like you might feel some sort of way. So
that's true.
You might feel the need to explain all that. So that's why I would not ask this question.
Yeah. My main thing is like, what is gained by this question? I don't know. I don't know how to answer it, and I also don't know what I'm getting by somebody else answering it.
I think you're getting some information on what they think about themselves, because in theory they'll be like, oh, I'm like this parent because we both do this or whatever, and so you're in theory trying to learn more about them.
Yeah, if they follow it up with a why, I guess you get some information, but like the actual choosing of the dad or the mom is not valuable. Or maybe it means something, like some people look into that as like a thing, and I don't know. He's like, I'm like both of them, but I'm more like my mom, I guess. And then she's like, I'm definitely like my dad. And that's all we get. Like, we don't get like why they chose.
But I think he's even just like, oh yeah, girls tend to be like their dad or something like, so there is some sort of expectation, I think, of that. Yeah, it's, I don't know.
But okay, you're a girl that's like your dad. What have I
learned? You're just like all the rest of them. I don't know. It's a weird question.
I'm curious what Jumi, on another show, we'd have like a confessional where like Jumi explains like what she thinks it means that he says he's like his mom.
Yeah.
I have no idea why she asked this. And then Galray's going to say he wants to see photos of her as a child. Which they've done this on these shows before, and I say still weird, but okay. I don't. Another thing I didn't understand. I don't understand.
Yeah, that is weird. I will say that I do enjoy seeing pictures of people as a child when, like, the picture of them as a child, you can tell that they're that person, when they look the same. It amuses me. But that's not something I would ask anyone for, or especially on a date.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I feel like it's like a fun, isn't that like a baby shower game where like you bring a picture of yourself and then they put them up
Oh,
and
and then
people like
everybody's supposed
guess?
to guess
Like
who is
I get
who. Yeah.
I get how that game could be interesting, but like in a romantic setting,
Well, it
I
might be
don't
like,
understand it at
ooh,
all.
what would our children look like?
Like I need to know what you looked like as a child because I'm gonna have to deal with that until they get to their
Exactly.
maturity where I like how you look now,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
but I don't want to deal with an ugly baby for 18 years.
It's the same where, like, I need to look at your same gender parent because that's the future of what you're going to look like. I need the full spectrum. It might be
I
something
need to
like that.
see
I
the
don't know.
past and the future. I like the present, but I need to know about the past and the future.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. Still weird, but okay.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, and this is where Gyaray like really just can't hide his happiness right towards the end of the date. Like you
Yeah,
said, he's just like,
Wow, such a good time.
He like can't put it into words though. Like he says, "Wow." I think he says that out loud. Jumi notices, and then he can't really put it into words. So then he just says something like, "I'll set aside some time and think about why I acted like that," which is a great, very like formal statement
Yeah,
as it's translated. But
that's why, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they were still speaking
yeah,
formally
they
to each
might
other.
actually be formal.
Like, they might both be more formal people.
But Jumi really insisted that Mingyu should speak casually with her.
Yeah, but I think
it's weird that
she has found a similar vibe here where she's like, oh, you also enjoy the formal things. I don't know.
Oh, do you think Gyaray also likes formal speak? Has Gyaray agreed to speak casually with anybody?
Oh, I guess he did speak casually with Ji Young when they went. I think like they accidentally slipped into it or something. Ji Young, yeah.
Yeah. I think so too.
I don't know. It is a weird theory I had that I have no evidence for at all. It's just like they are two prim and proper people and enjoy that about each other.
Jumi is cool with this response though. She's like, yeah, you should spend time, think about your emotions and let me know,
I mean,
she's cool about it. She doesn't take it as weird at all. She's like, yeah, I get it. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think these two are vibing.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm in. Why not? I don't get it, but I'm in, How about these two, Sarah? You buying this? You buying these two?
Yeah, for now I'm buying this, yeah.
I would say he's definitely into her.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she definitely likes him more than Jiwon. That's where I'm at. Now, I really can't read Jumi, so I'm not like 100% sure how much she likes Gyaray here.
Okay, yeah.
But she did put it into a lot of effort to like reciprocate what she thought
the
kind of person he was. So, and you said, she was trying to pick him. But also this could just be Jumi.
Well, I think if it was just Jumi, we would have seen a similar thing on her date with Jiwon. Whereas like she specifically put more effort into this date than that date, But all of that happened before she went on the date, so I don't know if going through the date has changed that or reinforced that,
Yeah. I feel like I need one more date with Jumi to really get a read. Like I need to see her date a second older guy. And then I'll be able to compare those two. I don't feel like I have a good comparison with Jiwon. I almost feel like she wasn't really ever. I don't think she was taking that date as like a 100% romantic situation. Whereas this one, I think she was trying to make it more meaningful.
I want her to go on a date with Hushin because they shared that intense eye contact first night.
Yeah, I think that could be a good match too. Because he seems more, I don't know, I guess you don't have to be sentimental if you're artsy, but seems more likely to be
that's
hand
true.
in hand. But yes, second date in real life though. I think
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. I can't really read Jumi, but I think she would definitely second date Gyaray if it was like just them two and they didn't have other plans.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, cool. That was fun. All solid dates, Sarah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Then we get to go back to the house. Now they do something here that I feel like is what I've always wanted to see on these shows, but doesn't happen that often, where like everybody just comes home. And, like some of them they've dated the previous day, some of them are dating now or dated today. But they just kind of all come home, sit at the table, and just talk about the dates they were on. Like in front of everybody. Like they don't scatter or like whisper have like private conversations. They just kind of all talk about what they just did the last 2 days.
It's like mostly the women asking each other questions. Like they're pushing forward the conversation about who went on
Yeah.
what date. I mean, the guys are chiming in as well, but it feels like mostly the women are like, oh, like they are doing exactly what they would do if they were in their room just together talking, but the guys are also
Yeah.
there, you know?
This is good stuff though. We gotta break this down. Jumi and Gyaore get back, but Jiyeon, Gyumin, and Jiwon are also there already.
Yes.
So 5 are back. The only people outside the house are Hushin and Jimin. Jumi is going to tell Mingyu he thought the diffuser was Hushin. Jimin and Hushin do get back though. So everybody's back.
Yes.
All 7 of them sitting at the table.
Yes. And Jimin greets G1 with a high five and is like, oh, you're here. What's up? But she does not seem to specifically greet Mingyu on like individually.
Yeah, they
Apart
don't
from
show
just
it.
like saying hi to the whole
I
group.
don't think
you know?
Mingyu's a big high five person, but I guess if
But I think he would like
if
maybe,
Jimin offers a high five, it would probably have happened.
Yeah, he would high five her hard. Absolutely.
Yeah. Also, I might have to go back and watch the replay, but I remember thinking, oh, that wasn't a very good high five.
Oh yeah, it was kind of weak sauce.
They were out of
but,
sync. It could mean something that they're doing in sync on that high five.
They'll never work out. They can't even high five.
I have to mention this Jumi comment though.
Okay.
You told me not to hold back.
Okay, go for it.
Because when Jimin gets back,
Mm-hmm.
Jumi's like, "Aren't you coming home too late, Jimin?"
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
This is a classic Jumi comment that I just do not care for.
She is the big sister, apparently.
I
So
guess,
she's,
but this,
worried
like-
about the youngin.
This is an annoying big sister,
Okay.
if that's the case.
I mean, it is also funny in the context that we find out that she and Jiwon did not come back the previous night until like 4 in the morning.
That makes it
so-
even worse that she said it. Like she's like, yeah, I can come back at 1, but you came home at midnight. Isn't that too late for you, Jimin?
She's got to go to school, right? Like she's got school the next day, maybe. So there you go.
I mean, she's
Just
done with
worried about
school.
her
It's the
education.
end, you know, this woman knows 100 languages. She's gonna be all right.
Fair.
Get off her back, Jimmy. This is how. I don't know. This is like I feel like I don't know. I feel like this is just me. Like I'm most triggered by like older people treating me like a young person. Like that's like
yeah.
So I'm just like I'm seeing it from Jimin's perspective, and I'm like annoyed by it. But like again, it could be a cultural thing where it's not actually as passive aggressive as like I'm taking it to be. But that's how I feel.
Okay.
Yeah, no one has seen G1. I think like this is the first time everybody's like actually seeing G1 with their eyes again, except for Jumi.
yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah, the show really wants us to think that Mingyu is like uncomfortable when Jimin comes back. Like he's very fidgety in his seat and like like as if like he really wants to find out what Jimin's been up to.
Yeah, and why she did not pick his gift.
Yeah. I guess it could be real. I don't know. The music they were using was like very dramatic in a way that I was like this man is
probably
just
over the top.
He's just leaning back in his chair, you know.
Doing his standard observation move,
Yeah.
you know.
The hosts are like, he's getting into observer mode. So dramatic. G1 and Hushin are meeting for the first time.
Yes, it is unremarkable.
Which is it's a little extra awkward because they're also just going to be sleeping in the same room tonight. It's their roommates.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, hopefully Hushin won't get bothered by G1.
Getting up real early.
Getting up
right?
real
That's
early,
how he
yeah.
managed to get his solo room at the beginning.
You think Hushin is getting up early to do his art
Oh,
and modeling?
No.
Probably not.
100% no.
Jimin though is curious who Jiyeon ended up on a date with. And I think this stems from the fact that the girls at some point agreed that they thought Mingyu was the perfume and Hushin was the diffuser.
Yes.
At some point, that's what they decided on. Whether it was before they picked or after they picked, I'm not sure. But they're both smell related. So yeah, like we were saying, Mingyu kind of got messed up by this.
Yeah.
Jimin is going to tell Mingyu that she thought he was the perfume.
Yes. Jimin makes it very clear that she was expecting Mingyu to show up on
Yeah,
the date.
and she's saying this in front of everybody.
Yeah.
What's weird about it also is that she's saying, "Oh, these were the two we had switched."
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, she's basically It's almost as if she's saying, like, if you're G1 here, it seems as though she knew which one was your gift. And now he might not know that she had an opportunity to pick it, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's something weird about it.
Yeah, she's definitely like saying, she is telling everyone that she would have picked Mingyu, right? Like that's what she's
Yeah.
indicating to everybody. And so other people can feel some sort of way about it. I don't think G1's really concerned about it because I don't think he's put anything off in her direction. It's mostly just been her texting him the whole time, right?
Oh, yeah, I guess, has he texted her at all?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you might be right. She says outright that everyone thought her date was going to be Mingyu.
Mm-hmm.
Human, though, they show him like he's like gets more relaxed and he seems very happy about this comment.
Yeah, he's finally like, oh, okay. She did not purposefully avoid my gift.
This would feel very good if you're in the Mingyu spot.
Yeah.
You're like, yes. I'm glad you said that out loud. We find out Jimin and Hushin started their date at 1 p.m.
Yeah, so they've been out for 11 hours.
11 hours.
But then, like, other people are talking about when they get home and when they got home from their dates, like the previous day or something. And she seems like, oh, they stayed out later than us. And
Yeah.
Hushin's like, yeah, but we stayed out the longest. That's what
Yeah.
matters.
You have to consider how long the date was, Jimin.
Mm-hmm. And then, like, Jimin also jokes that they like went to a bar and that it was so loud that it would have made Mingyu cry.
Yeah,
and
she
I'm
keeps
like,
bringing up Mingyu.
but like this is like kind of insulting. I don't know why you would go from I tried to pick your gift to you would have cried at the bar we went to. Like that's a weird vibe.
No, but I mean, I think Mingyu agrees though. Like they had a conversation where he talked about not wanting to go out places and he liked to be by himself.
I guess. Okay.
I think she's thinking about Mingyu.
Okay.
And now, whether or not she's moved past G1 or it's just because she thought she was going to be seeing Mingyu today, so she's like super focused on thinking about Mingyu right now.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something about how she keeps bringing up Mingyu.
Yeah.
Because she really has no reason to say this, you're right. But I don't think Mingyu would take this negatively because it's something they talked about, how he doesn't really like this
Yeah,
stuff.
but then like right after she says this, he's like, oh, well, me and Ji-young, we were out until 1 a.m. Like, so like there's this weird competitive thing that then happens. And it's a little weird. I don't know.
And these clues about them getting back at midnight and them getting back at 1 a.m. is what tipped us off, basically, that they must have dated the previous day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Human says they dated till 1 a.m. Jimin exclaims, 1 in the morning? We lost.
And I think, that's when we find out that Jumi and Ji-won were out until like 4 in the morning or something.
Was it 4? Oh, I thought it was
I thought
it was only 1. 4, damn. I guess they did start super late. Human even tells them they went to a wine bar, and then Jiyeon has to like explain that she only had 1 glass maybe.
Yeah, because immediately I think like Ji-won and Gyeore are just like, wait, but
You're like,
you don't
wait,
drink.
no,
what would you do?
That's against the information I know about you. But I feel like that kind of, I felt like that meant something. Like they were like, we need to clarify this information immediately. Gary clarifies like, so you just had a sip, right? Yeah. And Ji-won was also very surprised that she drank. So where's Ji-won at? Has he been texting Jiyeon? Oh no, Jumi. He's been on Jumi since they dated. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he did early on show some interest in Ji-young.
Yeah. I think
and maybe after this date where he felt like a little brother instead of a date, he might be swinging back in that direction, you know?
Yeah, we'll see. We don't get much information, especially since he's not going to get text.
Yeah.
That's rough. Human then says he's still talking about his date with Jiyeon. He says, I showed her my special place all at once, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly that.
That was such a good translation. Yeah. Jimin is like, Oppa planned it? Must have been nice. That's what Jimin says. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I feel like during this end part, like everybody's just like kind of side-eyeing each other because everybody is just like too curious about somebody else's date, and it's a silly time. I like it.
Yeah, it's good. This is what I want to see when people get back from these. Everybody just went on a date, and they don't have to be secretive about it like on some other shows we're watching.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the show really wants us to feel the tension of Jimin's emotions and Mingyu's emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So they're feeling like the main characters right now.
Yeah,
in my
definitely.
opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Step aside, Jumi.
Well, who knows if she's very, very popular in Korea? Maybe they're gonna re-edit some things, make her a
They
little
could
bit
do
more
that,
front and
yeah.
center. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if like they have the full show edited out at this point, or they can definitely make changes if they want to, based on what
Mm-hmm.
people want. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, at some point, like Jumi still has to at least be involved.
Yeah.
The guys have to
Like,
be
they can
interested
only
in
do
her.
so much.
They can only
yeah.
do so much. Yeah. Yeah, but we'll see. All right, time for texting. I assume we're not going to actually see what they texted each other, but
Yeah, we just get the host guests, and then they tell us who.
they call these the love lines.
Yeah, it was a bummer. I like the texts. The texts are fun. I like to judge them.
You like to complain about bad text.
I like
Mostly
to
is what that-
encourage people to send better texts.
The only one I wasn't 100% sure at was actually Jimin's, because she hasn't texted the person she dated before, and
Yeah.
I was actually thinking she might text Mingyu. I was thinking Mingyu or Hushin, and I actually thought like for sure she wasn't going to text G1, mostly because of the edit that
Yeah.
she didn't seem as worried about G1's date as she did Mingyu. So
Yeah.
I feel like the edit was trying to make me think like, oh yeah, she's going to text Mingyu, and this is why. But everybody ends up texting their.
They're who they went on a date with. Yeah.
Jumi chooses Galray
Mm-hmm.
over G1.
Yep.
G1 gets no texts.
Bad times.
And that's the end of episode 4.
Yep.
All right, and we're back to talk about episode 5. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah, this episode 5 though, Sarah.
Yeah.
This might be the best episode of Korean reality dating TV we've ever watched. What do you think?
It is pretty good. Yeah. It's a lot of people just like talking about their feelings, and
Yeah.
I love it.
I think the strength of the casting is really showing now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially for this show, I feel like, assuming all these different shows don't have the same casting teams, like this one is probably ahead of the curve because they've done it more times.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've picked some people that are willing to talk about their feelings this time.
Which I think is technically against the rules, but fuck it. It's
Yeah,
great. Who cares?
Yeah. The other thing is, or they're just like not discouraging them from talking about their feelings
yeah.
and what they have done in the past and who they, something
Yeah.
like that. Whatever it is, credit to the show.
Yeah. Good
for
job.
doing this, and credit to the participants. They're actually giving us information instead of the entire thing being a giant mystery the entire time.
Yes, exactly.
I actually believe, for the most part, what they're showing me on the TV show this season.
Yeah. It's not like we're being tricked the whole way through.
I don't think we are entirely. There's I don't know what the end game of this show is yet, but we'll see. Maybe we are being fooled, and
there's room for some trickery, but so far things feel good.
especially this episode, like I don't know, but it seems like the entire episode is like things that the participants initiated themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe not. There's a little like product placement going on here, which may or may not be production
I don't
shenanigans.
think they went, we should order Subway right now, because like most of the K-dramas I've watched, I feel have a very like important scene that just happens to take place in a Subway, like
Oh really?
Subway is all about that product placement.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure production was in on that one.
Okay. All right, we'll go through it. We'll see if okay, is this 100% the participants, or do you think production gave them this idea? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited to talk about this one.
Yeah, let's get in.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to start with all the participants getting a new text.
Yes. Today marks 1 week since the move-in. 1, who are you instinctively drawn to? And 2, who do you think will best suit you as a lover?
What's interesting about this is like they just want the participants to like text production their answers to number 1 and number 2. And then they do nothing with it other than just reveal it to the audience, which I actually appreciate, because it gives us like
if a text went out that went, this person picked you as their number 1, but not their number 2. Feel that some way about that for a while now.
Oh,
feel
they
like
could have
that
done
would have
that.
that
Yeah.
would have been chaos. I think just like too many feelings.
I thought they were gonna like do something with dates or something based on how you answered number one and number two, or
Mm,
something like that. I thought it was gonna be that, but it was literally just for us to like recenter us on like what the participants are actually thinking.
yeah.
And I
Useful
actually
information. Yeah.
I really
It's
like that.
great.
It was so helpful. Because after the last episode was like, we almost had no information because they all went on dates and then they texted the person they dated, which was like,
Exactly.
I don't know if that really, I don't think every date was like groundbreaking in
Yeah,
terms of
exactly.
everybody's now in a relationship. It was like, we just don't know based on the information.
Mhm.
But okay, Sarah, how would you interpret these two questions?
Um,
Number one, who are you instinctively drawn to? What does that mean when you were
who
answering that?
do you think is kind of hot?
That's it? Like you're not supposed to
Maybe not, but
consider
no,
like
but like there you feel like a little bit of a spark. Probably it's just you don't know if it goes any further, but there's like that initial draw to a person that is like, ooh, I want to get to know them more.
okay. The second question is who do you think will best suit you as a lover?
Which
What
I
does
hate
that
the
mean?
word lover. I would rather this was partner, but just somebody who you think you could actually be in a good relationship
Yeah,
with.
it's like number two is like who would you have the best sex with? Is that what you
I
think
like
the lover when it says
I
lover?
like to think no, I like to think it actually means who would you have the best relationship
Oh
with.
yeah. But when it says lover, is that what you makes you think of? It's
I
just
mean,
like
yes, it does.
okay.
But so in a lot of ways, like these two answers are like kind of breaks down to just like who is the shiny option and who is the like sensible option, you know?
Yeah, and do you think they were allowed to answer the same person for both?
Ooh, well, they didn't get any. We didn't see them getting any instruction saying otherwise.
Yeah. Nobody does though, and that seems very unlikely
Yeah.
that nobody out of 7 people would answer the same person.
So yeah, they were probably nudged in a direction,
Yeah.
or there's something about the way it was worded that made them feel that it had to be two different people.
Yeah. I don't know how I would necessarily Yeah, I guess 2 is like this is the person that seems better for a long-term relationship and number 1 is like assuming I can't choose the same person as number 2 for number 1, it's like does it have to be somebody that you don't see as a long-term partner or
Yeah, I guess.
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure.
given that nobody picked the same, that's what it feels like. But
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say that the people who chose whoever for number one necessarily think they couldn't be a long term. It's just maybe number two is the more sensible option.
Okay. Let's go through their answers and see if it makes sense to us. I think it does. I think the hosts end up trying to guess this, and
Yes.
the love doctor guy does the best. So that was like justifying
His
that the love,
existence on the
yeah,
show,
yeah,
yes.
his existence on the show is makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Before the results though, the only info I saw was like Mingyu seems to be struggling to answer the second question.
Yes. He basically says as much to Gyeori in the room because that's where they get the text.
Yeah, and I guess he didn't know. I'm wondering, like, if he's struggling with the second question, he must have been thinking about answering the same person, right?
Oh, I guess, yeah, that's true. Because there's only really like two people he's actively showing interest in right now. Okay.
Yeah, at least that we've seen. And there's only 3. I mean, there's only 3 options.
Yeah.
Okay. I think they weren't allowed to choose the same person ultimately.
Well, then wouldn't it be easier for him?
Yeah, but in that moment that he said that, maybe he was thinking he could do both.
Ah, okay.
I don't know. I don't know how long this process took. All right. Let's go through the results. Let's go through the guys first here.
Okay, so Mingyu chose Jimin as his number one, his instinctive draw, and Ji Young as his potential best partner.
Yeah. That makes sense for him. That's what I would have guessed.
Yeah,
Based
I
on
think
the edit.
this is very much how I interpret these questions. That makes, like Jimin's the bubbly, shiny thing that maybe long term won't work out because they're very different. But then Ji Young's like that comfortable pick,
Yeah. He's closer to age and Jiyeon, and they have common interests.
And he spends a lot of time in this episode talking about like being torn between the cheerful person who pulls him out of his comfort zone and then the other person who like sits squarely in his comfort zone, and feels things the same way as him.
Yeah. Okay, what about Gyaore?
He picks Ji Young for his number 1, and Jumi for his number 2.
Okay. That makes sense. I mean, the instinctive thing also is just a little bit of like almost the same thing as your first impressions.
Yeah.
With like maybe an extension of like when you initially actually got to talk to them instead of just look at them. Maybe it's like it's a little bit more than just looking at them, but it's still pretty much first impressions.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jiwon is going to give the same answers as Galray.
Yes, in the exact same order.
That also makes sense based on the edit, right?
Yeah.
That he would have answered that way. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then what about Hushin?
Hushin picks Jiyoung for number 1 and Jimin for number 2.
Yeah. Jiyeon gets 3. Okay, Jiyeon's on every guy's
Every
board.
single guy's list. Yep. She is the most popular.
She's number 1 for the instinctive drawn to.
Yes.
Except somehow Mingyu is more instinctively drawn to Jimin.
Yeah.
But he thinks Jiyoung is the sensible one. The sensible choice. And the other guys think either Jumi or Jimin is the sensible choice. That's
well, I think she's the sensible choice for Mingyu. Just because she's the sensible choice for him doesn't mean she's the sensible choice for other people.
Yeah. I guess the other guys, other than Galray, the other guys haven't really dated Jiyeon. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing. Like, it's hard to be like, oh, this person seems like best suited as a long-term relationship if you haven't even dated them once, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So basically what it comes down to is like all the guys are attracted to Jiyoung, and then the one guy
not all of them have had
the one guy that went on a date with her and has a lot in common with her made her the sensible choice, and the other guys just kept her on their list as the instinctive one.
The other guys did pick who they dated as their potential partner.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'll like, because like, I mean, we know Hushin the least.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't necessarily see Jimin and Hushin as like a long-term partner. Do you?
No.
What else is what he's going to answer for that? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
But I really like this insight because we know first, because we never got to see his first impression text. Like, right, he's interested in Jiyoung. So the fact that he answered number 1 for Jiyeon, I think, is actually more meaningful than that he put Jimin as number 2.
I was surprised. I would have thought that was Jumi. You know, they made that whole deal about their eye contact during his first night there, but didn't seem to matter.
Yeah.
It's not as important as the edit led us to believe.
Okay, and then you ready to get to the women?
Yes.
Interesting thing that happens here, though, is that for whatever reason, I believe they have changed the order of the women for this exercise for some reason. Did you notice this?
Yeah.
They bumped Jimin to the top of the list, as if, like, I don't know if the show decided she was like a main character or something.
No, I think they switch it depending on which is the more difficult person to guess, you know, to build up the suspense of if the host got it right or not. I think that's how they reorder these sometimes.
They don't do that in the text later. In the text later, they
have done it
for last, but they just skip them.
Well, sometimes they have changed the order in the text, like to make things more dramatic.
It's not actually important. It was just I was like, why? Because I've been writing everything in my notes as like Jumi, Jiyeon, Jimin. And then now that was like, oh, we're doing Jimin first. Okay, weird.
Yeah, so Jimin picks Jiwon as her instinctive draw and Hushin as her potential best lover.
Hushin is an interesting choice, except okay,
now that somebody she went on a date with.
Now that I'm looking at the list, even the girls also picked
the people they went on dates with.
Yeah. So I think the second question is actually like pretty useless. It's almost like it's almost as much information as the text from the last episode. Yeah. Basically. Okay. So the number 1, who's your number 1 here is actually kind of probably more valuable.
More interesting information, yeah.
Okay. So Jumi picks Galray for number 2 and Jiyoung picks Mingyu for number 2.
Yes, and they both pick Hushin for number 1. So again, we have Hushin is popular with all the ladies, mostly probably because he's new and interesting.
Hushin's on everybody's all the women's lists.
Yeah.
So
we got Jiyoung and Hushin are our most popular people on the show right now.
I'm super confused about Jumi. I mean, we've gone through this. I can't read this girl. Like, I don't get this girl. I feel like she's all over the board here. I don't know why she said Hushin here. Because
he's new and she is now drawn to him. You know, he's a new shiny thing. She wants to see what's up with that guy, you know? She's leaving no stone unturned on this show.
But she must have just chose to interpret the question as like just looks or something, right?
I think also you could be like, there's a curiosity about wanting to get to know this person. Like, who are you like, or who you're like, think you might vibe with, I guess.
But she was somehow like more curious about him than she was initially about the other guys.
Well, now she's less curious about them because she has met them. I don't
Well,
know.
the question was, who are you instinctively drawn to, not like, who are you currently most curious about?
Well,
You're
yeah,
like,
but there is something about a draw of the mysterious new guy that I think
okay.
probably is at play here.
She, you
know?
think it's just like a recency bias
I think it might be.
that made her say Hushin. Okay. And then I guess it's the same thing for Jian, although I was less surprised that she said Hushin.
Okay.
I don't know why though. I guess it's equally with just like, okay, the girls are interested in Hushin now, and we know that for sure. So that was good. Good. We got to know that. All right. And then the show does nothing with this information other than just giving it to us. Okay, fun.
Yeah.
But for the rest of the episode,
it's all anybody can talk
participants-
about.
the participants are gonna talk about their number 1 and number 2 picks and ask each other potentially.
Yes.
But on the same night though, Mingyu and Jiwon are gonna go to the playroom and stay up late together, drinking and talking.
Who was on a date last episode and they were like, we should stay up late and secretly watch a movie together? Wasn't that Mingyu and Ji-young or something?
Yeah.
And that's what I was hoping was about to happen because Mingyu comes in this room, but no. It's
That's what I
Ji-won.
said. I saw Mingyu walk in the room and I was like, secret movie.
No, just secret dude drinking time. And they totally do that like stereotypical guy thing where they're sitting next to each other staring off into the middle distance while they talk about their feelings because they couldn't possibly look at each other and be vulnerable right now. And I couldn't help but laugh. They did eventually turn and look at each other, but like for a while they were just like, oh, if I'm not really being vulnerable if I'm just speaking into the void and you happen to hear it. I don't know.
I don't know if
silly
this
to me.
conversation started as like, hey bro, let's go to the playroom and talk about our feelings. Like it might have just been like, I can't sleep, can you sleep? And they're like, nah, and let's just go
I don't
let's
know.
just go chill and drink. And then it happened.
The soju just feels like an extra, just like, oh, we are burdened with our feelings. Let's go drink about it.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
That's the vibe
I don't drink,
got
so
from it.
I don't drink at all. So maybe that is right. But yeah, they basically share their feelings so far, and they talk a lot about MBTI stuff. I think Jiwon is like talking about how he's a T instead of an F, so he's like a thinker before a feeler.
Yeah, and Mingyu's thing is all being worried about extroverts, but both of the women he's torn between are in fact extroverts. So.
Yeah, but he likes extroverts. So
Yeah.
it's like, I don't really know what he's trying to say. Like, if one of them said they were an introvert, I would no longer be interested in them. Or what is he? I don't know
Well,
what the point of
this
these MBTI things is.
Yeah, I don't know, but this is the part where he's talking about, that idea of being torn between somebody who's gonna like pull him out of his comfort zone versus somebody who's like more calm and vibing with him, even though Jiyeon's an extrovert, she's kind of a calmer than Jimin, which is, I mean, that's a low bar. She's a big bubbly force.
Yeah.
Whereas Jiyoung's a little more grounded.
The interesting thing that really happens here, though, is that Jimin is in the makeup closet room that's like near the playroom.
Yes.
And she's like getting ready for bed. And she's actually able to hear them talking, at least a little bit. We don't know exactly what she's hearing.
And she like opens the door even more to like hear. It's like she hears muffled voices at first and like opens the door to like get more of an idea what's going on.
Yeah.
And she like peeks her head out at some point.
The conversation we get from the two guys, though, while the show makes it seem
like she can hear them.
like
yeah.
Jimin is listening, is Jiwon says he is instinctively drawn to Jiyoung, so he gives away his number 1. And then Mingyu says he's really trying to figure out what he's looking for most, like you were saying before, someone who makes him cheerful versus someone who has a lot in common with is kind of the vibe. And Jiwon is able to basically guess that he's talking about Jimin versus Jiyoung. So
yeah.
They basically give each other their number 1s and number 2s.
But the important thing here being that G1 does not list Jimin as either his 1 or 2 here.
Yeah. Ultimately, I don't think Jimin heard anything correctly. Like, she heard
the next
names.
morning, she says she just heard names. So.
She heard names, and then, yeah. But then at some point, she must have felt bad for like eavesdropping on them, so she like sticks her head out to like let them know that she can hear
Mhm.
them, and then they they invite her to talk with them, and then they're like, "Don't worry, we won't tease you," which I thought was a funny thing to say.
I think she was feeling real self-conscious because she was in like her pajamas.
Oh, maybe
And during this time, like G1's just like, I have no idea who she even likes.
they made it seem like she said that he said that while she was like still listening.
Yeah, like when they were kind of talking to her, even like,
Yeah, maybe that's not right, but that's what they made it look like.
hmm
Yeah. And then after he says, I still have no idea who she likes, she just like yells and like runs away to her bed. Get in there, Jimin. That would have been so good. Do you think they would have had like a serious conversation if she actually went? Seemed like they would have.
no, I
No?
don't know. I
You think that the conversation would have just died if she went and joined?
it would have changed into something else, you know?
Okay. Or would it have just been the best?
Yeah, maybe G1 would have been like trying to tease out her picks from her, and she wouldn't be willing to say it because he's on that list. And
Or she would just would have confessed right there and then.
oh no, I don't think so.
Okay, well, she runs away. And then Mingyu goes on to say, I think I'm still drawn to Jimin, almost as
Mhm.
if to say, after talking it out, he's leaning towards Jimin.
And he also mentions that he worries about how Yurei feels because of him also being
Oh,
into
yeah.
Jiyoung.
That's so weird.
And G1 also says something similar. They're just like
Yeah.
both worried about the oldest guy and how his feelings are, and they don't want to like step on his toes. Or G1 even says that there's some quality that Gyurei has that he doesn't have, and he thinks if the girl he likes Gyurei, he doesn't stand a chance. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
which we know.
are we
is not
talking
true.
about the same guy? Like what?
Yeah, we have not been totally impressed by Gyaorei from the edit.
At least not in a like straightforward gonna get him type of vibe, which is what like
Yeah.
G1 seems to think that Gyurei has. He's not displayed that in anything we've seen.
Yeah. But also like G1 has also like barely been on this show because of
That's
his work
true.
schedule, so G1 might just be the worst by default. And then maybe Gyaorei is better. I don't know.
Yeah.
Haven't really gotten to see. G1's only been on a date with somebody who isn't interested in him because of the age difference. So we haven't really got
Yeah.
to see G1's game quite yet.
I mean, we get to see little moments of it. It's
We're
just
about to get an opportunity, but
it's having a hard time to work in because nobody's really vibing with his younger guy status.
even at 28 years old, being the youngest guy in the house is not working out for G1. It seems.
Yeah, it's rough.
Also, not being at the house a lot, I think, is also
Yeah,
hurting
that
him.
is
So
a huge disadvantage.
yeah, and this is them worrying about Gyaorei. This is like straight up just an age thing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you like this system? It's like if two people like each other, like the older person just wins by default.
I mean,
you
no,
just
because
give
it
up.
matters. It matters what the woman actually wants. I know that's a shocking.
Yeah, but
Shocking
they have to.
revelation,
But the
but,
woman
like-
has to reject the older guy before the younger guy can make a move.
No, you're on a dating show. It's a crazy.
That's how it
free-for-all.
seems. That's what they're saying, though, right? Like I'm not. I'm like
Yeah,
exaggerating
yeah.
a little bit, but it's kind of what's going on here. And I think Hushin's gonna say something later, like as if to say, like, oh, he doesn't want to talk to the guys about this stuff,
Yeah.
because then he has to consider age, and if he doesn't
Yeah.
know about it, he can just do what he wants.
That's true. I think the age is definitely part of it. I think there's also like probably a friendship vibe happening between at least Mingyu and Gyurei. You know, they share a room, so he might feel bad also on that level. And I think part of this is also G1 feeling like he's lacking something that Gyurei has. So I think the age thing is definitely part of it, but I think there's also other layers happening too.
Okay, it's kind of practical, it's like give the older guy a chance first. The younger guy has more time in life to find other people.
Or the younger guy has a harder time on the show, so maybe just like
Yeah,
let
but the
him
younger
go
guy
for
will be
whatever.
the older guy later.
I guess that's true.
I mean, in terms of the short period of the show, yeah, I wouldn't just take it lying down if I was the younger guy. But
yeah.
in life in general, I don't know. Maybe it's maybe it's an efficient system.
No.
This way, no old guys get left behind. They get every opportunity they can,
No, it's a free for
and
all.
then eventually
you just gotta go.
the younger guys become the older guy. All right, interesting system. In the last episode, I thought the Mingyu Ji-young thing was over. Lock it in. Guess not.
Yeah. Nope.
But this is the thing though. He does say like Ji-yeon possesses both calmness and cheerfulness.
Mm-hmm.
And like to me, it feels like if you just like took Jimin off this show,
Yeah.
and replaced her with like whatever woman,
Okay.
another Jumi, like kind of person. I don't know.
Someone not overly like bubbly and remarkable in that way.
remove her from the show. You know.
Okay.
I feel like the Mingyu Jiyeon date was like so good that Mingyu and Jiyeon would be like a couple the rest of the TV show.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be because Jimin exists on this show. Like Mingyu has these feelings towards her being like super cheerful and bubbly all the time. So it's like, yeah. But I feel like he does really like Ji-young. It's just like this other person happens to be there and he's comparing them, you know?
Yeah. But I think he also really likes Jimin too, you know?
Yeah, he does, yeah. But I like if he just met Ji-young by herself in real life and went on a date.
He wouldn't be waffling.
He'd be like,
it,
wow, this girl's amazing. He like wouldn't be comparing her to somebody else, you know?
Yeah. I mean, same with if he just met Jimin, you know, it goes both ways.
Maybe at least with Jimin, he would still have that thing of like they haven't really talked about what they have in common or anything yet. It's just kind of like bubbly flirting and
yeah, but he'd just go on some more dates with her and not
worry.
You know, like he'd get to know her better and then decide then instead of being like, oh no, wait, what if this is the wrong choice because I'm on a show and I have a good time.
He would just keep dating her as long as she would keep dating him. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that like I think if like Mingyu like had a checkbox of everything he's looking for, I feel like Ji-yeon checks every box.
Okay.
But Jimin just like has like double check marks in like certain boxes, and now Mingyu can't decide. But like Ji-young is like somebody like exactly what he would be looking for if it was just a normal situation not on this TV show.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And I think because we're gonna find out, it seems to me that Ji-yeon is pretty into Mingyu.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
not that into the other guys in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Those two stayed up till like 6 a.m. Like the light was coming out, but it's very late. Then it's the next day. Maybe they skip another day here. It's gonna be the weekend, right? It's like the weekend out of nowhere. So something happened.
I think we just lost track of days again.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track.
Also, like Mingyu is like awake. Mingyu and Ji-won are like awake, like first. It seems like they got up early. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I don't know what time it is even. Like, you know, who knows?
That's true. But the next day, a mysterious book appears in the playroom.
Yeah, Ji-won goes in and he just sees it and he sits down and starts reading it. And Jimin pops her head out of the like get ready room again, just like instinctually realizes that he's touched her book or something.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, that's the book I was reading last night. And I don't know if this is the name of the book or if there is a poem in this book or something, but she says there's no love in love is the title of something.
I think that's the title of the book, if I had to guess.
The title of the book,
yeah.
Okay.
Also, when Ji-won was walking to the playroom, Jimin like was about to come out of the makeup room or whatever, and then saw him and then just like slammed the door shut. So that's why he knew he was in there.
I think again she is embarrassed about her pajamas and not.
You think so? You know, like, she is still wearing the same pajamas.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, Jimin has like dog-eared a page in the book, and then is telling Ji-won that she did that, and then he asks like, "Oh, why did you mark this specific spot?" And then she just says, "Because I felt frustrated."
Yes, without saying, I'm frustrated with you, which is what is really happening.
And then Ji-won reads it looks like, but we get no follow-up to anything that happened after this. So
I think he like asked her which bit he should read, and she said something about like the bit about cherishing another love or something. And that's it. That's the end of it.
Yeah. I mean, I think Jimin's being very cryptic here. Like, I would not blame Ji-won for being confused. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, like, maybe Jimin was going to, like, take the book and give it to Ji-won and ask him to read it. But Ji-won, like, found it before. So, like, from Ji-won's perspective, it wasn't like she gave it to him. It was, like, just a coincidence that they both picked up the book. Yeah, but apparently Jimin was like reading the book all night, so she also stayed up super late.
Yeah.
Some of the hosts think she was crying last night. I don't think she did.
Yeah, especially given that we find out that she didn't really hear the fullness of what the guys were talking about.
Yeah.
She mostly just heard names, so
Also, if people cry on these TV shows, it makes the TV show. I'm just gonna tell you that.
yeah.
That's TV gold. People cry. Something happened to Friday. They say it's Saturday now.
Yes. And we get Jumi, Jiyoung, Jiwon, and Mingyu having breakfast together.
Yeah. We find out Hushin won't be back until 7 p.m. tonight.
Yes.
Don't know what he's doing. Also, we have
Working?
no idea where Gyaore is.
I also assume working. I don't know.
Okay.
They never
They're
bothered
just
to talk about it.
Weekend workers. Okay.
But yeah, apparently Jimin had told Jumi what she overheard from the guys, and that all she managed to overhear were the names Jimin and Jumi, even though I don't know that they were talking about Jumi, so she must have just misheard that too.
Yeah. Jumi says, Mingyu Oppa and Jiwon Oppa kept talking about us. She says that Jimin said, I couldn't hear anything except Jimin this and Jumi that. So that's already like she didn't hear properly or Jumi didn't interpret properly because
yeah.
At least from what we saw, they'd never mentioned Jumi once.
Yeah, exactly. And then Jiyoung like asked them directly what they were talking about, and they just don't answer. They never give her this answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. Do we want them just to be like, yeah, I picked you for number 1 and you for number 2? Also, they know they're like competing against each other, so
yeah,
that makes it awkward to talk about.
Yes, it does.
Not necessarily competing directly with each other, but they know there's some overlap.
Yeah, exactly.
They do say they stay up until 6 though.
And then the doorbell rings, and it's Subway product placement time.
Yeah, they claim that Jiwon ordered this, and then they have Subway.
There's a lot of, ooh, did you get this sauce? Oh, it's so good. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Just close-ups of people eating sandwiches.
It's definitely suspect. Jiyeon does have an idea to do a girls' night, though.
Yes, because the guys were talking, so the girls must, like they don't already do that in their room anyway, but sure.
Yeah. Wait, don't at some point, doesn't Mingyu say, like, after he went to bed at 6 a.m., he got to the room, and then Gyaore woke up, and then he had the exact same conversation with Gyaore?
Yeah.
Like, this man did not sleep. Yeah.
And then he has to drive all day after this, so, like, rough.
Yeah. So everybody but Hushin on the guy's side has been talking about their number 1 and number 2. Jimin eventually comes downstairs to join them for the subway. Tell me if I'm wrong, Sarah. It looked like she was like ready for a date.
I mean, she was looking cute, yeah.
Yeah, she was almost wearing like a full dress looking thing though, and she had like straightened her hair. And then at some point she's going to say that what she thought when the doorbell rang, that it was like a 4th girl was like entering the house. So I don't know if that's why she said her hair was wet or something though when the doorbell rang. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I couldn't tell if she was like doing something extra, but you would know better than me. Do you think so?
No, I didn't. I thought she's just like, every day I'm playing hard, gotta look my best. I don't know.
I thought it might have been extra, but okay. It was the first time seeing her with straight hair though. Okay. I think. I don't know.
It didn't register for me this time. Sorry.
And then Jimin suggests that they go to an amusement park, Sarah.
Yeah, they're all like, we should go somewhere.
Something got lost here. Either in translation or they just changed their minds. Or
yeah.
The amusement part of the park didn't make the edit of the show.
Or it's more like she wanted to go to an amusement park, but that would require a lot of pre-work from production to approve.
Oh, maybe,
so they probably couldn't go.
Jiyoung says she just wants to go on a long drive.
And then they kind of do for just like a cafe somewhere.
Exactly.
Like they get to this place and I was like, I don't know.
It was just like a mall.
Because there's other stuff. But yeah,
mall.
I was like, is this a mall? Is this a food court? Why are we here? It's never really answered.
Jiyoung seems really into driving.
Yeah.
She drove Gyaore that one time. Now she just randomly wants to go for a long drive.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's going to ask if she can drive when they actually drive there. which we'll get to in a second.
But there's this great little scene where all the girls are now getting ready to go out, even though, again, Jimin already looks like she's ready to go out, but whatever. And she's still talking about what she was overhearing last night. And basically, like, she's upset that G1 does not seem to realize that she likes him. And Jumi's like, yeah, he definitely doesn't know that you like him.
Yeah.
And there's this weird subtitle moment that I don't have any explanation for, which is a poop radar met another poop radar. Did you see that and understand?
I did.
what
Okay,
was happening?
I'll break this down, the important bits here that I wrote down.
Okay.
All right. So Jimin says she actually says she thinks, oh, maybe the guys wanted me to overhear them, which that's a bit presumptuous.
Seems a stretch. Yeah.
She says, I heard them talking about me. Okay, that seems correct. She heard her name. Jumi, I think, says, hey, I went on a date with him, so I know. G1 has no idea. As if to say he has no idea that you like him, I think.
Yeah, I think, did they talk about her specifically on what we saw on their date? I feel like maybe?
Talk about Jimin? Oh,
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they did. But then Jumi also says, but I can't just tell him this. And I guess when she's saying this, she means, like, I can't just tell him that you like him. Like, she's not going to do that. Is the idea. Okay.
Which is fair.
But then Jimin says, but G1 kept saying I didn't like him, which was not something that was said last night, right?
What he did say is that he didn't know who she liked.
Yeah, so maybe she heard that as... I don't know why she would have thought G1 specifically said, I do not like Jimin. But, yeah. And then Jimin says, I kept calling him Hyun the entire day, or I got lost here.
I think the girls are talking about, like, maybe it's because you still speak to him formally, but then the subtitles do say Hyung, like she's using the male honorifics instead of the female to male honorifics. And I mean, that could be possible that she did a joke about it, but I don't like, we haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, ultimately the other two women are going to say that she should try speaking casually with him.
Yeah.
But then she points out, like, but I speak formally with the other guys too. Like, she doesn't think it should matter.
Yeah.
Which is fair. And then I think Ji Yun has a poop radar met another poop radar comment, which I think she means like Ji-won and Mingyu are the two poop radars.
Does that mean they just can't tell who likes who, or what?
Like,
I don't understand this phrase.
I'm interpreting it this way because it would make sense because Ji-yun is saying it, that like, oh, she has feelings for Mingyu, but she feels like Mingyu doesn't notice. So she's like agree, like sympathizing with Jimin, being like, oh, both those guys have poop radars.
Okay.
Or both of them just don't realize that Jimin likes Ji-won, which is probably also the case because I feel like it's probably not obvious. Like, I don't know why Ji-won or Mingyu would think Jimin likes Ji-won, other than like the stuff early on in the show, but like recently, nothing, right?
I feel like the edit wants us to think that Mingyu has picked up on it. Yeah. I don't know how true it is, but the edit wants us to think that.
He definitely noticed it earlier, and they're gonna have him notice stuff today.
Yeah.
But not in a way that he like is super like intimidated by it or anything. It was just
I don't know. They do get in a car later and it feels a little weird, but maybe that's all right. I don't know. We'll get there.
Jimin also says, how could he not realize my devotion for him? Damn.
Probably because she doesn't text things that indicate that it's her who is texting
That's
him.
what I was thinking. Like, what if every single text she ever sent him was obviously from her? Like, pretty much he's only gotten texts from her, right? Like, maybe a few from other people. Like, he would probably feel some sort of way if he knew.
Yeah, but she has sent generic texts, and this is why I always shit on everyone's texts. Yeah. Because if you want to accomplish things, you know, and the only way you're putting your feelings out there is via text, you gotta like link that up to you as a person somehow, instead of just happy birthday and emojis. Like
the time she tried to scare him, she should have just texted, sorry for trying to scare you. Or like something like something
there
like
you
that.
Go.
Even though like they had no interaction the whole day, but if she really wanted to text him. Yeah, so like I don't know who Ji-won thinks these texts are from. And actually the show like stops showing us what the text messages are.
Yeah. So it's hard to
So we're only
tell who is.
assuming that G1 has no idea because Jimin is texting him and he still has no idea. So we're assuming
Yeah.
Jimin's texts are just still bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I just wrote the women are so cool together now. This was this is a
Yeah.
fun scene. They're just like straight up.
Well, it's nice because like neither of the other two women are interested in G1, so it's very easy
Exactly.
for them to like come together and try to help the youngest girl with her G1 problems.
Yeah. I feel like this episode is a little bit of like Ji Young and Jumi like trying to help Jimin get together with
Yeah.
Jiwon, and then they don't have to worry about Jimin the rest of the show because they are
Yeah.
both not into the younger guy
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
vibes. Yeah, okay. So yeah, they decided to do a lottery to see who rides with who in cars because apparently
Yes.
I guess they didn't want somebody to sit back middle. Is that too awkward?
I guess.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm all about back middle. You know, I would have volunteered.
Or they were trying, or I don't know whose idea it was. Maybe Jimin was trying to get like the just her and G1 in a car situation happening, you know?
Oh, she just gambled the what? She would have had like a
Yeah, I don't think she did the math on it.
25% chance at best.
Or
being
production was
getting the
like, it's
one-on-one.
more interesting if you get into smaller groups because you
If
could pair off then.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if production doesn't like 5 people in a car. That could have been a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was a little confused why they were taking 2 cars. But they decided to just randomly pick what the 2 cars are.
It ends up being Jiwon driving with Ji Young, and then Jumi is driving to start with Mingyu and Jimin. And Jimin is
Yeah.
in the back seat, and she is sad.
Yeah, it sucks to
She's
be the
in the
one
wrong
person in the
car.
back seat no matter what, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Jimin like could have just come up with some dumb reason that she had to go with G1 or just been like, I
Hey,
haven't
Jiwon,
spent that
I'll
much
drive with you.
Yeah, G1, I haven't spent much time with you. I want to drive with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should have been pretty easy, but the only thing I wrote though was like maybe like even though she seems like really into G1 and I'm sure she is, but maybe she doesn't want to like totally ruin anything she has going with Mingyu.
With Mingyu.
And
Yeah.
she doesn't want Mingyu to see her like very clearly obviously trying to
Yeah.
go with G1.
That might be it. Yeah.
So she gambled on the lottery system instead and she lost.
Yeah. It did not work out for her.
Yeah, G1 is gonna drive, or yeah, Jian asks G1, "Oh, dude, are you a good driver? Should this Nuna drive?" I like the third person referring to yourself as Nuna.
Yeah, yeah.
That's funny. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
And it might be like she's making fun of the situation and maybe being like, I don't know if she's putting out vibes of like, this is never gonna happen. I am older
Yeah,
than
that's
you.
how I felt. Like, I think the host might say this too. Like, she's really like highlighting the fact that he is younger than her
Yeah.
by like referring to herself as Nuna. And we talked about how women sometimes don't even like when younger guys call them Nuna. But
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
like volunteering the Nuna. Yeah.
And she's like not that much older than him, right? Like 2 years, a year. I
She's
forget what
29
it
or
is.
30. I forget.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's not
it's
even
a
that much.
it's not a big difference.
But we're gonna find out that she's also never dated anybody younger or the same age as her. I think she says.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately for G1 though, Jumi backs him up and says he's a good driver. But then right before they get in the car, Ji-young is going to ask him again.
Yeah, I think she just likes
do
driving.
you want to drive or you want this Nuna to drive? Yeah, I think she just really wanted to drive.
Also, theoretically, he's been up all night drinking, so she should probably
Yeah.
drive anyway.
Maybe if it's actually the very next day. Okay. Yeah, Jumi and Mingyu are gonna sit in the front with Jumi
Mhm.
driving, and Jimin is in the back.
Yeah, but she, I don't know if she's cold or just self-conscious about the length of her skirt, but she's like, oh, I should have picked up a blanket. And so Mingyu does the boss move of taking off his jacket so she can cover up her legs. You know, he's always doing the right
yeah.
thing, you know?
Pretty easy move.
Yeah, but he's still
But he's
consistently
still
doing it, you
he's still
know?
doing
He's
it,
putting
yeah.
the work in.
Ji-young is gonna ask Ji-won how his date was, which I assume
Yes.
he's talking about the Jumi date.
Yeah,
He just says quiet.
yeah.
That's all he said about that date.
Yeah, yeah. But she ends up telling him a lot more about her date, which I feel is always a bad sign, you know?
Yeah.
She says that Mingyu was sweeter than she thought he would be, and goes on about that for a little while. And this is when Jiwon's like, "Hey, so what do you think about those younger guys, huh?"
Yeah. He's got to pull this question out too much.
Yep.
He's got to ask though.
Yeah.
It's too common.
And that's when, yeah, she says she's only ever dated older guys, not even the same age guys. And he's just like, yeah, younger men aren't really, in fashion in society right now. And she's like, yeah, you're right. And I'm so old, and younger guys are all the same to me. And so it's like, she's not even leaving the door open a little bit for this guy.
Oh, did he
She's
say
just
they're
like,
not in fashion?
or
Is that
I
what
think he said younger men are out in society now. Like,
Yeah, I thought
they're
this was
not.
actually a dig at her almost because it was like, at your age, there's a lot of younger men out there now.
Oh, maybe, I guess.
I mean, I don't know if he meant it like harshly or it was like in a joking way, but that's kind of how I would have taken that. Like,
Oh, I took it like, they're not they're
You know,
they're
they-
not cool, or whatever. Like that's
like,
what I was.
the older you get, the more younger men there are.
I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. But then Jiwon is going to say, I actually prefer older women. And,
Yes.
ooh, really not good for Jimin that he just said that.
Yeah.
Hopefully for Jimin, he's just saying that because he's with an older woman. But I
Yeah.
think he's being sincere. What do you
I think he is being sincere,
Yeah.
yeah. And then he says like he's good at listening to her specifically, and something
Yeah.
about how he's going to do his best, and she like puts her hand up to her chest like this was a moving statement he said, and
Yeah, I don't know about
I
that.
still don't think it did any work,
Yeah.
to like actually change the situation, but
Okay.
he's trying,
Yeah.
putting the vibes out.
Yeah. That's rough.
Yeah.
Jiwon, no chance. If only... Can you imagine being going on a show like this,
Hmm.
being the youngest guy on the show, and you prefer older women?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I mean, that would be ideal if any of them were into it.
That's the perfect
but-
storm of I'm not gonna leave this show in a relationship.
Well, who knows? Maybe the fourth woman who comes in is like all about those younger guys.
You mean the fourth woman who she looks like a very proud cat?
What?
I'm spoiling the previews for next episode, but I actually have no idea if a host said that or one of the participants said that, but somebody described, we didn't get to see her face, this fourth
Mhm.
girl, but somebody said she looks like a very proud cat.
Yeah, I totally missed that line. But
But
that's a way to describe someone, I guess.
hopefully Jiwon is into cats and then this
Yeah.
woman is older than him.
Yeah, hopefully proud cats enjoy younger men. I don't know.
Does Jiwon need the most help right now? Is this what the guy we're rooting for getting help? the
Yes,
most?
he's
Okay.
never around because of his job, and he is at this disadvantage because he's younger and none of the Nunas want anything to do with him. It's a bummer.
Yeah. Back in Jumi's car, Mingyu was going to call out Jimin for continuously humming.
Hmm.
And then he poses the question, what will you be like at 30 years old, Jimin? That's like 6 years from now.
And Jimmy's like, she'll probably be the same. But then
Yeah.
he says, she could be prettier. And that's
Mi-
like such a weird thing to say.
Mingyu said that, right?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
said
okay.
that.
That's
yeah.
what I thought. And then I was like, oh, maybe Jumi said that, but I think Mingyu said it, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, he is definitely thinking about her.
Mm-hmm.
If you're thinking about how somebody will be when they're older, you're thinking about that person.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
We get no response from Jimin with Jumi and Mingyu talking about her in this moment. Like,
I mean, she does
say
smile and maybe
anything.
blush a little bit, but yeah, she does not say anything.
yeah, she must be thinking about something else.
Yeah, how she's not in that car with Jiwon.
And then Jumi basically tells Mingyu that her date with Jiwon was whatever.
Yeah.
But then she says she'll have to go to get back to him with how she feels about Gyaore. Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Mingyu's response is, how fun. What do you think, at this point in the show, how do you think Mingyu feels about Jumi?
I think he doesn't think about her.
Yeah,
You
the
know?
only thought I would have about Jumi on the show is like, that's a silly person or something like. I don't know.
Mingyu is way too busy worrying about Jimin and Ji Young and that whole situation. You know,
Yeah.
he's not seeing anything else right now.
But this how fun, like, does it come across as like how fun? I don't care what you think about Galray, or like, oh, this is actually
or
interesting.
or yeah, I mean something interesting must be happening if she's gonna like think about it and consult later. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I don't know. They showed it on the show, so I wrote in my notes. Jumi goes the wrong way. She gets.
And then Mingyu is like very supportive about
Yeah,
it.
is that
He's
why they
like,
put it in the show? Like,
I think so, just to show Mingyu being a good dude, where he's like, it's so hard to like pay attention to where you are in traffic and the navigation thing, and then also, you know, worry about the people you're driving with. You don't have to worry about me.
okay.
I will pay attention to the navigation for you.
Yeah,
I got this for you.
this is just like what they did to Galray, where it's like could just showed not showed the person messing up. It would have been fine.
And then they go down some other road, and he's like, yeah, see, we never would have seen this pretty road if you'd taken the right turn. So it's great, you know?
Yeah.
The show is doing Mingyu a solid, being like, look at
Is this
that.
is this
He's a nice
supposed
boy.
to make us feel like Minyu does feel some way about Jumi and is like going above and beyond to be kind to her here?
I didn't take it like that. I took it just
neither
like,
did I.
oh, look at this
Okay.
good, considerate, nice boy.
Okay.
Was not shitty at her for taking the wrong turn.
They arrive at the place.
Yeah, which they're never clear on. It is like some sort of food court, cafe, something that looks like a mall, but not,
Might
and
be
was
a
very
mall.
far away. Yeah,
We only saw him in the food court area, but
yeah,
might have been a mall. Jiwon, okay, this is interesting. Jiwon says to Jimin out of nowhere, "It feels like you're drawing a line since you're speaking formally to me." And then I wrote,
yes.
Ji Young must have said something to him right in the car. Like she had to have said something in the car.
Yeah, that's the only way this comes up exactly now.
Yeah. But if she said something in the car, then at this point, doesn't Jiwon have to know something is up?
It depends on how she said it.
Yeah, we didn't get to see how she said it, but
She might have like asked him what he thinks about Jimin, and he might have said, oh, well, she's always using honorifics with me. It doesn't feel like she's close. And then she might have been like, well, she's younger than you. Maybe she needs you to approach it first to
she
draw,
could
you
have
know, like,
been
yeah.
not so obvious about it.
Instead of being like, that girl likes you, go talk to her.
Okay. All right, maybe he doesn't know. But Jimin is just like, all right, I'll drop the honorifics. And then she's like, I'm not drawing a line. I cross lines. I leap over them. Yeah, and that I don't know. I at some point this becomes, I feel like, enough that Jiwon should know something's up. But
yeah.
I've never heard somebody say, I'm not drawing a line. I cross lines. I leap over them. I've never heard somebody say that before.
It kind of feels like maybe he does know though, and like he's trying to not acknowledge it because he doesn't want it to be true, maybe.
Yeah, we really don't get a look into what Jiwon is thinking about Jimin at all.
Yeah.
We're really just guessing, but it seems like the show is going to make it seem like, or the hosts are going to sell us that like he's purposefully trying to be distant, like not looking at her or like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
because they're all going to go sit and eat together, but it might not be him avoiding looking at her. It might be he is hyper focused on the girls he does like, you know?
Yeah, or just like unlucky seating situation.
Mm-hmm.
They go to sit, and Ji Young and Mingyu are on one side of the table. So Ji Young got her spot, right? And then Jumi, Jiwon, and Jimin are on the other side. So Jiwon and Jimin are like sitting right next to each other.
Yes.
Which is probably not ideal for looking at each other, right? So
I
don't know. I don't know how to feel about Jiwon right now. And then for some reason they all feel bad for Galray specifically. What happened with Galray? I think we're missing something here.
Well, this is when we hear that Mingyu, when he went back to his room, Galray woke up and they talked about, you know, who they picked. And it was probably just like he had to go to work early today, and maybe they were upset that his sleep got disrupted. I don't know. Maybe that's all I got.
They start like planning like food that Galray will specifically like, but like, why don't they feel bad for Hushin? You think it's just like, oh, Hushin got a full night's sleep, so we don't feel bad for him?
Or he hasn't been around long enough for anybody to worry about it. I don't know.
Or Hushin's like so manly, you don't have to worry about him.
Or his job is so cool that he must just be having the best day or something. You know, like, who knows?
Hushin does seem like a guy you don't need to worry about.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know
Like,
if
he'll take
Yarai
care of
seems like
himself.
a guy you do need to worry about, but they
I
are
feel
worried.
like a little bit more.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
how I would view it.
All right. Yeah, the other reason Jiwon's not looking at Jimin is because he's looking at those older women.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Then this conversation happens. Jimin notices Jiwon has an ear piercing,
Yes.
which he said he got when he was 20, and it may or may not be closed. Like he hasn't worn an earring in a while.
Mm-hmm.
But then she's gonna ask Mingyu if he has one, and Mingyu says no. But then Jiyeon looks at his ear from the side and thinks that she sees a hole in his ear.
Oh, I thought
And
she
then
saw a mole
mole.
on his ear.
Oh, I thought she saw a hole.
Or a mole that she thought was a hole or something.
I don't know. She sees something and then she
And
decides
she
to touch
touches his ear.
or get really, really close enough that it looked like she touched it.
Yeah.
Which then prompts Jumi to say that she has small ears and shows off her small ears. And then
Mingyu's
says,
like, my ears are so big that your ears could fit inside of them. I'm like, what is happening?
I think everybody at the table started cracking up laughing when Mingyu said this.
A lot of ear talk for lunch or brunch or whatever this is.
Jumi's like laughing, but like I feel like they showed her face the most, and her face was a little bit like, I can't believe you just said that. It is a weird thing to say, for sure.
It is a weird thing to say, yeah, but pretty silly.
But they all thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Mingyu's crushing it still. And then they're going to keep bringing up Mingyu and Jiwon's conversation from last night. The women are so curious what they talked about.
But they refuse to tell them. And yeah. Eventually, though, then Ji-young says she's like curious about when they're going to get to request their own dates. Because she has something she wants to do. But she doesn't say what this cool date idea is. And then Jimin says she also has a date idea, but she doesn't think it's going to work out. And I don't know if she's serious about this being her idea or not, but she says she wants to go to Jeju Island, which is like kind of a big trip, I would think.
I think that is what she's specifically talking about.
Well, I didn't know if she like had something else and then like made a joke about it being going to Jeju Island, because that, I don't know, to me seems like that's a ridiculous idea for a date on a dating show.
It's like an overnight date on The Bachelor.
Yeah, I would have thought, yeah.
I don't know, like have they done like longer dates on this show towards the end of the show? Because she kind of seems to think that like, oh, this is a date that I would do towards the end of the show.
Well, I thought she said she would do this date towards the end of the show because she asked Jiwon about it, like if he could even go because of his work. And he's like, oh, well, if it's in April, I could go.
Yeah, but April, in terms of the timeline of the show, though, April is sooner than later.
Like I think we're wrong about when this was shot.
Oh, really? I mean, they told us April. They said the day they started.
I know.
It was April something.
Did they? No, we know his birthday, and maybe
and the show started on his birthday.
Wrong. Yeah, but maybe the subtitle was wrong, and it's actually March, and it's not April.
Oh,
because like when they're driving,
we did get confused about that. Oh yeah,
yeah, because okay, we've had the White Day thing, and when they're driving, like none of the trees have any leaves on them yet, and it feels very not April. But I mean, I don't know when the trees get leaves in Korea, but it feels like maybe April might be a good time to get some leaves. And add that to this comment of I could go in April, and she says, "Oh well, then I'll wait till the end. Maybe we're doing a March to April filming time."
Oh, okay, well.
I don't know if that's accurate.
Somebody knows Korean has got to let us know.
I
the show
go
definitely
back
said
and,
it was
like,
April, and then
figure it out. But
I just assumed the White Day was like the closest thing to what they were going for. But I guess because it doesn't even make White Day is March, right?
Yeah.
So it would be about that day that they did that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, you're right.
And it would be pretty easy to mess up that subtitle because, like, I think the months are just like a number and the word for month. Like, and if you just messed up the number while you were translating, that would be real easy to. Anyway,
okay.
Two inside.
I believe you.
Things we don't really know about, but that's my theory.
Okay, so you think
She
Jimin
specifically
is
was
good.
like, I will wait for this date idea because I want to go to G1 and it
Yeah.
feels, or go with G1. And it feels like she
Yeah.
has said that very openly in this setting where, like, how could he not know that she likes him?
Yeah. She's probably going to have like a less than a week window where the show would let her go on a date
Yeah.
to somewhere that is usually an overnight date, but it probably wouldn't be on the show. I don't know. We'll see if this happens.
The reality of it happening is less important to me than her like very openly saying,
Yeah.
I want to go to Jeju Island with G1, you know?
Yeah, pretty much. Like G1 can't be this clueless. Like she's like,
Yeah.
I want to go to a specific place, but I don't know if it's going to work out. And then she's like,
I think she even says, I want to go with somebody I really like.
yeah.
And then she's like, G1, would you even be able to go? Like,
Yeah.
it's very, very on the nose.
Okay, yeah. He's got to know. We can go back to when they were the girls were trying to get them to talk about what they were talking about last night.
Yeah.
They were like getting annoyed. I think the guys, all they said were like, they were very amazed by what the other person had to say. That's as much information they got.
And that made all the girls like extra, just like, what the fuck were they how could it be shocking?
The guys did a good job of making it seem like they missed out on like the most interesting conversation of all time.
Not only that, like these women would be the subject of that conversation too. Like
exactly.
It's ridiculous.
And then the music track for this part where they were not revealing what they were doing last night. They hit us with the classic "It's a Motherfucking Party" song.
I totally missed that.
Yeah. We got another "It's a Motherfucking Party." And all the girls missed out. It was
They're gonna have to have their
two-man
own
party. And also, there's a moment here where like the guys agree to like each talk to their roommates more tonight.
Yeah, so that way all the guys could know what all the guys had picked or something. Yeah.
And then Jumi's like says to Mingyu, and then I'll be talking to you, Oppa. As if they and apparently like this is something they agreed to that I don't think was on the show. Somehow Jumi got Mingyu to agree to at some point like having a one-on-one, which is going to come up later in the show.
Yeah.
But we missed when that happened.
And here it seems like she's like, okay, and then you will share all that information with me.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened.
That's not what's going to happen. Okay. At the end, when Jimin gets done explaining where she wants to go on a date and basically who she wants to go with, Mingyu just says, sounds like fun. ... Yeah, okay. That's a different than what he say to Jumi. He said how fun. He said how fun to Jumi. This one sounds like fun. Okay.
But yeah, we do get some shots of what vaguely looks like he looks uncomfortable. At least that's what the edit is trying to tell us about Mingyu in this moment.
Yes. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Also, maybe this guy is tired as hell.
Also true.
But
fair.
Then they're done with whatever this place is.
Yep, that was it. They drove all the way here just for lunch, and now they're driving back.
And Minyu's going to take over the driving.
And now Jimin's in the front with him, and Jumi's in the back.
Yeah. All right. I like that. I like that mix up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mingyu and Jimin both casually mention to each other that they are lost with their feelings right now.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's good to know. I think it's good that they both at least can see the other person is lost. You know, they're not committed.
Okay, yeah.
They're not committed to not the other person. Or it's different because
I feel like her lost is different from his lost.
Yeah, like she is his number one, but he's got to feel good that she's feeling lost because he probably feels like she's into G1 a lot, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, he's not her number two. So the way in which she is lost,
I think he is.
Okay, well that's not what she said.
In the survey, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she had just gone on a date with Hushin. I don't know. I'm not. I don't
but
think
she had gone
two.
on how many unofficial dates with me? Like she has spent a lot of time with Mingyu. I don't think there's like any way she doesn't have a good clue of whether or not she would match well with him. You know, like they've spent a lot of time together.
So they're gonna do these one-on-ones later, and the one-on-one Jimin gets is with Hushin again. And
Hmm.
after watching that, like I don't think I feel like Jimin's more into Mingyu than Hushin, but
When we get to the girls talking, I don't think that's true.
okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jimin considers Mingyu to be a whatever the prompt was choice, you know.
Well, yeah, that's what when they talk as the women like
Mingyu is like
it,
some
it
third option that
no,
wasn't a
Mingyu feels
choice.
like he is straying into friend territory is what's happening like with her vibe for him, like
I mean, there aren't only
she
two kinds of people that you want to date, like sensible people and people you're instinctively attracted to, right? There's like there's a bigger
yeah.
spectrum than just those two answers.
We will get into it with more detail when we get
Okay.
to the ladies talking, but like I feel she
Wow.
definitely indicates that she does not feel nearly as strongly about Mingyu as he does about her
Wow. Okay.
in a romantic sense.
Oh wait, then he feels about her, of course,
Yeah.
yeah. But I'm saying I'm comparing how she feels about Mingyu and how she feels about Hushin.
Well, yeah, she even says we'll get to it when we get to
Okay,
it, but
fine.
like she definitely calls out Hushin as being more like,
Okay, don't say that I said she's more into Mingyu than Mingyu's into her. That is not what I said.
oh no, but we will break this down when we get there.
Yeah, Mingyu and Jimin are still talking. They start talking about how like they try to get into a little bit of like who they texted as their number one and number two last night. And Mingyu says something like, I made up my mind while answering them.
Mm.
As if to say, like, it seems like Mingyu is saying through these conversations we're hearing that like he's chosen, right? Not like I
Oh,
made up my mind about what to pick number one and number two, but like I've picked between number one and number two.
oh, I took that as I couldn't decide until I was in the like
Hmm.
before that he was more back and forth, and it
Oh,
became a little bit more solidified in this exercise of having to
okay.
pick someone.
I'm getting the impression that Mingyu has chosen Jimin.
Okay,
And yeah, we'll get to some other moments that I think indicate that as well.
okay,
Oh, then Jumi has an interesting question that I actually liked. Would you
yes.
rather be the number one or number two for the person you're interested in?
I mean, Jimin says number one, but that's the wrong answer. The answer is number two. I guess it depends on what you're looking for. If you are trying to get into a long term relationship, the answer is number two.
Yeah, I agree with you, except in the context of how they chose to answer the questions. I would not want to be number two because they just chose the person they actually want, the one person they went on a date with.
Well, that's true.
To be number two seems meaningless, and it seems like they're kind of all on the same page about that.
That's fair. But if they had answered the question authentically, then yeah, I would say number two is the way to go. But you're
Yeah.
right.
If this was like if you did like speed dating and then at the end of the night you had to be like who are you instinctively attracted to and who it seems the most logical person for you to be with,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't mind being number two in that scenario. But when you haven't equally dated all the
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
or girls you're basically ranking right now, being number two
Yeah,
seems dumb.
that's fair.
But yeah, good question from Jimmy there. I like that one.
Yeah.
And then Jiwon and Jiyoung are also driving home. Jiwon's still driving though. Jiyoung couldn't wiggle her way in. What did they talk about?
Yeah, he says that he was really surprised when Mingyu told him his picks, and that Mingyu was really surprised when he told him his picks. And she's just like, why you keep talking about this, but you won't tell me anything. And he's like, well, why don't you tell me first? And then I'll tell you. And there's some cute banter back and forth. I'm just like, no, you tell me first or whatever. But then she's like, okay, well, you also want this info too, so tell me first. And he's just like, yeah, I want to know, but I don't think I'm gonna like the answer,
Yeah.
which is feels like very easy to put together. That he's just like, hey, I want you to have picked me, and I'm pretty sure you didn't because I'm a baby, or you think I'm a baby.
Yeah, but then Jiyeon is like an answer you don't like? Like,
Like, yeah, it sounds like
yeah.
she doesn't get it.
And no, I think she gets it. Like I feel like the only way to interpret that is like, oh, you like me and you don't think you're gonna like my answer. That's the only way to interpret that, right?
Yeah, but I think she acts like she doesn't get it, so she doesn't have to talk about
But
it.
this is kind of like what she did to Mingyu when he was like, he said something like, I wanted you to think of me when you smell the thing, and then she was like, "Wait, can you say that again? What you just said?" kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Ji-young knows that Ji-won is interested in her, and she is doing nothing with that information. Also,
Well, it's not information she really cared to hear, so
yeah. Well, she got it out of him. I mean, she was asking. Yeah, I did write like she is asking about what Ji-won and Mingyu talked about, but more specifically, I think she wants to know what Mingyu said, not
Yeah,
what Ji-won
exactly.
said.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the house. Galray gets home at 6:30. No one
And
is
no one
home.
else is
Sad
home.
face. Feel bad for this guy. Hushin gets home at 7:20.
With his snail. He's
the
brought
snail.
it to live with everyone.
Husok the snail.
Yeah.
Let's go. That is a large snail. For some reason, I imagine like a small snail, but it makes more sense that it's a very large snail.
Yeah. And they agree to drop the honorifics. That's Galray and Hushin, not anyone in the snail.
They agree to they use the word skip the honorifics as if like one of them had already not used honorifics, and then they were like, "Don't worry, let's just skip using them." Like they never use them at all.
Yeah. Okay.
Kind of some weird dynamic between them. It seemed different than normal.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody gets back at 7:40.
Yes.
And everybody rushes to see the snail.
At least all the girls
do. The women do, yeah. The guy, I think Ji-yeon sees it first, and she runs over. But then all the women get like really close, but we don't see the guys look that close at the snail. Hushin's on everybody's list, so the women want to at least show interest in the snail.
Exactly. Even though I think Jimin the day before had been like, or the couple when they went on the date was like, gross, snails. Yeah. And now she's like,
the snail is
look
pretty
at the
cool.
snail.
I mean, it's safely in its own container. It's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
All right. Well, nobody's done any grocery shopping, so.
Yeah, like Hushin asks that immediately. Like that's the first thing he says to somebody who comes in. He's like, "Did you bring groceries?" It's pretty funny.
They felt bad for Galray, but they didn't get groceries on the way home.
Nope.
Yeah, so it's time to split into a cooking team and a grocery shopping team. Classic activity.
Yeah, and they pick the grocery folks via rock, paper, scissors, even though like Ji-yeon was like, "Hey, me and Mingyu, let's go get groceries."
No, so the way this went down is like the first thing we see is Ji-yeon actually invites Hushin to cook with her. So like she initiated this from what she saw. Now it could have been like somewhat their turn in the rotation. So maybe it's not as meaningful but they showed her being like, "Hushin, do you want to cook together?" And he said yes. And then we see the other three guys that aren't Hushin do rock, paper, scissors, where the loser has to go grocery shopping. And Mingyu loses.
Mm-hmm.
And then I assume because Ji-yeon is cooking, they go up to like the makeup room, and it's just Jimin and Jumi, and they choose to do rock, paper, scissors with just them, and the loser has to go grocery shopping, and Jimin loses. So Ji-young was never in like the pool of potential people to go grocery shopping.
I think my brain overwrote the part where she asked Hushin if they would cook and just put Mingyu in there and groceries. It just makes, because she does, like, Mingyu gets ready to go and he's sitting in the playroom and Ji-yeon goes over to him and she tells him that she wanted to go grocery shopping with him. Like, she wanted to spend time with him.
I don't know if she was planning on doing both, or she like is just letting him know that she would have wanted to go with him. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird because she already had volunteered to cook, and usually you don't do both on these shows.
Yeah. But also in this interaction, he sniffs and goes, "Oh, I smell that perfume," as in the perfume he gave for the gift, and because she is wearing that perfume from him now. So that's gotta mean something.
It wasn't
right?
perfume though, was it? It was like a diffuser thing.
Oh, you're right. Then why is he talking about the perfume he's smelling?
He might just smell like the scent of the diffuser.
Oh, okay.
And maybe it's not perfume. I don't know. He does mention that. But the thing, so like Ji-young is saying like, "Oh, I wanted to go with you," and I wrote like, okay, the other women must have just assumed she wasn't gonna go because she was cooking. But at no point does Mingyu say like, "Oh, you can come if you want to," or anything like that. And then, but what he does ask is like, "Oh, who is going with me?" And she says, "Oh, I think it's Jimin." And then Mingyu kind of like, I feel like he like checks out the rest of the conversation.
Yep.
This guy seems exhausted, I'll be honest.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like a normal Mingyu would be like, "You can come if you want to."
Or would he be super pumped that he gets to spend more time with Jimin? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he might be. Yeah, he might be lost in thought once he finds out it's actually going to be Jimin going.
Yeah.
But yeah, even on the way out, when she's leaving, she's like, "I wanted to go with you." Like, gives him one more chance to like invite her, but he doesn't invite her.
Yeah.
I would say this is the first major fail on Mingyu's part on the show. I mean, he did like talk about Jimin on his date, but
yeah, that feels.
but this is like
a fail too.
This is just like easy mode. Somebody's telling you they want to go with you somewhere, and all you have to say is sure, and he doesn't even say that. So this is pretty.
Except
bad.
like the person he's already assigned to go with is the person he likes more. So I don't know.
Yeah, but why not just both of them go? That's the cool guy move. Come on.
I guess.
Or maybe I don't know. Unless he's really worried Jimin will like not go. if it ends up Ji-young's going, I don't know.
Or he can't say something he would like to say to Jimin in front of Ji-young or something, like.
Oh, maybe let's see if he says anything.
Well, they do kind of make plans to meet up again outside of her school on the trip to the grocery store.
Oh, that's true. I guess he does say some stuff he probably wouldn't have said.
Yeah.
So they leave at 8, Mingyu and Jimin, to go get groceries. And this is where I looked at him like walking outside. He just looked exhausted. Not operating at 100% here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this gives Mingyu kind of an opportunity to like express how he's feeling. He says something like, "It's hard to keep it together."
Yeah, but is not really clear on the it necessarily. Like he does not expand on that.
Yeah, but then he just says, "It was fun back then when I went in front of your school." And then Jimin's, Jimin's taking the layup. She's just like, "Come again,"
Yeah,
it's pretty easy mode here.
Yeah, and they kind of make plans to. Yeah,
don't worry, I'm gonna need a ride all day this week as well.
Yes. And yeah, they kind of make big plans to go get a particular kind of food one of the days. And there is a point where she says that she's the closest to him out of anybody in the house. Mm-hmm. And I think he also says the same. But like, I don't know that this necessarily means date-wise, like it's just he's the person she spent the most time with and is really comfortable with, I think.
Oh, I mean, I just take it as, I'm not like, you don't have to be all in or all out. She's definitely prioritizing G1, but I don't think she's like closing the door.
But I do think he's like the last door, You
think you think he's lower than Hushin? That's interesting. That's not how I interpret this.
Well, again, I'm bringing up stuff that we'll talk about later, but
okay.
Yeah, stuff she says with the girls makes it feel like he might be in third place.
Okay. And you just think this is like Jimin's always going to she would have invited any guy to come in front of her school. That's essentially what you're saying. This means nothing.
I don't know that it means nothing, but it does mean she does enjoy spending time with him. But if she had to pick, she would pick somebody else, if she had that opportunity. But he's the one who's like offering to drive her to school or drive her home. So yeah.
Okay. She also says she notices that she naturally speaks casually with Mingyu when they are alone, but formally when other people are around.
Ah, yes.
Does that feel like something you say to somebody you're not interested in?
I don't know. I don't understand that dynamic.
I interpret this as Jimin likes him and wants him to still be an option because so far she's having no success with G1. So she shouldn't really be closing doors, right? She's not really. Yeah, I don't think she's the kind of person that would be like, I'm all in on this one person, even if they don't like me. I'll just fail the rest of the TV show. Like she's gonna.
Yeah, I don't think she's closing doors. Like I don't think she's closing anything off with him. But I don't think that. Like I think right now he thinks he's in second place for her, and I don't think that's true.
Okay. The hosts are gonna give Mingyu a lot of credit for identifying the situation, and the way the hosts lay it out is as if he's in second place, I think. They basically talk about the love triangle between Jimin likes Ji-won, Ji-won likes Ji-young, and then also Ji-young likes Mingyu, and then Mingyu likes Jimin. So it's like a perfect love rectangle. I don't know why why is it rectangle and not square, or it really should be like, a four-sided
parallelogram or
a
something.
Four-sided shape with different intensities of lengths of each side.
Yeah.
Jumi is never part of these G1 conversations at all. G1 never mentions Jumi. Hosts don't talk about Jumi in this love triangle.
Okay, yeah.
They just kind of yada-yada'd over like, okay, G1 has realized Jumi isn't feeling it, and now he's not thinking about her at all. It is right because he was texting her,
Yeah,
and now it's
yeah.
just like, oh, now he's still texting her.
Is he
No,
still
no.
texting her? Yeah,
Oh,
he is
he's
texting
gonna
her.
no, he's gonna switch to Ji Young at the end of this. So it seems like the G1 Jumi thing is dead.
Well, he did pick her as his number 2
Yeah,
earlier,
yeah.
but
But
that's
he only has 3 options, and
that's
number
true.
2 is garbage. It means nothing.
Okay.
So they didn't really throw Hushin into this. I guess it doesn't really make sense in the concept of the rectangle. So maybe that's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah. He's like an offshoot of the rectangle or something.
All right, and then it's the next day now. We don't need to
We
don't
don't
need
need
to
to see
make dinner
dinner.
or
Who
text
cares?
each other again. Not important.
Yeah. But the women go out for another product placement meal, this time at Outback Steakhouse, and then they leave and go to a cafe. It's almost like we didn't need that little scene at all, you know?
Yeah, that was weird. It was also like a weird time of day for them to go out to eat. I feel like they always eat like either at night or
Yeah.
I don't know. It was like it seemed like they went there in the evening or something. Yeah, that definitely felt like product placement.
Yeah. And they like clearly said nothing of import. That it's like they were like, you have to come eat this meal real fast, but don't say anything important that we need to put in the show.
Yeah.
Save that for when we go to the cafe next, okay? Okay.
when we have more time to talk, because they're gonna stay at this cafe for a long ass time.
Yes.
It's like daylight when they start, and it seems very late in the night when they.
Yeah,
finish,
exactly.
Yeah. Also, it's
and we
Sunday.
do find out that it's Sunday. Yes, the
we
9th
find out
day.
for sure it's Sunday, and because it's the
Definitely,
9th,
yes.
it's the 9th day they've been on the show.
And it's like suddenly they're all like, "Oh no, we don't have that much time left." Like they're all, I don't know,
Yeah,
starting to panic now that someone has reminded them of how long they've been there.
because they've talked so much, or they're starting to talk so much about like how they're actually feeling. I feel like it's really for the audience and probably for them too. It's really kind of like everything's starting to feel more solidified.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, okay, there's way less options now than there were before, and it's still kind of getting to that point in the show where like I feel like people are just choosing at this point, and they might not go away from that choice for the rest of the show. So I do actually, even though there's more time left than the 9 days they've been on the show, I think in terms of the most important part of the show to perform well, I would say it's almost over. Something like that, basically. Because I feel like Mingyu is choosing right now.
Okay.
We haven't gone through this conversation yet, but it almost feels like Ji Young is choosing.
Okay.
It almost feels like Jimin is choosing. I don't know. Maybe this forcing them to pick like a number 1 and number 2 like really made them all think about it a lot. And then there are a few people I still can't read, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
The women say, and this might just be Jumi and Ji Young. They say something weird about how they're like always checking to see who's around in the house now versus before. Like, what were they talking about here?
Sort of like they're always like they kind of have their number 1s, right? And they're always kind of aware of where he is in the house. And like I think they just all are trying to look their best, when their guy is around, or just like not do something dumb or, they're just very aware of where the person they're most interested in is all the time. Or at least if they don't know where they are, they're trying to find them,
Okay. Who is Jumi most interested in?
That's an interesting question. I think it's Gyaore, right? Maybe Gyaore with a side of maybe Mingyu.
Okay, so they're just like checking to see who's in like rooms before they go into them more. Is that what they're saying? Like,
yeah, I think
they're more aware of like who's where in the house now instead of just being a free spirit and not caring so much.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and then they start to name names here. This gets good.
Yeah, Jumi asks who they would pick to go on a date if they got to pick, and Jimin of course says Jiwon because she's liked him since the beginning.
Yeah, that's the only reason she gives. She's just like, I just liked him from the beginning. Like, she doesn't know anything about this man.
She's like, literally, like the first moment I saw him, I was like, that's it, he's the one.
No reason at all.
Yeah,
it was like,
I mean, the reason I guess was hot. There you go. Right? Like,
I guess
that's what it amounts to when you're like love at first sight or whatever. Just like, that one looks good. Okay, let's go.
I guess. I don't know. You could still elaborate and specify like, oh, these specific things about him is what I like, even if it's apparent stuff. But
Yeah, that's
Maybe
true.
she didn't want to get into those details.
Yeah.
Jumi says she doesn't have any feelings for Jiwon. She says it outright.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm not curious about him as a man.
Oof.
That's a harsh English translation. I don't know
It
if she
definitely
meant it
is.
like that.
And she also says that she knew that Jimin was into him because of that time that she and Jiwon had cooking duty, and Jimin was just like there the whole
Oh
time.
yeah, yeah. Jumi has eyeballs. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Weirdly though, I'm still Jumi just confuses me sometimes though, because she said she wasn't curious about, or she's not curious about him as a man for Jiwon,
yeah.
but then she said she didn't fully realize this at least until after her date with Gyaore, as if to say like Gyaore blew Jiwon out of the water between the two
Yeah.
dates.
Yeah.
Maybe she just hasn't dated anyone in a while, so like even
Yeah,
though
maybe
she didn't
that's
feel
true.
anything for G1, she wasn't sure if like, oh, is that normal dating? Do I normally? Am I gonna feel like that normally or not? I don't know.
Or just like in this circumstance and so quickly, like would she feel anything,
Yeah,
But
I don't know why she phrased it as if like Gyaore made her realize G1 wasn't for her. I don't know.
I don't know.
Something weird about how she phrased it to me. And again, they say they think G1 has no idea how Jimin feels. At this point, that seems crazy to me. If this guy's that, is he that dim?
He's not in the house a lot. Maybe he's very tired from work / drinking with Mingyu. I don't know.
Is his radar that poop, Sarah?
Apparently they think it is.
Damn. Okay.
But yeah, Jumi like is encouraging Jimin to like go express her feelings.
Yeah, of course they are, because it's not getting in their way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like she should make it obvious if she hasn't done that with text or whatever yet.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like what people, as far as people usually are willing to go on the show, I feel like she has made it obvious. Now this season, some of these people are gonna make it very obvious by just almost outright saying it.
Literally saying it. Yeah.
Maybe she should say that, but honestly, like people don't normally go as far as to just straight up say they like you. Like they usually speak in riddles on these things.
But it's always better to just say it. Like it's just then she will know that he knows, and that she doesn't have to do a weird dance to interpret however he's acting.
Yeah, it's almost even shittier than Jimin realizes, because like she doesn't even realize how much G1 knows he doesn't have a chance with the other two women.
And still doesn't want to. Yeah,
hasn't like done anything with her. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're like leaving stuff out, and it's just gonna all work out in the end. But it feels like it shouldn't.
Feels like it's not gonna. Yeah,
we need this new girl to really find out.
Take things up. Yeah. So then Jimin says that like all the coincidences are not lining up for her to spend time with him, but they're all lining up to lead her to Mingyu. And so like Jumi outright asks how she feels about him, and she's like she likes him a lot, but like she uses this example of like Mingyu will say things that make her heart flutter sometimes, but she always thinks like if G1 had said the same thing to her, like she would have been blown away by it. It would have been a big difference. So like in the same way where Jumi was like, oh, this date with Gyaore made me realize I didn't feel anything for Jiwon, she's like, the way I feel about Jiwon, like shows me that the Mingyu thing is not as intense or is not there in the same way,
Yeah, I agree it's not there in the same way, but I didn't interpret that as like she said positive things about him. Like it wasn't like,
well, yeah, but then she also says that she doesn't think he's very proactive, and she takes that to mean that he doesn't feel very like strongly enough about her. And then Jumi's like, he takes you to school all the time. What are you talking about? And she's like, I
yeah.
guess.
And then she smiles as if like, oh wait, maybe you have a point.
But then she starts to talk about Hushin, and she's like if he had said the things that Mingyu said, that would also be like it would hit. Oh,
she
her
said
stronger.
That about Hushin too?
Yes. Like if Hushin ever did anything like that would like make her feel more like she sees Hushin as more of like a proactive sort of, I guess, manly type or something. Like she sees him more as a man, I guess, in a romantic sense than I think she sees Mingyu. Now I do think she could be pushed in a Mingyu direction, but I think right now like where her head is at is not is moving in a friend direction.
That's interesting that you interpreted that way. You kind of jumped around.
Yeah,
this is much longer.
Because I just wanted to talk about it already.
Yeah, this is much longer of a like going from guy to guy than what you just described. So this is what I have on Hushin.
Mm-hmm.
Jimin says that Hushin seems like he's approaching her a lot after their date. She says, I had fun with him too. And she goes back to talking about Jiwon. She says, Jiwon doesn't really talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
He makes me nervous because he doesn't talk to her. And then she says, but Hushin Oppa takes control.
Yeah, she likes that. She says like it has an impact.
I mean, she's just saying he does. Yeah, he says he still influences her. But I took that like, oh, he still influences her, as if like, yeah, I have feelings for Hushin and Mingyu, and she's like including him on the list of guys that she's interested in. Not necessarily. I didn't take it as like it's more powerful than the feelings than Mingyu.
I think Hushin, if he is not already in second place, he is moving up the list. Like,
I don't know. I thought her reaction to what Jumi said about like, what do you mean Mingyu hasn't been proactive? Like he's.
Yeah,
like,
I think
takes you to
there's
school,
room...
and then Jumi was like, and then Jimin was like, oh, I guess you're right. Like it's not the same kind of proactive but it is proactive.
Yeah, that's why I think there's room for her mind to change. It's just like somebody has to point her in a direction to think about it that way.
Okay.
But like if left to her own devices, Mingyu's gonna be her best friend in the house.
Well, there's something big that happens later that I will use as evidence for my case.
Okay.
And then Mingyu versus Hushin for second place to me.
Okay.
Yeah. So when Jimin mentions how Mingyu and her keep ending up together, they like flash back to them getting groceries.
Mm-hmm.
And Jimin says while they're getting groceries, she's like, I think there's something between us, Oppa. We just keep ending up together.
Yeah.
That also doesn't feel like something. I mean, like I guess it could be jokey, but like I don't know, it's pretty flirty.
Yeah.
When she talks about how his words make your heart flutter, she does say it in like he does make your heart flutter sometimes with his words, as to say like his words would affect any woman kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, but if Jiwon said the same thing, I would feel totally different. The thing about this though, Sarah, is like this is just like living in fantasy world. This is like she's literally like inventing a person that doesn't exist.
Yeah. I'm not saying she is right in the direction she is going with any of this. This is just where I see it,
Because you could also interpret this as, and maybe this is meaningful with the way she chose to say it, but she could have said, oh, if Mingyu Oppa looked like Jiwon, I would feel really good about Mingyu. like she could have said that.
Also fair. Yeah.
I don't know why like Jiwon is getting more credit for the looks than Mingyu is getting for actually saying the things that are making her heart flutter. I feel like one of them's more important than the other.
Yeah, 100%. But I think it's that almost like unknown, like because she hasn't got to spend a lot of time with Jiwon, like her mental model of him can be whatever she wants. So she's built him up to be amazing, and she's had nothing to, prove her wrong.
Yeah.
So how do you, stand up against imaginary perfect man? You don't have a chance until she gets to spend some time with him and then understands who he is actually as a person.
I also get it because she's like so young. Like I feel like when you're younger, you're more like likely to be like have this really high like I don't know. You're more willing to. You're looking more for like this ideal perfect guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks one way, acts this way, has the perfect emotional capacity that I like.
Yeah,
Has a great
exactly.
job. Like you have like all these things, and then it seems like Mingyu is like everything except for whatever the like looks or that just instinctive feeling
presence
from the beginning that she didn't have yet. Yeah. But also it's like the same thing. Like if Jiwon wasn't on the show, would she have instinctive feelings for somebody else, or would she just really be into
I think
Mingyu?
she'd be into Mingyu.
Okay.
Until maybe mysterious Hushin showed up, and then she'd maybe doubt things, but I think she might have
but the fact that Hushin
solidified things with Mingyu, maybe.
Yeah, Hushin would have been late. But if Hushin was like there from the beginning, you think maybe she would just be obsessed with Hushin. Because like she's prioritizing the instinctive stuff.
Yeah. But he would also be around more, so maybe she would actually get to know him as a person and not have quite this built up idealized situation. Yeah. So
Okay. Interesting.
She wants the perfect storm of just you can make up this guy to be whoever, and so she's obsessed with him.
Jiwon might not have been a great casting for the show.
Yeah, just
If
like his job alone. It's like, how are you
I
gonna
feel
do
like
this?
this is there's like it is so common for older women not to give a shit about younger guys that production has to know. like
Yeah.
like we're gonna put these three girls in the show, and one of the guys is gonna be younger than two of them, and those older women are not gonna give a shit about. Like they have to know that.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know if it's production's fault or like to me it's almost like maybe don't put G1 on the show. Like just get an older guy that is gonna make the whole thing more interesting. But also then
Yeah.
it's weird because they probably really wanted Jimin on the show, but then she's like way younger than everybody.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
they
know.
need to put like an option in for her. Yeah.
It's definitely tough, but
And he's got the double negative of he's the youngest guy and he's got this job that means he's not around
yeah,
to like try and make up ground for it.
it seems like he is good. He's really good in group settings.
Yeah. Like if he could be on the show more, I think he would be a good pick.
It's weird that I don't know something weird about why they chose him.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jimin basically gives a rundown of all the guys she's interested in. How would you feel if you were Ji Young listening to this?
I mean, I guess I would feel okay. Well, it would be conflicting because part of it would be like, all right, she's not super into Mingyu, so that's good for me.
Yeah, that's how you took it. I took it as like I was like, okay, she's really into G1, but she might get the sense that G1 isn't to her, and I was actually thinking Ji Young would think like, oh, I'm in trouble with this Mingyu thing because I feel like Ji Young would feel like Ji Min is eventually going to go with Mingyu.
Yeah, that's a fair read on it. Yeah.
You're not necessarily seeing it that way, but
right, but it's a fair read on it. And even if she's not eventually going to go with him, it's still sort of like you get extra information that sort of shows how focused Mingyu is on her. You know, like maybe has Ji Young totally been aware that he's been driving her to school the whole time, or
oh yeah, that's true,
saying things to her that make her heart flutter. Like I don't know that she had that much insight into that. So she probably feels not great about how into Jimin he seems to be.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, it's Ji Young's turn to talk about her feelings about the guys. This is so good. They all just like pretty much are pretty open about this. Ji Young says she doesn't think she was attracted to anyone at first sight. All right, there goes there goes Hushin's theory that everybody 0 for 2 on the girls.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I don't think Jumi doesn't seem like love at first sight person either.
Although, Jimin did say she's not a love at first sight person, but she did say, oh, I've just liked Ji-won since the very first time I saw him, and I can't let go of him. So
I think that's true.
That is different than what she told him.
She didn't say she's in love with him, but yeah.
Okay, potato. Obsessed with, loves him, whatever.
Yeah. But then she re-mentions the stuff that she said to Mingyu. Ji-yeon's actually, I don't know if she ever says anything that she didn't say to Mingyu, but she's not really like giving extra information.
Not to us, but the girls
a little bit more, I guess. Yeah, but she's like, yeah, Mingyu, when Hushin came to the house and Mingyu like really lightened up the mood, that's when she started to be attracted to Mingyu.
Oh, she does say that when they were at the record place that they made eye contact during that one song and it made her heart like skip a beat. Which like we kind of saw happen, but we didn't hear from her perspective that's how it went. Yeah.
It was real, not just an edit trick. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
She does say that, but then she also seems like pretty level-headed about it, where like she's like, I'm not sure if I skipped a beat because of the song. Like I haven't dated anybody in a while, so I don't know exactly how to feel about it. Like she's not. It is a little bit of like if a song is making your heart skip a beat.
Yeah, music is a shortcut to
feelings. Is it more the guy or the music? Yeah, so she's little bit, she's at least aware that it could have been the song. But then Jumi is going to tease Ji-young that she's always looking at Mingyu, which they show a scene that Jumi is like trying to describe it, but I feel like even the editors like couldn't find a great shot of Ji-young looking at at Mingyu in this. So I feel like this is a little bit of like Jumi also thinking about Mingyu and just being aware of
and
I
agree.
Thinking that Ji-young is looking at Mingyu a lot. Because Ji-young is like, I had no idea I was doing that. And then I was like, I don't know if she was doing that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is Jumi being a little too aware of Mingyu.
Yeah. And then Ji-young says it's hard for her to talk to Mingyu now that she has had feelings for him.
Yeah.
So she is confirming feelings. Yeah. And then at some point, Jian says like they ask her who she would want to go on another date with, and then she says she definitely wants to go on another date with Mingyu, but she's like scared it would like solidify them too much. So she like
Yeah.
her like gut or her natural thing to do is to like, oh, I should date the other guys before I go back to Mingyu. But then when
Yeah,
they
yeah.
ask her like, okay, if you're not going to date Mingyu next, who you want to date? And she like
And she
is like,
can't pick
I
somebody.
don't care actually. I don't care
Yeah.
who it is. So she has no real strong feelings
Mm-hmm.
about anybody
Yeah.
except for Mingyu. So she's not like Jimin, where Jimin is like at least willing to talk about it, or actually has feelings for like 3 out of the 4 guys.
Yeah. She does say she's also curious about Hushin, but it's not strong enough for her to decide to
Yeah,
pick him
it's
as
not
this
it's
date
not strong
even.
enough for
So
her to even say like, oh yeah, Hushin seems like a good option next. Like she
yeah,
isn't
yeah,
even willing to say that. That's interesting.
exactly.
So that made me feel like, and I think this is how the show wants us to interpret it, but I feel it is that Jian is
All in
like
on
she's
Mingyu.
trying to logically say she shouldn't just pick Mingyu. She should see what her other options are, but it seems like her heart has chosen Mingyu.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Especially when, like, Jimin is still sort of choosing Mingyu in her own way. Like, he's still on the list, and then Jumi says that she would also go on a date with Mingyu. So, like,
Yeah.
he is the highly contested person that everybody's trying to get a piece of. So, yeah, she probably should do the logical thing of finding a backup. But
Yeah. Oh yeah, Jumi actually does say before this, like, oh, she would pick Mingyu next for a
mhm.
date because she wants to explore
Yep.
the feeling she had in the beginning, because she admits she liked Mingyu from
Yeah,
in
she
the
was
beginning.
totally into him at first, and then the Gyore date kind of changed things for her.
But not more into Mingyu from the beginning than she was into Hushin when she met him, because she put Hushin as her number 1 on the thing.
Yeah, again, I
This
think
woman
that's just
confuses me.
like that's just he's the new shiny thing, They all were at least on some level
I
interested in
guess.
Hushin.
Okay. But she hasn't gone on a date with Hushin either, so why doesn't she want to date Hushin before Mingyu if he's the new shiny thing
Because
that
she
she's...
hasn't she hasn't gotten a chance to go on a date with Mingyu. And
She also hasn't got a date to go on a date with Hushin.
yeah,
It's the same
I don't know.
scenario.
People are not logical with their
She's
text.
inconsistent with what I would interpret these questions to be and then what she's saying, but okay.
And maybe her mind has changed over the course of, the
That's
past however
possible,
many
yeah.
hours since.
Maybe
you know?
hearing Jimin talk so much about Mingyu.
Yeah,
then-
maybe she felt
and
she had
then
to like
Jian
lay
talked
a
about
claim
Mingyu,
here,
yeah. She was like, wait, I might only have one more shot to talk to Mingyu before it's over. So I'm just
Yeah.
gonna be like, me next. I'm doing it next.
I'm the oldest, dibs.
Yeah,
deal
that's
with
true.
it.
She is the oldest. First dibs. First attempt she gets.
Yeah.
Jumi actually laughs when Jiyoung says she doesn't care who's next, and she's just like, yeah, I think that means you really like him.
Yeah.
Oh, and then then this is weird again. Jumi, right at the end, Jumi actually recommends to them that they pick Yaorei for a date
Oh,
because
yeah.
she doesn't want to see him like not get picked. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what
Or
it sounds like.
maybe her feelings like actually aren't that super strong.
Yeah, I mean they can't be if she's not at the level that like Gion's at with it, where she couldn't possibly imagine someone else.
Jumi, so like when she shared her like vacation photos with
Uh-huh.
him, like she noticed that he like cried from
Yeah.
seeing them. But then she's gonna describe Gyaorei as if like, oh, she showed him all this stuff that was really meaningful to her, and he just kind of like was just frozen and didn't have a reaction, as if like Jumi thinks like Gyaorei didn't show interest in her.
Oh, I took that as like he was so taken aback by it, and that was her way of talking about it without telling them that he cried.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I got the sense that Jumi felt like Gyaorei didn't really show interest in her in return, and then maybe she thought the text from him was just like,
No, I took that as her talking about the highlight of their date,
Okay, maybe I interpreted that wrong.
But I think
All
she
right.
just didn't want to share the fact that he teared up.
Okay. All right, maybe. All right. Well, all right. This is about over though. This is a great conversation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give Jumi a lot of credit here because she really did a good job of like leading the conversation and
Oh yeah,
asking
yeah,
the tough
definitely.
questions. And yeah, credit to all of them though for like actually answering the questions, and then credit to the show
So
to actually
good.
putting it on the TV show.
Yep, yep, it's great.
I'm glad Jumi's on the show now,
Yeah,
I don't really
good.
understand her, but if she's here to ask the tough questions, I'm glad she's here.
Nice.
Oh yeah, this is when it gets good, Sarah.
This next bit is so
No,
confusing
I
to
gotta
me.
describe this scene for you.
Okay, please
Okay.
do, because I don't think I understood it.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm gonna start. Maybe I'm gonna start earlier than you thought I was gonna start. You ready?
Okay.
The women are getting home and
Yes.
they're walking towards the house.
Yes.
Then somebody says, "I want to say this is Ji Young or a combination of Ji Young and Ji Min," but
Okay.
the words are said, "Let's go to a sauna,"
Oh, yeah.
and then they say, "Let's really go. We can all get naked."
Yeah. Have a good time
And
with your
then,
girlfriends.
yeah, okay. Hope that scene makes the edit. And then they immediately cut to Hushin in his bed. And then
Okay.
I wrote down, oh, he must have heard them talking about getting naked, so he jumps out of his bed to go see them.
I just thought he heard them arriving home.
I know, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. But they were just like, let's get naked, and then Hushin's like jumping out of his bed. So Hushin just like hears them come home, and he like jumps out of his bed, goes look down the stairs, and they're like, okay, he's home. And then he just busts into Mingyu and Galway's room because they're like
Okay.
resting or sleeping or something.
Yeah, can we talk about this for a second? All the girls are out having a girls' day, and all of these men are in their beds under the covers moping because no one's around. Because
They're
none of
just
them are like
they're
actually
resting, bro.
asleep,
They
right?
didn't sleep last night. They're just resting.
This is a whole nother day, though. They've had a night to sleep. Like, this is Sunday.
Oh,
They
you're right.
didn't
Yeah.
sleep on Friday. Like, they are just like, the women are not around. We turn, like,
I don't know what
we're
they were
just
doing
gonna
all day,
shut
but
down.
they in this moment when the women get home, they had decided to rest or whatever they were doing. I don't think they were doing this all day long.
But they also like had a plan, right? Because he busts into
I
their
don't. That's
room.
that I don't know. This
And
could
there's
just be
like
Hushin.
there's an extra seat and like a table filled with like drinks or whatever, and they all get up and like sit and they're like acting like they just start laughing like they were talking about something funny to be like, look, we can have a good time too. We don't need you around. It's like, what is this?
Yeah, he busts in the room, turns on the lights. I don't know if I don't think the seating thing was planned because he like first goes to sit on Galray's bed and then switches over to the other seat. Like he didn't
Oh
fully plan
yeah,
this
yeah.
out yet. And then yeah, he gets Mingyu and Galray up, and then they. I can't tell if they were all in on this or if this was just a Hushin thing.
They get in on the plan so quickly that I have
It's a
to
pretty
imagine.
simple plan.
Yeah, but if they like if they were asleep, it would be like even harder to get on the plan. Like, right? I feel like they were all in on it, and he was like, "Let's go! It's time. They're back."
Yeah,
It's
it does
so
feel
silly.
like it does feel like they were all like, man, I'm exhausted, but when the women get home, I don't want to act like we were just sleeping the whole time they were gone. So
Yeah.
maybe they were taking shifts to listen to the door.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, like you said, they all kind of sit up. Mingyu and Galray sit up in their bed. Hushin sits down, and then as the women are coming up the stairs, they like all laugh in unison.
And then I forget who, but somebody comes in and is like, "What are you talking about?" And Hushin's like, "Man stuff," or like stuff you can only say to men, or something like that.
Something you talk about among men, and then
Yeah.
Mingyu just starts cracking up laughing. He actually does like he's laughing, and he actually like claps his hands together because he's so funny.
Oh,
This
so
is-
ridiculous.
If this is the only like great scene we get from Hushin the whole show, it was worth it. Like,
Worth it,
this is a man who knows he's on TV.
Fair.
He's like, let's just do something goofy as hell. Like, let's just. This was so good. So that was that. That's how they came home.
Yeah.
You want to talk about this dog hoodie, Sarah?
So apparently, when Jiyoung was on her date with Mingyu, she had talked about her dog, whose name I didn't write down and cannot remember at the moment.
Rungji.
There we go. And when she had shown him the pictures of the dog, he didn't actually comment on the dog at all.
He didn't. I was like, maybe he's not a pet person. He's not actually a dog person.
She was also in the pictures, so he's just like, oh yeah, you look nice that day, or oh, is this you in the background? Like,
something about the pink outfit, he commented.
Yeah. But so they show us that flashback while she is like getting dressed, and she chooses to wear this hoodie that has a bunch of pictures of her dog on it, as if to be like, oh, well, we talked about my dog. He'll see my shirt. We'll talk about my dog again.
I actually thought she was like going to put on the outfit she was wearing in the photo.
Yeah.
That almost would have maybe made more sense to me.
Well, this feels like maybe too casual for whatever she was wearing in the photos.
Especially if, Mingyu isn't a dog person. Ultimately, basically, though, if we wanted to just fast forward to this story arc,
nothing ever happens. She wears it. He never comments on it.
Yeah, Gianna's gonna get like the Galray like treatment of the edit, where it's like they make it seem like she's trying to like stretch and show off the sweatshirt and try to get him to comment on it, but he never like notices it.
Yeah, not at all.
I don't know if she ever said out loud like, "I want to wear this because of Mingyu," but yeah,
that was like
made it seem that way.
The edit and like the host, I think, said some stuff. So like she might just be wearing her sweatshirt, and it has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, it just leans into the storyline of like, oh yeah, she's like pretty much set on Mingyu at this point.
Yeah.
And then we find out apparently the women have decided that each of them is going to get a one-on-one chat with one of the guys.
Women are taking over for production. Production doesn't need to like set anything up anymore. They've got this handled.
I assume they chose in seniority order. What do you think?
Yeah, that seems about right. Yep.
Although if Jiyeon picked, okay, so it ends up being Ji-young and Galray, Jumi and Mingyu, and Jimin and Hushin. You would think Ji-young would have picked Hushin, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Or maybe like she really didn't care and she let Jimin pick, and like Jimin Galray is just such a huge age difference.
Yeah, I think that probably had something to do with it. Yeah, and G1's not home.
G1
obviously,
he must be working again. I wrote, these women are here to date. Let's go.
Yeah.
This feels like it's not production.
Yeah, exactly. They're not waiting around for production to set anything up.
Mostly feels like Jumi planned a one-on-one with Mingyu, and then they were like, oh, let's all do one-on-ones.
Or she was like, you guys should also do one-on-ones, so it doesn't seem weird.
It's just Jumi's idea.
Yeah.
So they're all sitting together on the couches, and then they're like discussing the plan for the one-on-ones.
Mm-hmm.
But then, here we go, Sarah.
Uh-huh.
Jimin says to Mingyu, in front of everybody, I wanted to drink with you, but Uni, meaning Jumi, cut me off.
Yes.
Which is like another thing, like, I guess G1's not here.
Yeah.
But Hushin is here. And she's like saying in front of Hushin, like, I actually wanted to talk to Mingyu. And she actually is going to be ending up talking to Hushin. And she's saying this in front of Hushin.
Yeah.
So.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes she says some things and I don't know how much they mean anything. Like, she might have just said it because it was funny to be like, oh, Jumi was really insistent about talking to you.
Yeah, at first I thought Jumi was like taken aback by this comment, but then she like confirms that she was like, oh yes, she asked if she could talk to you, and I was like, no, I'm talking to him. But then I think Jimin has another comment to Hushin where she's like explaining the plan on like who's going to be talking to who.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jumi says like, oh, Mingyu and I are going to be drinking. We agreed to drink together. And then Hushin says to Jimin like, oh, we should drink too. And then Jimin says something like, yeah, I want to drink. That's why I agreed to this. Like as if I wouldn't be doing this if we weren't drinking. I wouldn't be talking to you one-on-one if we weren't drinking.
Yeah, sometimes I think she just says stuff to be really fucking funny. Like, I think that's what some of this is.
I don't think that's particularly funny. It's more like, I feel like that's just more hurtful than anything.
No, I think she said it in like a silly sort of way.
I mean, you can say it in a silly way, but like to be like, yeah, the only reason I'm doing this is drinking. I don't know. I don't understand drinking, so maybe it's more of a, maybe drinking people would get that. I don't know.
Well, it's hard to because like everything that comes out of her mouth sounds playful, so it's hard to like figure out when she is just saying things for the sake of being
I
playful.
wouldn't actually be like offended if she said this, and I'm Hushin, but
Yeah,
I would hear the idea behind what she's saying.
yeah. I never know when to like back it up with like any amount of seriousness with her. You know, that's I don't know. Maybe I'm all wrong about where she stands with Hushin, but who knows?
Then Hushin says that Mingyu and Jumi look like each other. Oh no. Oh no, Sarah. Are they related?
Oh, I that would be weird.
They have similar eyes, apparently.
Yeah, but like her ears could fit inside of his
Yeah.
ears, so you know they don't look alike on that front.
There you go. All right, we're okay. And then Jumi's gonna get pretty flirty with Mingyu in front of everybody. What do you think?
Yeah, she was like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna do it."
Yeah, and Jian does seem to be getting bothered by this.
Yeah,
At least the show is really good at showing it.
yeah,
Yeah, this is where I was like, yeah, I think Jian is, she's really into Mingyu.
yeah, definitely.
Even, but her instinct is just like not. Maybe she's somebody who's like also hasn't dated in a while or something.
I think she does say that much. I think she said
Oh,
that.
she does
yeah.
say that, yeah. Like she's just like afraid to jump in too fast.
Yeah. Okay.
Like it's basically like the first official date she's been on in a long time, and she doesn't. It doesn't
Yeah.
feel right to her for her just to be like, "Yep, this is the guy."
Yeah. Okay. I could see that.
I wrote Mingyu doesn't seem that excited to talk to Jumi. What do you think?
Well, Jumi says like that he looks like he's really tired or something, and I don't know if he is really tired or if he doesn't look super into this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Jumi notices it, and then all three women actually like agree with her and like say the same thing as if as if like, oh, they're all thinking about him and have feelings for him basically. They're all paying attention to him.
Yeah.
in this moment.
But yeah, he's like, "No, I'm fine. Let's go. Let's do this thing that I'm very excited about doing or whatever, I guess."
Let's go to the playroom.
Yeah. So they're drinking soju in the playroom, and he says something like, "This is the first time we're even like having a proper conversation, just us." And she's like, "Wait, I thought we were close." Like, this is not a good start to things.
Yeah, where's Jumi? I was actually starting to think like, oh, maybe the edit just like isn't showing us Jumi Mingyu conversations. But then it does seem like to Mingyu that like not much has happened between them. But for some reason, Jumi feels a certain way.
Yeah.
What happens here? Jumi confuses me as a person.
She asks him about his date with Jiyoung, and he's just like, "Yeah, we had similar interests, and he was curious about her." And then she asked him about Jimin and if she has similar tastes, and he's like, "I don't know, we haven't really talked about that."
Yeah, but she mentions like, oh, it seems like you spent a lot of time with Jimin.
Yeah.
I did actually think it was interesting that Mingyu, he says he didn't talk about interests with Jimin, and I actually think that's true. Like, I don't, in what we saw, I don't know if that stuff the conversations he's having with Jiyoung are not the same as the ones he was having with Jimin.
Well, at least like in terms of like music and movies, I think is the context for, because that's like what he means when he says he has similar interests with Jiyeon. So like that exact parallel he hasn't really talked about with Jimin, but I feel like they've talked about like other interests. Like,
have they though? I feel like it's a lot of just like silly flirting. Maybe
I
like
guess
food.
that's true.
Like they probably talk about food a little bit.
And how he likes to be at home sick on his birthday.
Yeah.
That's pretty
it's not
much
that they're
it,
not talking about anything. It's just like, it actually feels to me like maybe this is partially why I think I'm rooting for Mingyu and Jimin more than Mingyu and Ji-young, but I'd be fine with both. Because it does feel like Mingyu and Jimin have had more like heart-to-heart kind of conversations than...
Yeah, they haven't had to fall back on what's your favorite this? Do you like that? They're just actually having just real authentic, like naturally occurring conversations.
It is nice to be interested in the same thing, like they're both valuable. But the Jimin stuff seems more meaningful to me, which is why I get where where Mingyu's coming from.
Yeah.
With how he's seems to have decided what to do here. Jumi says like something weird here where she says, "I thought I was an honest person, but then after coming to the house, I feel like I'm not an honest person." And then Mingyu just says, I think you tend to be honest.
Yeah, he says that he can read her a bit.
Yeah,
And she's
like
like,
when she's like passively aggressively being like, "Are you allowed to cook dinner like that?" Minju's like, "Yeah, I think I can read you." But then she interprets this to be like, "Oh, you think you can read me? Like, who do you think I like?" And that's like not. I don't think that's what
yeah,
Mingyu meant. But I can read you. Like,
exactly. And then he's like, oh, well, I just got to think about it for a bit. And then she tries to like bounce around this for a little bit where she's like, she's attracted to someone who's different from her, but Ji-won's very similar to her.
what if she picked up on this strategy from Jimin when she was like talking about the kind of date she wanted to go on, and then
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
basically the same strategy, but with like a different topic. She says, I actually wrote down the most of this conversation.
Okay.
She says, Jumi says, I'm definitely attracted to someone different from me. Jiwon is very similar to me. I was like, okay, she's narrowing it down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Dating Jiwon didn't lead to any attraction at all. And Mingyu even says, like, oh, it seemed that way. Like, he
Yeah.
kind of picked up on that. But then she's going to say, you and I don't have much in common, do we?
Like, yeah, we seem pretty different, wouldn't you say?
Might as well just yell out loud, I'm interested in you.
Well, she essentially does. She's like, I've been picking you since the beginning. Like, have you not noticed this? Like, I chose you every time until I went on that date with Gyaore. Says he had no idea, and now he's confused, and he won't be able to sleep tonight.
Mingyu didn't know. He knows now.
Yeah.
He's not G1. He's going to pick up on this, I think. Gotta
Yeah.
say, this guy is crushing it on the show.
In terms of getting everybody to like him, yes.
Yes.
Except
Getting
for
the specific person that he wants.
Yeah, that's a little. He's got some work to do on that.
He's
front,
a lot closer than a lot of people will get when they come on
That
these
is
shows.
fair.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I say this? I'm like legitimately embarrassed that I compared myself to Mingyu on the show.
Wait, really?
Because he's doing so well now that I feel like I just want the record to show that I said this before he became the most popular guy on the show. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I said this after the episode that like he didn't get any texts or something.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
I
fair.
didn't want to.
You didn't mean to be like, hey, I'm the
I
best.
didn't mean
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I'm gonna
I
be.
get
I'm
it.
as awesome as this guy. I do still like.
You would
feel
have a
some
similar
sort of-
strategy. It's just
Yeah.
who knows if you would be as effective in implementing it as he is. There we go.
Yeah. There's a delivery of how he must be saying things that
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard for me to tell, but just in the mental approach it seems to him he seems to be having, that's what I identified with for myself.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Jumi's gonna straight tell him, I texted you on the first and third day.
yeah.
Is this against the rules?
Nobody cares. We're at this point now. Yeah.
I don't care. I'm glad production doesn't really care. I mean, she
Yes.
might have just done it, and maybe they do care.
Tomorrow, no one will be on the show because they all openly talked about their feelings.
Jumi is such a great TV character in this episode.
She's getting shit done, moving along.
I'm not like Team Jumi is like my favorite, romantic interest on this show, but
Yeah.
I'm appreciating her on the show now. She is saying all the things I want people to say when they're on these shows. Maybe she's growing on me a little, Sarah.
Okay.
We'll
okay,
see.
good. See? I knew it would happen. It's the cool lawyers coming for you.
She tells him, I only talked about you when I met with my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Oof.
It's true.
She's getting serious.
She's not making shit up.
This seems so serious, Sarah, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's put a pin in that.
She's putting her intentions out in the
Put a pin in
universe.
that until later when we see what happens. Okay. Mingyu says he had no idea. I believe him.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do if you're Mingyu here? What's the thought process?
It really depends on how you feel about her, and I think the way he feels about her is not that way, right? Like he's
I don't
focused
think so.
elsewhere.
I'm always worried, like, oh, okay, this is like the twist that
They haven't shown you.
They've been
yet,
hiding this Mingyu's feelings for her up until this point, and now that she's saying something, it's going to be this like whole big thing. But I don't know. I think he's legitimately had no idea, and I also think he's not that into her with the other options in the house. She also might just be like a day or two too late because he like literally just decided between the two women he was thinking about.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
think it's a lot for him to think that he would like reconsider that decision now that there's three people.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as far as what to do if you're him, it depends like how you feel, but like I'm always just be communicative and open about shit, so it's probably the best to just be like, "Oh, I had no idea. Honestly, right now, I hadn't been thinking about you in that way, and I'm kind of vibing with some other folks, but thanks."
Yeah, I don't know because if he hasn't been thinking about her because he didn't think she was interested, or I don't know. What's muddy about it is that like the girl that Mingyu is interested in, he knows he's like at least the backup for that
Mhm.
girl.
Yeah.
So he's not really in a position to be like, yeah, I'm not interested in you at all, unless he really isn't. I mean, that if that's the case,
I mean, he could present it in a way where, oh, I hadn't been thinking of you that way because I didn't think you were interested in. That way he could be like honest of like, there's not feelings here right now, but maybe if we spent more time together, things might change.
then this gets weird though to me because then we
Okay.
cut to the host.
Okay.
The host actually try to. They actually say that Jumi was just letting him know that I think you're pretty good, and she's actually not saying that I like you.
Yeah, I think they're
I
wrong.
disagree with this.
Yeah, I think the hosts are wrong. She's going, I've liked you since the beginning.
And then, but then they, yeah, and then they ultimately they pick that she's gonna pick Mingyu.
Hmm.
And this kind of goes along with like I feel like my interpretation was that she doesn't think Gyaorei is that into her. So she's almost like going back to the beginning where she was like, "Well, I like Mingyu in the beginning. Like, I'm gonna be aggressive. This might be my last chance because she's." I guess there's also Hushin. I don't know why she isn't making a play on Hushin. Other than that, she just thinks like the window on Mingyu is closing, and this is her only chance.
I think that's a fair interpretation. Like she did just have dinner or whatever with the other girls who are both going, either Mingyu is showing interest in me or I am interested in Mingyu. So yeah, I think that's what it is.
She could also take the approach of like trying to get a head start with Hushin and being like, I'm getting a one-on-one with Hushin today. I'm going
That's
to
true.
meet this man who I am instinctively attracted to, apparently.
Or just interested in. Yeah. But yeah,
Well, she
I don't
answered the
know.
question, instinctively attracted to.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry.
All right. All right. Well, that was a fun one-on-one. Let's go to
Yeah.
the next one-on-one.
Next we have Jimin and Hushin in his bedroom eating stuff and drinking wine.
Yeah. Except this isn't a one-on-one
Isn't it?
because Husok is there too.
Oh, that's
Husok the
true.
snail is going to be part of this conversation.
Yes, you're right. How could I ever forget?
Apparently, G-Man is good at everything, not just even language. It's like not just knowing every language, but like she can meme dance pretty good.
It's good to
I don't
know.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know who says. I think he says it in like a joking way, but he says that she's good at everything. And then they
Yeah,
like
yeah.
flashback to a couple of things she did that she was good at. I guess I don't
Hmm.
know. Hushin asks her, "Did you try to guess the men's feelings yesterday?" I guess he's saying like, "Do you think you know who they put for number one and number two?"
Right.
And he says like, "Oh, the guys don't talk to him about their feelings."
He's like, he plays it off like, oh, guys don't talk about that stuff together. And then he goes, well, at least not with me. And then he also says he doesn't want to know.
Yeah, he says he doesn't want to know, and this is where he talks about like, "I don't want to worry about it being like I'm younger, I'm older, kind of
Hmm.
thing."
Yeah, he wants to just pick who he's going to pick. And who cares if somebody older is also
Like
interested
he's
in him?
also worried that Gao Rei will like the same girl as him, and then he'll have to give him first tips
Yeah,
at
yeah.
trying. I thought that's kind of silly,
It's
but
very
it
silly.
seems like that's what's going on here.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
They rehash their date a little. They both enjoyed each other.
Hmm.
Hushin says it's so much fun talking to you. Hushin seems to be into her.
Yeah. She does say, like, when's our next date? But then she, like, quickly follows it up with, who else would you go on a date with next time?
Then he says something interesting. Hushin says he wants to date everybody, and then he says like I
Yes.
feel like I can see both of you so clearly. Both?
Mm. Or maybe he means both of the others who are left?
So I think Jimin interprets this to be her and Jumi. Jumi and I are totally different, or something like that.
I think he says he thinks he could talk about a lot of things with Jumi. But then
That's how he
also
responds after Jimin says that.
Ah,
But then he follows it immediately with, but Jiyeon seems to have like a very good personality. She's nice. So I feel like he was talking about Jimin and Ji Young as the both that he's interested in.
Oh, okay.
Because ultimately, is that who he put? Yeah, that's who he put on the number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, you're
But
right.
for some reason, Jimin also thought he was into Jumi, which is what the show was trying to tell us earlier.
Right.
But he did not put that on the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they did cook together last night, and we didn't see it.
Right.
Right. So they
That's true.
did kind of date in a cooking sense. And he says, "I'm curious about what Ji Young thinks." So I don't know. It felt like this was like the first time we actually got a glimpse into what Hushin was thinking. Other than he just said he instinctively likes Ji Young, but this made me think like, oh yeah, Ji Young is clearly ahead of Jumi on his priority list.
Yeah.
From what he was saying.
Yeah. Okay.
He just kind of yada-yada'd over like, yeah, Jumi and I could probably talk and have a good conversation. But Ji Young, she's nice, if you know what I'm saying.
I don't. Nice just is such a bland thing to say to about anybody.
I think it's the word he chose instead of being like, she's hella attractive.
Fair.
She has a very good personality, and she's nice, if you know what I'm saying.
If you know what I'm saying, yeah. But then he asked Jimin who she would have a date with next, and she's just like, I'm not going to tell you. And like her reason is that his date pick would be out of curiosity, but her date pick would be because she has feelings for this guy. So that's a lot to say to a guy that's kind of interested in you. I don't know.
Yeah. This feels more like she's shutting the door more with Hushin than Mingyu. This is how kind of I interpreted this. Because they flashback to their date, and Hushin asked Jimin, like, oh, before I got here, were you into any of the guys? And she said there was one guy that she is really into, basically. Mm-hmm. So at first I wasn't sure if like, oh, she didn't want to tell Hushin she likes him, but I think Hushin correctly interprets this as like, oh, Jimin is really into one guy and it's not him.
Yeah.
But Jimin's choosing to like basically say that to Hushin without mentioning Jiwon's name.
Yeah.
So I felt this was more of Jimin. Jimin is making Mingyu the backup more than Hushin. That's the long story of this. But at the end of the day, he did say he didn't want to know. So maybe that's also, maybe she just listened to that and said, I can't tell you because you said you didn't want to know.
But then she does say that she thinks she'll change her mind a lot when it's time to leave.
Yeah, what does she mean by that? Like leave the show?
I think leave the show, like when she's doing her final picks or something. So who knows? Like
she feels like no matter what, she's going to regret her choice. Like what does that mean?
Or she's just going to be feeling a lot of things and have a rough time, or making a decision. Who knows?
Is that just something you say when like you're like, when I don't pick you in the end, don't feel bad. I'm just very, very confused.
I honestly
it doesn't mean
no
I
idea.
don't like you. Or I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hushin doesn't seem too disappointed by all of this. He understands.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You got to have that mentality if you're coming in late on these shows.
Absolutely.
Okay. What about Ji Young and Gyaore?
They are hanging out by the fire pit in the little courtyard thing.
At first, I thought like she was drinking like a beer and he was drinking water, but it must be like
what it looked like.
It must be like a seltzer or something. Like I think, if anything, he probably chose to drink water because it was with her.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay, smooth move. Let's go.
Yeah, it's not quite a seaweed soup, but he's trying.
I would say Gyaore is definitely the most awkward in these one-on-ones. What do you think?
Yeah, but I mean, he does manage.
He does end up opening up. That's right.
Say the things, so I'll give him credit for that.
Both these two actually might be the most passive out of anybody in the house. What do you think?
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, compared to some of these other conversations where people are just like naming names.
I think there's some naming of names in here.
They do get there, but they're a little.
They do dance around it a little bit first.
Maybe it's just their dynamic a little bit more. The conversation isn't flowing as naturally here.
Yeah. I mean, he says something like he's got a lot of things to say to her, but he's not sure where to begin. And then, so she just asked him about how his date was. And he's like, yeah, it was nice. That's it. He has nothing more to say about that date.
What's that about? Does Jumi have the right read?
Yeah, because he
Like
picked
he's texting
her.
her, but or sorry, from my perspective, does Jumi have the right? It was like is
Oh,
Jumi reading it right that he like he liked the date maybe, but he's not thinking too much about it, or he just didn't want to elaborate with Jian, so he just said it was
I think
nice.
he, I think he didn't want to elaborate with Jion because he's about to tell her he's got feelings for her, and he doesn't want to say. But I also had this really good date with this other girl.
Okay, I think Galray is the one that stumped me on the text guessing. So
Okay.
he does end up confusing me with this conversation.
He also stumped me. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Because okay, Jian is gonna state in like the same stuff she's been saying to everybody about Mingyu. Like he's different to her now because after the date, basically,
hmm
she doesn't outright say it when he asks, but she basically says like, "Oh, I'm interested in him now."
Yeah, he like asks her, and she just won't say anything, but she nods a little bit.
Galway has a weird moment where he like tells her not to consider their outings together to be dates. what
Yeah, sort of
what kind of
like,
move is
don't be.
this?
No, this is like, you don't even know what it's like to date me. Like, don't take that to mean that, you know everything. I think he's just like, a date with me would be so much better than that shit we did before.
He's trying to like he knows like he feels like something went wrong and he wants to be like, can we just ignore that happened and go on a real first date?
Maybe not even wrong, but like not an ideal first date, like
Hmm.
Mingyu got to take her to three different locations and plan a whole thing, and he just went to the grocery store with her and like,
I
you
guess
know,
yeah. I guess if he's worried, like maybe Ji Young is thinking like, okay, I've dated Galray and I've dated Mingyu. Who's next? And he's like,
yeah.
no, I you haven't dated me.
Yeah, exactly.
okay,
He
maybe
still
he's
wants to
saying
be
that.
in the rotation.
Maybe I almost thought he was saying it to kind of like release the pressure of the situation where he thought maybe she was thinking that he thought a lot about those dates, so he's like, oh, don't worry, those I don't consider those to be dates. Like,
Oh,
don't think like I'm obsessed with you. I don't know
I
because
don't think that's true because then he kind of goes on to say that he's a little bit obsessed with her.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to give him credit because like Jiyoung is gonna say when she's talking about Mingyu, she does say like logically she wants to date other guys and she doesn't want she feels this like pressure not to solidify anything too quickly. So I
Yeah.
was trying to give Gallery credit, like, oh, maybe he's reading her properly and doesn't want her. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I think what you're saying makes more sense. It seemed like he was trying to like take away some burden he thought she might have.
Ah,
Maybe I don't know.
okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's just like, we should go on a proper date.
Yeah, but ultimately he does isn't the one that suggests it, which was weird to me. Because then Galray tells her he feels like she's been avoiding him since they went on those not dates.
Yeah, and she is absolutely shocked. Like does not know where he got this idea from.
Yeah, which clearly shows that he's like been paying extra attention to her.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's really evidence that we saw that Jian is avoiding him.
Yeah. I mean, there is a she stopped texting him at some point, right? Like maybe that's
That's true.
what he's reading into.
Yeah,
But he does say that when they went grocery shopping is like when he started having feelings for her. And he like straight up is like, I've got feelings for you. And it started when we went grocery shopping.
yeah.
And she like had no clue. And I'm like, really? Did you have no clue? I feel like I don't know.
Oh wait, I actually have in my notes. Galray says he didn't want to burden her. He uses the word
Well, that's
burden
why
at some point.
he said he didn't tell her about his feelings earlier because he didn't want to burden her.
Mm,
And then he tells her that she should like take time to, you know, date everybody and see how her feelings feel. Like he's not burdening her right now to be like, oh yes, I also like you. So he's like, figure out how you feel and then, circle back.
yeah. He starts rambling a little bit. He kind of lost me
Yeah.
and I gave up. I think I got the idea. She didn't
Yeah.
need to like be told how to date. At some point is what it kind of got to. But is this idea of like not burdening her is like is he worried that she wouldn't feel the same way if he said this earlier?
Yeah.
or he's
Or
actually
like
just
also
reading her
it's
personality and thinks she's the kind of person that wouldn't want this, which I guess is like kind of the right read.
I think it was like, well, this was like night 1, right? When they went grocery shopping. And that's like super early on a dating show to be like, you're the person I got feelings
Well, they went
for, you
grocery
know?
shopping and then they got randomly put together for the
Yeah, but he says that when they went grocery shopping is when he started having feelings, like the first time they went out.
okay.
So like that feels like to saddle somebody with that at the very beginning of this dating show seems like a lot. And that's at least to me why it feels like a burden.
But he literally went like so far the other way that I think Jian didn't even realize that he liked her because remember he
Yeah,
like
yeah.
couldn't say like when he was like answering the ideal your ideal type question like he
Yeah,
it looked
yeah.
like he wanted to say you but he didn't say it.
Yeah. He's an awkward dude. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, yeah, he confuses me.
But yeah, then she says like, "Let's go out to eat sometime," and then I think they make a plan for Wednesday. They're gonna go out to eat somewhere. So
Yeah.
there we go.
After a very long period of silence though.
Yeah, yeah,
It feels like maybe Jian feels bad, and I don't know if that what triggers her to initiate the date, or she, at least likes Giao Ray enough to go on another date with him, and then maybe she's like, she's doubting her chances with Mingyu, so you might as well. But this kind of goes
yeah.
against her, like, oh, I want to date everybody. She's actually going back to somebody she already, well, she didn't go on an
Well,
official date, but
yeah. Well, this is also not an official date,
this is
so
also, yeah. I mean,
who
it seems
knows?
like she should be trying to date Hushin, maybe would be the the
But
logical
maybe
move.
if she goes on this unofficial date, she can use her next official date on Hushin or somebody
Hushin,
else,
okay.
Then she can get around this him being like, "No, I want a real date." By being like, "Yes, we'll have a real date that's not sanctioned. It's fine."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, if the dog sweatshirt storyline actually holds any weight, maybe she's like very recently feeling ignored by Mingyu.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Is this a jealousy play? Like
I
make
I
Mingyu
honestly don't
jealous?
think so.
I'm gonna choose
I
the
think
same guy to make Mingyu jealous.
I think
All
it
right.
might just be an awkward situation.
Well, it's time to text people.
Yes, it is.
Since we're talking about them right now, Ji Young is not going to text Giao Ray.
Nope.
She's going to do Mingyu. That's consistent
Yes.
with our feelings throughout the episode that she's actually picked Mingyu. Mingyu is a head above everybody else easily.
Yeah. And it's fine because Gyurei also doesn't text her, he texts Jumi. So there we go.
But this seems to be a crazy. Now I will say, like, Giao Ray did not choose to have these one-on-ones. This was kind of like sprung on the guys.
Yeah.
Like, even Mingyu, I'm not even sure if he knew this was going to happen tonight, even though he agreed to something. But since he was doing the one-on-one, he ends up like saying a lot of like spilling his heart out kind of things to Ji Young, and then doesn't text her.
Well, it might be like he might feel like, oh no, this is too much if I were to also text her. But I feel like he could follow it up with a like, yeah, I really mean it. Don't be burdened by this or whatever. Like, there's a way to text her that isn't too much, but I don't know that he has that finesse.
I'm lost on Giao Ray. I actually do not know where he's at.
Okay.
The most recent update we have on him is that his date with Jumi was nice, and then he pours his heart out to Ji Young, and then he texts Jumi. So I'm lost.
I think he likes them both.
He likes them both, and maybe just flipped a coin. Who knows? Who knows how he decided?
Or he liked them both, and he just got to express his feelings to one of them, but didn't get to talk to the other one, so he sent the other one a text.
What were Giao Ray's? It was Ji Young for 1 and Jumi for 2, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's go through these other. I got the rest
Okay.
right. So I'm super suspicious that the host got it all correct this time. This was actually hard, I think, to predict because this wasn't like everybody just had an all-day date and didn't see anybody else. Like the last episode was so easy. They just texted the person they dated. But this was like the water was very muddy here, and somehow the hosts get them all right. I'm suspicious.
There. But if that's the only shenanigans we have on this show, then I'll take it.
It's also possible the hosts just like actually watch a little bit more than we do.
Okay, yeah, maybe
Maybe they have some more information that isn't like cheating necessarily, but
It's just enough to get him over the line. Yeah.
yeah, there were a couple where I was like, I don't know how you just watched that scene with Galray and Ji Young, and then immediately be like, oh yeah, Galray's gonna pick Jumi.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was gonna pick Ji Young. Yeah.
All right, you just want to go? Did you
Yeah.
get stumped by any of these besides Galray?
I messed up Hushin's text.
Hushin, did you go with Jimin?
Jimin.
You went
Yeah.
with Jimin, okay. I only went with Jiyoung because I got the sense that he was seeing how Jimin was feeling, and he answered. I only said Jiyoung over Jumi because he answered the question, "Who are you instinctively attracted to?" as Jiyoung.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But he just described her as nice, and nice means nothing to me, so it didn't feel like anything. Yeah, so we got Mingyu has texted Jimin, no surprise there. Jiwon has switched over to Jiyoung. Bushin has also texted Jiyoung. Yore texted Jumi. Then we have Jimin is still on her Jiwon texting spree. Jiyoung texted Mingyu, and Jumi texted Mingyu.
Yes, Jumi
There we
texted Mingyu. That makes
Yeah, she-
sense.
Just told him she liked him.
Yeah, like Yaori and Jumi are actually like in the exact same situation in these one-on-ones where like they're expressing their feelings for the person in the one-on-one, but we thought going into this that they most recently were into each other.
Yeah.
But then I do get this feeling that Jumi just didn't get the feeling back from Gyaore that he was interested. I don't know. Gyaore and Jumi, I'll never get them. I'll never
No,
understand.
I think Jumi's just trying to see where she can get with Mingyu before the Mingyu door closes. You know?
I guess there's no real threat that like Gyaore's going anywhere if she ignores him for one cycle.
Yeah, like honestly, she was trying to encourage the other girls to date him
Yeah.
earlier. Ji Young did not mention really anything about being into him when they were all talking. Like, he is safe to keep on the back burner right now.
But I also feel like it's like, hey, you should date Gyaore and forget about Mingyu so that I can date Mingyu a little bit. No?
Also, probably true. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think if Jumi had to pick right now, like this was the end of the show, you have to pick somebody, she would pick Mingyu.
Yeah.
If she wasn't worried about like, oh, I really want to match with somebody, it was just like if she
Mhm.
was just being honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
That's
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 it. Sweet.
get a preview
Oh,
where everybody's
previews for
dressed.
episode 6. Oh my gosh, can't wait. Can't wait for
Everybody-
episode 6.
Everybody's dressed all fancy and going out to dinner, and the new lady shows up.
Yeah, the way they showed this was weird because like they had all the 4 guys show up in tux at whatever restaurant or whatever they're meeting, and then I
Mhm.
thought this was gonna be like how it was in Heart Signal 2, where the guys just like went out to eat and then the girl just like showed up. So like the girl only met with the guys to start, but then all of the
Mhm.
ladies come in with their like fancy dresses on as
Yeah.
well, and they're all sitting together when the new girl walks in.
It is an interesting dynamic where all the existing ladies come in like cream or white or light colored dresses, and then the new girl comes in this like fancy black dress, and it's just like, oh, she's so different from the existing women.
Yeah, before the new girl showed up though, there was this super funny as like a preview kind of moment where somebody asked Jimin which guy looks the best in a suit, and then they just show her saying "Oppa" because literally everybody's Oppa.
See, she's funny. It's a good way to get out of that.
No, but I think if I was like reading the cameras right, I think she was looking directly at Hushin when she said it.
Okay.
So like I think everybody at the table knew who she was talking about, but as like I'm gonna use this for a preview for next episode, it's like she says Oppa, it means literally all of them.
Yeah.
But I think they're gonna know that she's saying Hushin when she says it.
Okay.
Yeah, the new girl comes walking in and somebody says she looks like a very proud cat. Which one of the hosts says she's pretty, and then I don't know if it was a host or a contestant. I feel like it has to be one of the hosts.
It's gotta be. You can't say that to a person
She looks like a
when
very
you first
proud
meet
cat.
them. Oof.
All right. And then back at the house, Jumi's gonna ask Jian if she wants to ask the new girl out on a date. That's what it sounded like, right?
I guess. I just wrote that there seems to be some Mingyu and ladies confusion and some, continuing whatever shape of romance triangle you want to make.
Yeah, I didn't write this part down, but wasn't there something like it seemed like Jumi and Ji Young were going to be talking together, and Jumi was going to be like encouraging Ji Young to like say how she feels, basically, to the guy she likes, which I'm assuming is Mingyu.
Yeah.
Which, if that's the case, that's pretty cool that Jumi would say that, considering we think
She's
she
also into
like,
him, yeah.
And then somehow Mingyu and Jimin are going to be hanging out together, which is them two again.
Yeah.
And they're like talking about how other people in the house might be affected by seeing them together, and they're like discussing whether they should like enter the house separately versus together.
Yep.
And Mingyu's like, oh, so do you want me to go first? Maybe I'll go first or something. And then Jimin's just like, nah, let's just go in together. So yeah, I don't know.
Shenanigans.
What are you rooting for, Sarah? I asked my wife who she's rooting for. We were watching together. She just said, I'm just rooting for Mingyu to successfully end up with one of the women. Like, she just wants Mingyu to match up properly with one of the women.
I feel like I like him and Ji Young together.
Ji Young, okay.
Yeah.
I get how Mingyu feels with the Jimin thing, like, but it does feel like it feels like, I think what I said before, like, take Jimin off the show, Mingyu and Ji Young might become a couple on the show and, you know, get married. like the Mingyu and Ji Young seems like a good match, but I get where Mingyu's coming from with the not wanting to give up on the Jimin thing.
Yeah. And then I want the new lady to be older than Ji-won, but cool about it, and them to hook up.
That's the very slim chance dream scenario.
Yeah. I'm rooting for an underdog, you know? Outside of that, I don't know.
I think the most fun I have on the show is watching Mingyu and Jimin together. Like, they seem the cutest together to me. I think I'm rooting for that more than anything. But I mean, if Mingyu and Ji Young end up together, that's fine. I don't know how I'll feel if Mingyu somehow starts liking Jumi. I don't know how I'll feel about that.
I just really need Jimin to like get over this Ji-won obsession and then like actually make me believe that Mingyu's more than just a backup. You know, like I need that to feel authentic.
Yeah.
Instead of she is able to be really cute with everyone, you know, like that's just her personality.
I mean, I want to see Jimin go on a date with Ji-won like tomorrow. Like just do the date, see what happens, and then let's go from there. Because it could just be a terrible date. Like, she could just be like, wow,
I was wrong about everything.
Wow, he said things, but I did not feel the same way when Mingyu said things. Like, she's invented this person in her head.
Exactly.
And she thinks if he says certain things, she'll feel a big way. But until it actually happens,
no way to know.
You don't know, yeah. Do you think Mingyu is going to go 4 for 4 and get all the women to like him?
I mean, at this point, it just seems reasonable. You know, it's completely logical that that's what's going to happen.
I don't know. Mingyu didn't seem like a dog person. Is he into very proud cats?
Maybe.
Okay.
And really, it doesn't matter if he's into them. It's just all the women will be into him, you know, regardless of his feelings. So.
Oh, that's true. Regardless of his feelings. Regardless of almost no effort. I feel like he put in no effort with Jumi. Other than he was like, don't worry, you just went the wrong way. It happens.
Mm-hmm. It's all that residual effort he's putting into Jimin. It's just like floating in the air and
he's literally just being a nice guy and it's working.
I mean,
and then occasionally says like the funniest thing anybody says on the show, like your ears can fit inside my ear.
Sometimes it doesn't take a lot, you know?
No previews of the women going to a sauna.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to just give up on that dream.
Okay. We're gonna get a women's meeting later where they go to a sauna instead of an Outback Steakhouse.
It seems unlikely. They'll probably end up in a Subway, you know, just with drinking a hangover cure.
The Subway sauna.
Ooh, there you go. I don't know if they have those, but maybe.
Oh, okay.
And then there's always the one vacuum that I feel is always in these product placement zones too. Like, you know.
Oh, really?
All of them all together.
Okay.
There's a couple like standard things I feel like I see over and over again.
I'm
put
fine
them all
with
in one scene.
Product placements in these shows that I like because it's like whatever pays the bills to keep these shows going, you know?
It just seems so much funnier to me in like unscripted stuff versus scripted stuff, you know? It's just like, oh, you ordered Subway, of course.
Yeah.
It's just extra silly.
It's because like that, yeah, the people that aren't supposed to have a script like kind of have a script for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. What are we talking about next time, Sarah?
Next time, we are talking about Transit Love 2, episode 12.
12. That's right. And then 2 weeks from now, we are going to come back to Heart Signal and talk about episode 6 and 7.
Yeah.
We have to wait 2 weeks to talk about episode 6. That's too bad. I'm looking forward to it. I might watch it when it comes out. But all right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
All right. Where can people contact us, Sarah?
People can email us at keepwatchingpod@gmail.com or tweet at us at keepwatchingpod, Instagram at us at keepwatchingpod, or leave a comment under the video on YouTube also at keepwatchingpod. And if you want to tell us which one of us is your number 1 and your number 2, you can leave us a rating and review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify.
What are they choosing for the number 1 and number 2?
I don't know.
The contestants?
No. I mean, like, which of us are their number 1 or number 2, you know?
Okay. You want to go there?
I mean, sure, why not? Probably not. That's probably
Are they
a bad
ranking
idea,
us
but...
like number 1 and number 2? Or is the
They-
one they instinctively like and the one of us who they would want to listen to podcasts for a longer amount of time on? What are we talking about here?
I really didn't think it through. Nobody ever follows through on these prompts. So,
are they allowed to answer both of us for number 1 and 2? Oh, they are. Okay.
Okay. Here's what they do. They rank us number 1 or number 2. They get to come up with what the criteria is for number 1 and number 2, and they can choose both of us for whatever. It's
okay.
Just somebody leave a review. That's all I want.
And you're not hooshing here like you want to know.
Oh yeah, I want to know. Give me all that sweet information.
Do I want to know? I mean, whatever, I guess. Since you're older, do you get like seniority pick at the listeners?
Oh yeah, I get to pick my favorites, and then you have to back off. Like, you know, if you wanted to pick the same one.
I get the scraps.
None of them are scraps. We love them all.
No, you just get the they don't. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Neither do I.
All right. Thanks for listening, everybody. Bye.
Bye.